Yo, what? What's crappin' in P-Pal? What's up with you? I got my clip. I just gotta make my post. I'm just gonna mute it because there's a lot of cursing going on in this clip. So gotta mute that. Gotta mute that. Boom, 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 boom. So y'all ready for this? Who's ready? Computer sounds like it is blowing up again. Blowing up again. Nice. Got another follow while I was offline. I wish they would happen while I'm online so I can give shout outs, but I appreciate it. What? Sorry, I don't know. Kripa Bexcu 1976, appreciate the follow. I wish I could have pronounced your name so I didn't sound like an idiot, so I didn't butcher your name. Alexa, play Mercules. Alright, we're live now. Congrats on making it through another week. Come celebrate. Yo, what up? Okay, yeah, I'm making my post currently, and then I will be ready to rock and roll. What, for Warzone? Come celebrate with me and the team. Stop by and say hi. Clipboard, hit the clipboard with that. Pop a little. Or click link in my bio, or click the link in my bio. Alright. Yeah.
Canceling installations and updates might uninstall the items in question. Anything being moved or copied will remain in its original location.
What?
And the reason I even canceled them was because, like, I would resume the update and it just would not update. It wouldn't resume the download. So, like, it just uninstalled, you know, tens of gigabytes of shit because of that.
Ooh,
That's pretty
I
fun.
like it. I like
Yeah,
it
it's
a lot.
fun, you know. Alright, let me start the download one more time. If you're downloading something, by the way, it shows you the space you have available. It subtracts from that the amount of space the download is going to take.
So it already gives you your new numbers of what it's going to be at?
I mean, if you've already started the download, this was like 98 gigs, this Warzone. And it said, so I went to my free space after I'd already started the download, and it said I had 40 gigs free, but it was
shit,
subtracting
hold on.
that 100 gigs of the download from my actual...
You got a battery? Yay! Alright, sorry about that. I'm back.
Oh, it's fine. Your dog had a
Yes.
freaking battery? Did he get through it?
I heard Kim yell like, "Oh, Opie, come here, Opie!" So I'm like, "Alright, whatever." So she'll get him say, "Opie, come here." I hear her say something about a battery, so I think she was calling for me. Not 100% sure, but she continued to yell, and I heard battery, so I figured, well, I gotta get out there because he's obviously not giving it to her.
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't like bite through it. I don't know if it would even hurt him, but it's not worth it. Not worth a chance.
He did get through one AA battery before.
I don't know if the stuff inside him is...
but I guess, I don't know. He seemed
he seemed to be okay.
But I don't know.
Here I come, back from the sky.
Are you in the
Yes, I
firing range?
am. Got to get my warm-ups warmed up, you know what I mean?
Alright, yeah, you care to back out of it and let me get in there with you?
Sure.
Oh,
Yes.
by the way, I was trying to do the thing where you bring the bots to life. Okay, I know the thing you have to... Okay, you have to have no guns. You have to get up on top of that thing. But do you have to crouch, like, looking toward the back wall and look
straight down?
Or
You just
toward
have to be looking down and crouched when you switch characters.
Oh, okay, so just as long as you're on that thing and you're looking down in any direction and crouched, like straight down. Alright.
So let's go down and grab some gear and
I'm gonna go see if I can activate it like that. I was doing something wrong the other day. I don't know what. I might not have been looking exactly all the way straight down or something. It's the far right.
Yep.
One, right?
If you're looking at it, yep. That one, yep.
All right. Okay. Crouched, looking down.
Let me drop this gun just so that doesn't
Legend.
keep you from happening.
It didn't activate them.
Right.
Oh, I've got a 2020.
Yeah.
You have to drop
Yes,
your
I think so.
2020. I see.
Friendly fire is on. Change by
Didn't mean to do
0
that.
hour.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
Didn't even.
You can toggle friendly fire in
Didn't
that
even
same
know that was a thing.
menu. That same. Yeah, me neither. Oh, yeah, I guess I did because we were. Well, I guess I just thought it was always friendly fire on because we were playing in firing range before shooting each other a long time ago.
Or maybe I have to be up there with you. Let me come up.
Yeah, and I screwed up and canceled my grapple, so I gotta wait for it to count down.
There you go. Then I get
Alright,
in like the
so
center.
I'm
like,
up here.
That's where I go. I go dead center. Look straight down.
Okay, okay.
And then crouch. And
And
then
crouch.
switch to a different character. There you go. It should have activated it.
Right.
Yep, they're moving.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it must have been holding the P2020 that screwed me up. Or maybe you have to be in the center.
If they're the only weapons I have.
And then I have no gun. Oh, shit. Oh. They're hurting me.
Yeah, they are pretty vicious. You need to,
What are they firing there? Is that a special
one
gun
is a
that only they have?
shit, an L-Star. One is a like that. I think is the L-Star that's doing all that damage. Oh, they
And
killed shit.
You know what the other
one
one
has
is?
a shotgun, I think.
Oh, it's fine.
I think the
Oh, okay.
regular guy, like the white armored guy, I think he has a shotgun. I could be wrong. And then there is something else. What's up, Ken?
There you go.
Okay, no, the white armored guy has a hemlock, it looks like.
Shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, snap. Trying to get the old thumbs warmed up.
It's
Get the
your
old thumbs warmed up.
Wow.
Yo, the bot stopped spawning. Oh, maybe not.
Oh yeah, no, there was just one over there that was like stuck in place. Yeah, they did stop spawning. Oh no.
It must just be a bug.
They're
Oh,
back.
there he comes.
Oh, I guess they spawn randomly. I thought it was always a purple shield, a blue shield, and a
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
white shield, but it looks like it's not always that.
Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't realize the different colors were the different shields, right?
Oh, there. Look at that, grab the self-res.
Oh, you had the gold knockdown shield,
Yeah.
okay. It's more.
And the gold bags.
Grim, are you in a game?
Yeah.
Alright,
I
let us know
just
when you're
came out
done.
of the portal in the lab, so
Okay.
won't be along for long probably.
Maybe you have to kill them all before they respawn, too.
Yeah, I don't know. Possibly. Oh, that hurt.
Oh, did I not turn friendly fire off?
No, I
or-
think a bot got me. Don't forget to switch that knockdown shield out after you get up.
Oh, he's trying to kill me. He got me before I could get up.
Yeah, some of them are vicious. They don't play no games.
Yeah.
Frag grenade sent. Frag grenade sent. Thermite grenade sent.
It's weird how they fire the L-Star.
Yeah, they're like shooting them in bursts.
Like, burst of 3 or 4.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
I'm gonna drop the Havoc. I'm gonna try the Wingman. Oh, oh. You don't want me to try the Wingman.
So far, so bueno.
Good deal.
What's all these boxes there?
Nice.
Recharging my shields.
Man, that L-Star really kicks.
Like hurts or like kicks like when you fire it?
Hurts
Hurts like
It's hurt
when
his
they
feelings.
shoot you, or kicks like it hurts, or it kicks like when you're firing it? Or like kicks.
Yeah, it kicks when you're firing it, yeah.
Stop talking to me like that, L-Star. You're hurting my feelings.
It's a very offensive gun.
Yeah.
Did you not know it's racist? The
What
L-Star.
is
L-Star?
Ah, the racist? Yeah, I've had enough of the L-Star shit. I'm gonna stand for it.
Oh, shit.
Scanning the area.
Oh, that was close. Yeah, you definitely gotta like fall back and heal every so often. It's maybe I think they're
Yeah,
I think they're
they
different
take you down.
because there's two of us maybe. So I feel like when I'm in here by myself, it's
Oh,
not
by yourself.
as harsh.
My work isn't done yet, Papa.
I mean, I'm also running the red shield too, and they're still like trashing me.
Oh, yeah, I guess I can pick up these. Shit.
Now I gotta fall back and heal up.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Oh man, I swapped out my red shield by accident when it was empty. for a white shield. I'm gonna build it back up.
Taking a moment.
Oh,
Damn it, damn it, damn it. I mean, this isn't gonna be news to anybody, but I'm liking the R99 right now.
yeah, not bad. I
Yeah.
was trying to shoot it kind of
Definitely
from
salute.
far away,
Yeah, that's
and you really have to burst it from far away.
so I need another gold knockdown.
I am blue for hungry.
Nice, I was able to hit him while he was running. That makes me happy.
Taking a moment
Actually,
to recharge my shields.
48 from getting it red. Or getting it.
Throwing thermite grenade. Recharging my shields. Taking a moment to heal.
Yeah. Up. Left the firing range.
It does that automatically from
Now
time
you
to time.
can't keep having fun forever.
Yeah, I don't know. It must be synchronized with the server or something. I don't know what happens with it.
I will set the shit up, I guess.
Thank you.
I have come to save
Yeah, I don't know if you need it,
Maybe.
if you can have a gun or not, but you can definitely have like gear and stuff. Be ready to heal and get sights and stuff.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me when you're doing it, and I'll see if it activates. And if
I'm
not, I'll
gonna
throw my gun
switch
down.
right now. You ready? Yeah, sounded like it switched.
It seemed to work. Yeah.
So I'm just slide in here real quick and grab some weaponry. Yeah, motherfuckers. Oh, definitely need heals. Got the gold shield, so I only need the big heals. Oh, what? That's trash, man.
Need to recharge my shields. Patching myself up.
Recharging my shield. Healing my
Oh, you wanna hit me with a shotgun, bitch? Boom! Ow! Oh! Oh, that was close. I'm like 10 health from death. Phoenix, and I'll be right down.
Eyes are open though.
Got a guy pushing right,
Enemy over there.
right there. Oh, they got me.
I'm down.
When I was working on my sliding and shooting.
You still in that game?
Someone died today.
Nah, I just finished.
And not me. Not now.
You feeling
we
warm?
can go.
stormy-ish.
Yeah, I'm back to lobby.
Yeah.
Accept and
Remember
invite
that?
those.
Oh, you want, after we play a game, you want to switch it to rank to see if we can do anything? See if we can get him to gold
Yeah, sure.
before the shit changes.
Before this changes. No one likes shit changing.
No.
Shit, you know what? I didn't tag anybody in my post. I forgot all about that. I don't think I tagged anybody. Oh well. Oh well, it snows well. Oh well, it snows well.
Oh yeah, it might snow
I
tomorrow,
have no
right?
idea.
Today will be our day.
Yeah, it's supposed to get down to like the 30s. We're getting some Arctic shit. It's gonna be like colder than Christmas Day tomorrow.
My squad is my family.
A lot. They were projecting a lot of snow in like New England area, Pennsylvania also. Maybe not this far south. I don't know.
This is your champion.
Intelligence is a dying breed, but not today.
Look this way.
Going to the poop factory.
Oh yeah.
I just froze in midair. Oh, now I landed. Yeah, I was stuck in midair for like 15
Shit.
seconds.
Oh, there was a gun there.
Yeah, I'm hearing people everywhere. Yeah, I don't have a fucking gun either.
I'm coming towards you guys.
Somebody
there's
coming
a
out
bunch
that
up
room, I
top.
was just run away from zero.
Oh, damn!
Where
How'd
are
I
all the
lose
guns?
these fuckers? He's hurt. There's two people running out of here.
I got a Mozambique.
And they're like fighting each other.
Yeah, I'm coming
Oh,
back.
here we go. Got a prowler. All right.
Oh, a third one.
Oh shit. Oh, alright. Down like
I think
two
they're
or
all the same squad.
more of them, and I couldn't handle them. So.
Ooh, way to go.
Nice.
Somebody's on.
Not quite.
Oh, somebody else is
shit.
coming. Where's he fucking at?
Guess I owe you dinner.
I need bullets.
I hear him. I don't know where he's at. Oh, he's there.
All right, come in. Yeah, there we go.
He just broke. He's breaking the door.
That dude ain't doing shit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Reloading. Evac here.
Oh, what?
Oh, this dude's thought he was
Shit.
down. He's right here.
That's the dude I downed, so.
Oh, good kill.
When
good
people
kill.
turn the boxes, that must be somebody else. Because that was a birdman I was fighting, but boxes appeared when I killed him.
Yep, you're wonderful. Thank you.
Alright, not a lot of heavy. I do have light. I can share some. I got 20.
Yeah, I can't even fill my gun.
There's 20 there.
And I only have 23 light. I got like nothing.
There's light also in that box
Anything.
that I pinged the heavy in. I got 98 light. I do have a prowler if we see a select fire.
You have health heals?
Yeah.
I can't heal myself. I have, I think, 1 syringe.
I have 0 left.
Well, I can give you the syringe so you can heal yourself.
I just dropped
0.
2 syringes with it.
Joe dropped some.
Okay. Oh, here's 20 light. I didn't realize I even had it for a minute there.
Yeah.
You want to pick up that other
I
syringe?
just threw
and
2 syringes
sell?
down there.
Well, I have 3 now.
All right.
Yeah, I picked up the ones that the other ones showed up.
I'll pick them up for now.
People have been here. Could be some of the people that rushed over to us. I don't know.
Oh, medic care package. One drop of Spitfire.
Optics here. Close range. Dibs. Standard stock here. Level 1.
Joe, would you mind turning down the music like a
Sure.
notch?
Alexa, turn it down. Sure.
Alexa, what? I tell you about being loud.
Sure thingy, Mobob.
Thanks, I
Damn,
appreciate it.
Alexa.
It's doing that. No. Shit. That's the only reason I said anything.
All good. Another U site here.
Optics here. Close range.
Can you carry it?
Yeah.
Sounds like you have room.
Yeah, I'm still carrying the habit. Never mind.
Damn, we have to go on the yeah. We gotta pick this balloon. We gotta go on the other side of the wall by that respawn, and all the way past that.
All right. Somebody just got brought back in the direction we're going to be flying. Kind of to the left
There's
of what you
absolutely.
marked.
There's people fighting that market and in the field. Maybe we can just fly right
Alright.
past them.
Sounds good.
He's gonna land. Well, looks like I'm gonna land more like right here.
Yeah, I'm landing pretty much right beside you. There's a circle side if you want it.
There's a 1 or 2.
Yeah, I got a U site for him.
A U he could part with. Looks like everybody's gone in the cave pretty much. I might come this way.
Do you want to go through this gap in the wall
Here.
and kind of circle around, or what do you want to do?
You want
No,
a circle?
I'm good. I got two X's.
Either one's.
So I'm good.
Yeah, this one's probably better. You want to fight those people? You want to get involved in that? You want to be fighting in the storm?
Well,
Get
we're gonna be in the
Yeah,
storm.
they're gonna have to.
yeah.
Well, I guess they're not gonna have to push us necessarily.
Yeah, I mean we can like come around behind their back
Catch
if you
them
want
coming
to.
out of
and
caves.
Yeah,
whichever
but
one you.
if they do run this way. Oh yeah, I see.
Oh well, I mean.
in case they
yeah,
run that
through the
way.
cave.
Okay.
Careful. New kill leader.
Where's the back? Is that the back? Oh, okay, I see.
Might be something good this way.
Oh shit! Yep, they came out where I was at. Yep, and they're shooting me.
Oh, no shit. Okay. Coming. I didn't expect him to, like, go way far around. Yeah, I see him.
Figured some of them would be scared to confront the other.
Damn, they fucking were melting me.
Oh, another squad
Yeah, over
rushing in here. God damn. Yeah. Oh my god.
Got one of them.
Almost
Oh,
insta
shit.
fucking killed me. God damn.
Oh, there's another squad. God damn it. Yeah, if you can get away, get away. There's like 3 squads.
Giving my shield to recharge.
Yeah, people just came out of caves too.
And there's like another squad coming too. You can go
Yeah,
behind
they're
this
fighting in
building.
that building. Yeah, I'm trying to crawl to you.
Yeah, I know.
Where's
You
Joe?
hearing something? Is somebody
There's
around?
people right there.
Yeah, somebody's shielding up right here.
Shit. Fuck.
Oh, there's 3 of them. Fuck. The whole other
Oh,
squad
goddamn.
is waiting back here.
Yeah, I can't.
Fuck.
There's nothing to do.
Oh,
There's like 4 squads in that,
that
whole
was
section
insane.
fighting.
There was
Yeah.
people fucking everywhere.
That's rare to have that many motherfuckers in a little section like that. I guess everybody dropped on that half of the map.
Yeah. It was doomed from once we got cornered from behind us. And then ran towards them, just got worse from there.
And they were so much better than I was. Dude was like melting me with a scout.
Scout can fucking go up pretty quick.
Yeah.
I mean, not always in my hands. Sometimes in my hands, but most of the time on the receiving end of all that.
Even though I don't usually use that double tap with it, if you're up close with it, it's pretty mean too.
Yeah. I just, I don't know. My second shots are better. Like if I miss the first 2 and go to readjust, my aim's just not as good as if I just do single shots as fast as I can for some reason.
Yeah, I usually do that. I mean, I usually stay away from the double tap and go single shots.
Toys like the back of my hand.
Today will be one of those experiences. Just sit back and say, "Oh yeah, I remember that."
Introducing your champion.
This may be the last time you compete. This is the best part.
Alrighty, man.
Let's do it.
What's up, babe? Really?
Sing song was?
No.
It was a song coming back to me.
I don't
The
think.
Leanne song?
Ow.
There were nights I know it. This song we sing way too often when we're drunk and get really mad. And
Yeah. Ow. Why are you trying to punch me, Zero?
Oh, I thought that was an enemy.
There's a Gibraltar down in that corner where I keep throwing shit. Alright, I got a gun.
Oh. Caustic here with his trap for the fucking yacht.
Got one of these fuckers down.
Alright, the caustic's down. Oh, and got the elimination, so somebody killed the squad.
I guess that was the last one.
Nice.
Oh, he was like hiding. He was in here hiding stuff. He put like a purple helmet on like the sandbags or some shit. Yeah.
Really?
What the fuck?
Maybe it was that Gibraltar.
That's weird.
Maybe he dropped everything. Wait, there's a purple helmet. up
No,
here.
I
I don't even have a helmet.
Yeah, the guy I was fighting was like,
Yeah, there was a Gibraltar
Dicking
there,
around.
and then somebody else ran through the door.
yeah, I fought a caustic.
I killed them right where that box was.
Why would he throw down a purple? Maybe he got a gold.
No, because
I haven't seen one. No.
That Gibraltar disappeared though. You didn't. You
No,
didn't
I
fight
fought the
Gibraltar,
caustic.
right? So
Oh,
I'm
no,
There's a
thinking
box right here
maybe
that had
the,
a.
that.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
you
was the
mean right here?
caustic. He put the purple helmet like up there.
No. Oh,
That's
I thought you were talking
bizarre.
about the box
No.
on the other side. Never mind.
Why would you want to like not take a power
I don't
up?
know. No ideas.
Maybe he was trying to like lure somebody there with it.
Well, it,
Yeah. Oh, could be.
It works.
Yeah.
yeah, he was a caustic, so he probably was. He did have at least one trap set. He probably was gonna set a bunch of them.
Yeah, that's not a bad.
I mean, it is
strategy.
when I come in and
throw down a
light
little
your
piece of
face
bait.
up.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The thought process wasn't bad. The execution left him
Ooh, I
executed.
see what you did. Definitely happened.
That ship's over. Looks like it's going towards Skulltown. Yeah, this is empty.
Alright, I'm gonna move down.
And it's all empty too. Sweet.
Yeah, up there's looted as well. I see footsteps through here. 47 seconds ago. 40 seconds ago they took the balloon. So this is probably all empty as well.
Probably that Gibraltar. Doesn't show which way they
No,
flew though, right?
Yeah,
that
just
they
like
took
an
the
up
balloon.
arrow at the balloon.
Shit, I need bullets. They need some bullets.
I have 13 bullets in my light gun and that's it. And a total.
Bag up here. One of you don't have one.
Oh yeah, that would be me.
And then I have a total of 45 heavy bullets.
I'll give you one
Alright,
box
you
of
wanna go
heavy.
look for
There's
a fight?
hemlock here. Yeah, I can definitely use that shite. Thank you. And then that would give me a total
I don't have much ammo
of
either.
like 50.
I've got enough
Come
to
on,
fight.
peep the situation right here.
Give me like
Alright.
50 some bullets. 58 bullets or something total.
A Watson fence. That's a weird
Yeah,
fucking place
last
for
I
a
heard was
Watson
somewhere
fence.
in that direction. They might be in there.
You guys want to?
Oh, there's some
You wanna
boxes
check it
around
out?
here,
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they're in here somewhere. Might be bullets in these boxes. Yeah.
3 hostiles found. I don't see them now.
Oh shit!
Just the notification told me.
Oh shit. And you
No.
didn't see them?
I hear them. They're on the they're on the bones. On the
Are they
bones.
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming.
Oh, here in the
from
street.
Okay.
Oh, it was the Revenant did his. Oh, he's.
Oh my god! That
Oh,
That's
just
the
happened.
Revenant's ability.
They're doing that
2 are down now.
gay shit. The
Revenant and the Gibraltar both went through their thing, so if they die, they're dead for good.
Revenant down. Gibraltar's got his shield broke.
I thought he
Nah,
got
he
down.
crouched. He
I
had
did
a
down the Revenant.
he was doing the Revenant's ultimate, so he would have went back to the diamond.
Oh yeah, but I thought he
No,
got
the
some-
Birdman
oh, okay,
did.
So
No,
it wasn't the Revenant.
It
that got
was the
sucked back.
Revenant, and then it was
Okay.
Gibraltar.
Yeah, I thought I just downed the bird.
No, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
there
saying. The Birdman had the Revenant's ultimate, so if he would have died, he would have went back to the diamond.
Yeah, I know, but I thought I downed him. But then when he came back, he was still
You
glowing like he had the ultimate. That's
yeah,
what I'm trying
well
to
yeah,
say.
they disappear. They don't go down when they have the ultimate.
But you can't do the ultimate more than
No.
once, can you?
He was the 3rd person in the team to do it. So if you would have killed him, he would have disappeared. He wouldn't have been downed. He would have been knocked. because they don't get knocked in that form. They disappear.
Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, not knocked, but you know, disappeared. I thought that's what happened.
Yeah, nah, he just crouched.
Ready to go. I got this thing in the box. Join me for that fighter. You know, whatever the case, we're winning.
Introducing your champion.
I'd watch out for my squad if I were you.
I will guide us to victory below.
Oh, okay. That's what happened. He did a duck move,
Yeah, he
so-
crouched.
and I was crouching behind a table, so I thought he just like, you know, disappeared.
Better lies below. Got one spotted. First blood.
Two squads going here, looks like.
Oh my god, there's so many people.
Frag out.
Shit.
Look out, grenade.
There's a shirt in here.
Coming
There's a
toward you guys.
peacekeeper.
Oh shit.
Oh man, that's some bullshit right there.
Sending out my team.
Behind you.
Mm.
Enemy down.
Oh, good job. Good job. Shit.
I got you, Fred.
Come on, shirt. Got one.
Heals.
Here's a med kit.
Thank you.
Enemy killed. I took care of it, don't worry.
You're welcome.
Body shield here.
Anybody have any other health?
Oh, he dead, bitch.
Ah, this person right here is almost dead.
Shit. People downstairs, Joe.
Alright, yeah. Trying to get rid of this.
Be aware of the new kill leader.
Behind the
Nice.
box. Yeah, bitch.
Outside. Oh, where'd she go? Where'd she go? What the? Oh, she wraithed.
Shit.
Nice.
Wow, looks like that was the last one. Don't worry, I'm here.
Man, that shit was intense as fuck.
Yeah.
Grandma, I'll go get you up in just a sec. I gotta try to find some kind of fucking heals or some shit.
Yeah.
Alright, alright.
Giving my shields a recharge. Recharging my shields. The ring is close. Time traces us.
This whole place isn't even looted yet. I gotta get rid of the sniper.
Optics here. Close range.
Actually, I'm gonna take the R99, drop this. No, I'll keep the Hemlock, drop the 99. And
99 here. 30 seconds. Flat ammo here. Shotgun ammo here. Shield cell here. Optics here. Close range. Triple take here.
Damn, did those bitches not have any, like, heavy ammo? I'm sure there's some somewhere.
shit. Yeah, I have 47. I dropped 60 light ammo with the 99 that I dropped.
I don't have a lot gun yet. I'm okay though. I'll find something in a sec.
Light ammo here. Healing my wounds.
Oh. Well, less loot than I thought there would be through here.
Well, didn't we all have like good shirts? Like where?
Nah, there were 2 blue, I think, that I know of.
Package being delivered.
I think we had 2 blue and 1 white.
No.
I'm gonna run toward this village, try to get some
Yeah,
ammo.
I think this. Yeah, I think this is all looted.
There's a
Come
shirt
on.
now.
Want energy ammo? I'd let you know, game.
Yeah, I'll take energy for the Havoc.
It's in that building.
Medkit here.
Mozambique.
That sucks.
Triple take here. Energy.
More
ammo
energy.
Dibs. R99 here. Body shields here. Level 2.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
No,
I
still
wonder if they're
not.
phasing out heavy
That's
ammo.
what it feels like. Oh, here's heavy right here. Nice.
Yeah. Definitely hard to find enough. I definitely feel like
Yeah, man. Like, especially
it's
this
impossible.
game. Yeah, I've noticed it more than one game. I wonder if it's just like the. I guess it's just the randomization, but damn, it sucks.
Extended light mag here. Level 1. Light ammo here.
Yeah, many games I wind up just dropping it and getting rid of it because there's not enough for all of us.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about it before. I'm running toward Grim on
Yeah.
my heavy ammo
On
quest.
Z-Way, I just want to hit that last building. There's a gold site, and I found a blue bag. But I can't use the site if anybody wants it.
I don't
good.
need it,
If I
thanks.
find like a
This shit's all looted too.
Prowler or something.
I hear people fighting.
I could use
guess
heavy.
in
We could find
market.
some. I only have 30.
Yeah, I can give you
Bullets.
some.
Yeah, I got 22.
I can give you some.
Okay.
I don't have a whole lot, but
Well, that's all you got.
Here's a box. Just found it. I picked up one box, and there's you. There's you on.
yeah. It's okay. Yeah. Do.
Extended heavy mag here.
That
Level 1.
definitely.
Shut up, dragon, you motherfucker.
Oh, sure. I was
It's people right at
right here.
market.
Round 2.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Beginning.
At least I were. Might be further.
yeah.
right now,
Just
I'm
I
not
heard
sure.
it a minute ago.
I'm trying to give y'all some heavy ammo.
I think they're in the cave
Just keep
actually.
running away from me.
I'm okay. I got 62 rounds now. Let's kill
I
some
could use
fools and
some.
we'll take.
You got some?
Yep.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, they're in the cave. I think it really
Yeah.
sounds like it anyway.
For sure.
Yep. Footsteps like 40 seconds ago. 80 seconds ago, my mistake. And there's a bird man.
Ooh, they just pinged from the right.
9
somebody on the roof?
hostiles. There's 9
Yeah, fucking
hostiles.
people
Holy
everywhere.
shit.
Whoa. Somebody just put a wraith portal in this building to
Yeah.
the right.
Yeah. I'm going for the guy on the roof.
Okay, I'm with you.
Oh,
don't
Wraith,
see him
they
anymore.
just went through the portal.
Wraith
It went
hole
down
over
toward the
there.
river. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. This might be
Probably
2
people
different
at- oh,
wraiths.
over here.
Over here on the right.
Somebody tucked in this corner here.
Oh
too.
shit, I accidentally hit the portal. No.
You push on this.
Oh my god, the portal's like in the air. There we go.
I need fucking help. I need help. I need help.
Got hurt. Back up. Oh, Joe, back up as you can.
Recharging shields. I have been down.
2 guys here.
I just gotta patch myself up. Hang on. Faking him out with a decoy.
Oh fuck! There's somebody right up there.
Touch. Missed the ring.
Yeah, this ain't gonna fucking work.
Yes, I'm in the ring.
No, yep. Fucking gay.
Yeah, they were everywhere.
Hostile spotted.
Syringe here. Best in a tight spot.
You guys want to try a little ranked?
Hey, we can try that.
Sure.
You're the leader, Grim. I'll be right back.
What'd you do today, Joe?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I mean,
We're watching Ozark. You watch
no,
that?
I watched like the first, I don't know, couple episodes. First 2 maybe.
Yeah. It's pretty good. I'm like a little bit into the 2nd season today. Pretty good.
Yeah, I hear good things. I don't know. It didn't hook me. I thought it was gonna be like super phenomenal, and it just
Yeah,
like, I don't know. The first couple episodes didn't do it for me.
Nah. Yeah, it's kind of slower in the beginning. Yep. I remember seeing it on Netflix like all the time, but I don't know. However, Netflix like stages like, you know, when you go to a show and there's like a picture of 5 people standing around, it just always looks dumb.
Yeah.
So I just never wanted to watch it.
What show is it?
Ozark. Yeah, Netflix
Sorry, Grammy.
makes everything look bad. You can't hear me? Ozark.
Yeah, it just broke up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Ozark.
Ozark.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
Netflix,
didn't
I
break
don't know,
up. It's just a funny word.
Yeah, it's like the Ozark Mountains in
Yeah.
Missouri,
Wherever.
something. Mississippi. I forgot.
One of them places with the mountains.
Yeah. Yeah, Netflix, they make it look stupid, and then you read the description, then it just sounds terrible. Whoever writes it, like,
Is that like a detective thing?
it's about some dude who works for like a Mexican cartel, washing money.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready up,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's just being slow.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's getting cold as shit out, man.
Made today.
Oh yeah, he's ready.
Ready to go. Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, boom, you're dead.
Let's do it.
Who's ready to rank some motherfuckers?
Introducing
Not I.
I find these celebrations of the macabre amusing.
Let's do that place.
Land here. Never mind, sorry.
Man, like right there.
Follow the leader.
I'm not seeing
Wherever that
your
door is there.
ping in. Oh, okay.
You don't see. Oh, yeah, it is. There it is. Not the first one's here. Ah, running into a dead end without a gun.
Shit. Oh, come on.
Alright, I'm burning some dude. I gotta find a gun. Anybody leave any extra guns? Maybe no.
I'll drop a 20
Oh, I
20
think
for
somebody's in
you.
this room with me.
I'll get that. Yeah, I just found an R45. I'm coming with you, Dan.
I know that
Get that
there's
mang mang.
somebody bothering the robots outside. Is what's happening. Up there in here with me.
Hey, where's the other?
I'm missing all my shots. Somebody's in this door. And third is at it.
One up down. Somebody did.
Go to bed. Be right back.
Alright.
I'm gonna switch characters, even though I just paid a whole bunch of money for that skin. I guess I'm trying to force that skin, force to play him because I just bought the skin and it's just not working. And I'm just not giving up on it because I want to use the skin. I don't know, but it's definitely making me miserable.
What
game.
is? Oh yeah.
I mean, I sense it with.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
irritating
sense
some
it
nuts.
with all of us. We seem to be. You know when you hang out with like a friend too much, and you start bickering over everything. That seems to be happening.
You're right.
And not that we're like bickering or fighting, but it's like we're all getting frustrated, and we're all getting.
Boom, you're dead.
And so I think it's just too much of the same
What?
stuff. I was telling Zero that the game is getting frustrating, and I can sense it with all of us that we're all getting agitated. And the example I used to him was like, you know how when you hang out with a friend, like when you would sleep over a friend's house all weekend, and like by the second or third day you guys are like fighting over little stuff that doesn't matter. How you just get like, you wind up like, you just get annoyed at every little thing because you guys have been around too much. Well, I think we're playing the same shit too much, so we're getting annoyed at the game and each other. So I definitely want to switch it up. That's why I was talking about playing Warzone tonight. Because
Yeah, I don't mind trying that Warzone. I'll be glad to try it.
Yeah, I didn't download it
I'm
yet.
downloading it after I get off tonight, if I remember. I started it, I just gotta unpause it.
How about this way?
What about, did we ever finish that zombie game? What was it? World War Z?
yeah, I played all those missions.
Oh, you
Yeah.
played all of them? I stopped playing when we just stopped
No,
playing.
yep, they're
Somebody's next
grappling me and trying to
you,
fight
Joe,
me.
I think. Unless
You know where
that's
I'm
you.
from, bro? I'm from the. Oh, yeah,
Alright,
you
alright.
don't want to. You
I'm
don't want
running
to
up
punch
to-
off no more.
I'm gonna give you an old school grappling.
Oh, you know where we're from, bitch? Damn, Zero's laying waste to everybody.
Sucky. It's not hard when they're
Oh,
on hard.
behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you. Got shot through the window.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well done, friends.
Oh, he got me. He's hurt though. He's hurt by 90 or 120.
Oh no, there's a purple shirt up here.
Come on, dude. Please kill him though.
Bamboozle him.
Sorry, this was the safest move.
Yeah, no, it probably is.
Yep.
The bitch.
I'll
Fuck
take
this
the
box
assist.
go.
Oh, did you have
Yeah,
an
I
SR
picked one
too?
up while all that fighting was going on when you were executing that dude.
Oh my god,
Oh shit, I'm
Somebody's here.
coming.
right?
I don't know.
Are you hearing that?
No.
Fuck my
I gotta
turn.
switch. I don't want two of the
Giving up.
same guns.
Trying all
I
this
saw somebody
dumbass
crawling
shit.
down there before I fought that guy.
Alright,
which
that's
was
Zero's
weird.
box. I'm gonna go
'cause-
for the respawn.
Alright, well we can bring him back. Let me try to...
Oh, I
this
thought there
shit
was a
real quick.
fucking thing in that section to respawn. Damn.
Come on, you can do it. Oh my... Why does it have to be so fucking hard? Got it. Alright. I thought the respawn was in here.
Somebody's
I
Dragon
heard
close
footsteps.
to
Cage
you.
thing. You hear
Yep.
somebody? Alright. I'm coming over.
Yep, they're shooting.
Oh shit. What? Why? Oh shit. Go away.
One's down. Oh, thumb down.
I have come to save
They're up here. Shit.
fire, friends.
Got it. I didn't realize you ran over there. Ping him again?
He's right in front of me.
me out.
Killed me. He's probably looting my box now.
Yeah.
I am simply expediting the process.
Oh, they're right here.
Target's right in front of me.
The other one.
Yeah, that looks like the closest one.
The ring's moving, friends.
The
Yeah,
one I'm
that's
looking
the
at,
one in
or I don't know if you're
Skulltown.
specking me or not, but
The one that got pinged.
Prowler SMG here.
There's also the one to the
Shield cell here.
like southeast of that one. That's right outside of Skulltown.
Extended heavy mag here.
Yeah, where we were, I thought we were gonna go there. We can probably still go to one of the dragons.
Is there a
Yeah, that was the closest one. That's where I just assumed
Oh,
we were
okay,
going.
okay.
We can try to skull time on it. Might be real crazy though.
Well, the wall's coming in, so you guys gotta start into a circle. I'll wind up getting killed.
Oh fuck, we have to go really far.
Yep, gotta go past market to the rivers.
Let's just do skull time then. Fuck it. Or no, this one's kind of on the way.
Yeah, they're probably about equal.
And then I thought there might have been a balloon around here, but now that I think about it, I don't think there is.
Oh, you're okay.
We should probably move the.
It's just. Oh yeah, yeah. I guess it's too far back into
here.
the.
And there's a med kit.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
There's guns and heals, hat. Yeah, I'm gonna give you some bullets if you need them. Light and heavy.
Good.
I don't see any guns.
I'll grab that syringe. I got a scout in the
building here.
It's good enough for now.
I got a plot stabilizer here.
Thank you.
There's a frag. Syringe.
Yeah, I don't have a bag.
I'm about to get burned by the storm.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
People just flew in front of us. There's people fighting everywhere over here now.
I'm gonna cancel that.
Up there, down there, other people flew over there. Maybe if we stay to the right, we can just pass and we get in the circle. You don't have a zip line, do you? Zero?
Almost.
Unless you
Oh,
want to
well, by
fight
the
them. Oh
time-
shit, there's somebody right under there.
Here, I'll throw us a zip. I'll throw us a zip.
Ah, someone's already sniping at me. Fuck.
Hey, get up on these rocks to your right, please. Fuck, it's not letting me. Okay, there we go.
Oh shit.
I am. Get to bamboozling.
People that were
shooting at?
shooting me.
Oh,
yeah,
back.
back there. Yep.
Behind us? Oh, okay. No, where?
Heavy ammo here.
Heavy ammo here.
Extended heavy mag
I need a
here.
bag if we see one.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 1.
Everybody's gonna be pushing in
Yeah,
probably.
let's- whatever you
Yeah,
want
I'm
to.
looking for them.
We're right on the edge.
Fudge
Oh,
are they?
somebody's running across right there.
People
Oh,
are
yeah,
right
okay.
here.
Oh, somebody's closer.
Oh,
Somebody's
somebody
closer.
else.
I was able to
Hammer down.
luckily get the last
Sailing.
shot on that guy.
Shit. I broke that fucker's shield grip. Oh, he's.
Down
Burn,
here.
bitch.
Got him.
Somebody else?
I'm burning another one, the one in the river.
Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm
Put
down.
my shields
Under
up
the-
quick.
I got the one underneath.
you.
I got the one underneath.
Alright, who else is left? I got you.
Mirage here to save the day.
Here's some
Yeah, I need
syringes and
shield
cells.
Alright, we
It's
got a
like
minute
firing
and
a
a half.
prowler
We gotta
in
lead
here.
up.
Extended heavy mag here.
Let's up a shirt.
Level 3.
Blue bag. Phoenix kit.
Yeah, go for that purple, Joe.
Thermites.
Help on if you need it.
I put a hemlock
Yeah, I don't
in
have a
there.
heavy for it. I'm lighting shotgun.
Okay.
Barrel stabilizer here. Optics here.
Gotta use that.
Range.
I'm needed.
Arc star here.
And there's a box
I'm just
inside.
taking one
I
of those
didn't
art
even loot.
stars.
Down is in here.
There's also one underneath
Why don't you take
the
that
house.
purple shield
Yeah, I can just show
0?
Oh, you go for it. Well,
Someone take
sometimes,
it.
you know,
Champion has
Joe deserves
I
the
don't
purple
think he
sometimes.
does,
Seconds.
but
Rings just up ahead.
Champion out.
gracias. Blue Evo in there?
Evo shield here.
Alright, we got 30 seconds. Do you want to get ahead of this?
Yeah, I
Blue
got that.
backpack in here. Sure. Oh, that's a blue. Oh, a blue Evo. Okay.
10 seconds. The ring is fairly close.
Wait,
He went up there.
Only 2 enemies.
where did Grim go? Okay. Oh, thanks.
So,
Watcha.
care package. Dropping like it sounds like it's
Yeah, I
in
have my
here.
care package too.
And it
That's a
wasn't on the
medic care
map.
package.
I see somebody.
All right, yeah, we're almost there.
You hear that?
She jumped off the rock.
Someone's about to
Yeah.
hit. Do you want to just
Yeah,
run?
let's run.
Just run or?
Yeah, just run. Oh, we're so fucked. Oh, we'll be okay.
Yeah, we're very close. Second ring still fucking hurts.
They might try to intercept us up here. Oh, I think I see somebody running in front of us to our right.
Yep, I think I hear him.
We still gotta move, I know.
Fasten it out, sugar. Patching myself up a bit.
We might have them on both sides of us as we go up the hill.
So what do you want to do? I'll follow you guys.
I can set us a zip, or we can just walk through the valley. I don't know.
Of the shadow of death?
Yeah,
Take
yeah.
a look at my life and realize there's nothing left.
Oh, I was hoping it wasn't looted, but those are.
So people might be moving in from those two places. Over there
Yeah.
and that gap. So. Yep.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Oh my
That
God, they're
sounds
from
like
in front
one
of us.
them.
They're from in.
Taking fire.
Got a lot of points out of that, though.
Alright.
I think we got a lot there. I think I got 96 points. I had a lot of kills that game, but I mean, had like 4, but.
We were all positive though, right?
Yeah, we came in 3rd place.
Oh yeah, I'm surely.
What place?
How many
Oh,
points did
third.
y'all get?
Oh, so those other two squads were the last two. Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably
it's hard to say
could've
what to do
ran-
in that
Oh,
situation.
yeah.
Yeah, I probably should have thrown a far ass zip line, but
Even
we'll have to
realize that.
try to keep an eye on that.
Oh, well, at least the third place isn't bad. I'll take it. Oh shit. I was ready.
This is gonna be a good game, fellas. Good game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm feeling
I'm
it.
about to smoke my math.
Yeah.
Math is smoked.
You going to the rocket? You about to
On
go
my
to outer
rocket
space?
ship to shoot my taco bitch. All about shooting that bitch in the face with a taco.
Very well.
I'm the jump master.
I'm gonna give that up.
My master of the jump right here.
Taco shooting motherfucker.
Alright, this is how it goes. You win, you lose, you die. I guess that's it, really. Follow the leader. Let's check out over there.
Well, actually, we might be here a little late. You know, the building right behind the rocks. Maybe that'd be better.
I'm breaking off. We're gonna go lower.
Right, I guess I'm right on this one. I don't know if I'd even registered, but
Got my sniper gun ready to lose this game.
Say one, we're all inside this ring.
Attention. First blood.
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
RE45 here.
$90 energy. Somebody's using that shit.
I need it.
Optics here. Close range.
2x.
Optics here. Eva 8 here. Light ammo here. I need it.
Energy ammo here. Optics here.
Dibs.
Close range.
two circle sights where I marked that one.
Alright, I got a U in a circle.
L-Star here.
There, I got L-Star
Optics here.
ready
Mid-range.
with a circle sight on it. I got 2x on the flat line. I am ready to rock and die.
Optics here. Close range.
That's the thing, like once I get cranky, it's like so hard to pull myself out of it.
Turn the crank off.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Gotta hop up
You
here.
guys want to go that way?
Going this way.
Let's take that other little shit over there.
Sure. Yeah, whatever, I don't care.
Sure.
I'm not making any decisions. Didn't realize I needed a backpack. So I didn't realize I needed a backpack. So I didn't dibs that, but I gotta go get that bag that somebody pinged.
It's probably one
Yeah,
up
I
there.
got one. Okay, somebody pinged one, but I didn't dibs it because I didn't realize I needed it. Just got pulsed.
What the fuck? Where was that, Zero? I was just looking for that shit.
Here, you can come and get
Oh,
it.
is that here?
Probably gonna be chased coming down to you guys.
Alright. Let's help Joe out.
Okay,
I got
okay.
pulsed. I don't know if they actually saw me or not.
You wanna fight him?
Oh, they're up there.
Champion out.
Fuck. Burst mode, go to hell.
Yeah, I don't have any fallables.
They're all the way up there.
Yeah, I've been taking pot shots, so I'm slightly behind you.
Throw my grenade out. Faking him out with a decoy. Frag out.
Like that roof lock, bitch.
Burning somebody. Oh, and my grenade got somebody killed. Oh shit.
Birdman up there with his special going.
I'm fucking them up with this hemlock, boys. I'm sure they'll be healing now with the fucking airstrike.
Incoming care package.
Recharging my shields. Enemy over.
1 sec, healing up.
Are they
They're
still
up on
far
top
away?
of that roof.
Opening fire on the enemy.
I knocked one.
Damn, they're fucking me up. How they can't even move in.
I just did 84 to the 1. We got him on the run.
I got one of them knocked. They're
Took
probably gonna
advantage
get him
of
up.
Is this another squad?
Got 2 knocked. I don't know.
Yeah, another squad's here.
I just swapped that fucking
Another squad.
squid.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Look out, grenade.
Shit. Goddamn gas.
Fuck. There's a caustic back there.
Right there, yeah.
I'm reloading.
Another squad just came.
Downed an enemy. Reloading.
Oh my god. Yeah, maybe just get out of here if you can. I mean,
Then there's like 2 squads fighting.
they're fighting
on
each
us.
other.
Jesus Christ.
This is squad
Yeah.
number 4.
If you can retreat, I'd retreat.
We were 4th squadded.
Yeah, yes.
I'll come back for you guys.
Oh, I didn't. I thought you were still up here. Is why I said that.
You've been bamboozled.
Own squad bamboozled. Was this squad number 5?
Oh man, that didn't feel good.
They're here.
The fuck, man. Jesus Christ.
Too many motherfuckers
Yeah, that
right
was.
there.
I don't even know how many people are there. Way too many to count.
We were positive
count
again,
that
though, I
high.
believe. I was a few points positive anyway.
I'm shooting like shit, man.
Whoa, I got 30. It was 6 points, I think, when I went down or something. Then I got 34 overall. That's cool. Yeah, Joe, you're almost gold 4.
Good shit.
I lost 2 points on that one.
Catch a falling star.
Yeah, I need 120
Yeah, I lost 4.
points to go for.
You need
Oh,
120
okay,
to gold?
I did pretty decent.
It's only one good game. That'll get you that much. Be right back.
3 words: win and win again. Ready and excited.
Prepared and ready. Introducing your champion.
I'm Jumpmaster. Follow me or stay out of my way. Life ends with
I'm ready. There you are. You could have jumped already. Shit. Alrighty.
It's landing like directly by us. So it's flying like almost straight at us. No, looks like it's gonna turn right. We have another squad landing too.
Shit.
One down.
The fuck? Oh, you got that guy? Good.
Oh, I did not. Oh, I didn't.
Nice.
Got that
Burn the
fucker.
shit out of 2 people up there. Oh yeah, buddy. One elimination. There we go.
Somebody else is still on here, I think. Oh, that might have been you.
Yeah, we're shooting at that guy. Give me those heavies.
I
Yeah,
got a
look at this.
syringe
Oh,
for
it's
you,
not
yeah.
doing it. You want one of those guns?
Thank you.
I'll take
You want
that
to use the
scout.
fast guy?
Yeah, one of those.
I
is a
didn't mean to
fast
ping
guy.
that hemlock. There's a hemlock in here.
Right. That just sounded like.
Yep. Nobody wants it.
Where do you want to go?
I don't care.
Oh shit, my bad.
Skull
fell off
Town
looking over
it
the edge.
is.
Alright, I'm jumping. Oh, you guys didn't want that? Oh shit, that's a desktop. You guys didn't want those purple armors up
There
there?
was no purple armors out there. Yeah, I
Sight?
searched
Nah.
all of that shit, bro.
Nah, I'm good on now.
All of those shits, bro.
Use a never mind. Let's see, man.
Sniper stock.
Oh, we just got.
We just got
Uh-oh.
pulse from the west.
Scadios. Oh shit. 99, I need that.
Oh, dude run to the right, down this street. In this building or on the roof.
Oh, there's people
Shit, I
over
hear
there.
them
On the
all
roof?
around, it's hard to... Maybe. Okay.
They're getting brought back right
Yeah.
here.
There was somebody right
Yeah,
here in this
yeah.
intersection, Zero. Right there. Nice, thank you.
One down.
I'm pretty fucked up. I need to.
Picked up a white light mag if anybody wants it.
Yeah, I
Drop
need
it.
heals.
I'm trying to get this guy that got brought back.
Are there heals in there? I need heals.
Fuck. His buddy is up on the hill.
You're fucking. There's people over there too and shit. People everywhere here.
I've heard a lot of people here, but did not kill them.
Oh, that was only their fucking dumbass.
I'm
Revenant
playing the
shit.
Revenant shit here.
And up there, they're fighting each other.
Shit. You don't really have cover here. You wanna look for some here. Oh,
Yeah.
you're Revenant. Zero, call back in here. Zero, call back.
Okay,
Call
okay.
back.
Shit.
I shot that caustic thing just to give us cover.
Alright. Shit, so many people. Oh, EMP.
There's somebody behind that rock too. I like need heals.
Which one?
I
Which
like
one?
the way we were running.
Oh,
There's
okay.
a drone somewhere.
I killed an enemy.
Oh shit! I only have 35 light bullets.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Back down here, but there's people made it. There's people made it.
There isn't any here.
Shit, I only got.
Here, Grim. Here's
Oh,
a,
they're
here's
on,
a
they're on the
couple of
rocks. They're on the
boxes.
rocks.
Oh god, I didn't mean to
They're on
drop
the
all that.
rocks.
They're
Yeah.
up on the rocks.
Trying to heal and help.
I popped the
I
drone.
dropped
Where
some
you
stack
got?
of lot
I
back
need
there.
Oh.
Where
heavy.
you at, Grim?
If they have
Where?
heavy,
Right here?
no heavy.
Alright, there's like
I
dead
don't have any heavy.
everywhere. Alright, where are these bitches at? Oh, up here.
Oh yeah, I'm fucked. God damn it, they're behind.
Oh, that
They
almost
just shot from
fucked
behind.
Oh god damn!
Oh, somebody else. Alright, I'm almost dead. I
Yeah.
got it.
I broke the shields and hurt this guy a little more than that.
Just crawl back here if you can.
Yeah, I don't have any health heals. I do have shields though. They're coming. They're coming. They're
You have
coming.
your ultimate?
No.
Oh, someone's coming. Oh, fucking instant. Well, we were putting
We
some
were
work in
kicking
before
some
all that,
ass.
though. We were
Yeah, we were
definitely
hurting a
wrecking
lot
some
of
fools, all of
dudes. Oh, good kill. We all got good kills, bro.
Oh,
We all
why
got
didn't you
kills,
get
all got
666 damage?
good
Zero, you're
damage.
supposed to get 666 damage.
Oh, that's crazy. 444. That's crazy.
Come on, dude, why aren't you doing double damage? Come
Really
on,
though.
man. Aren't you a team player? So we all got good points for that,
Yeah, I got
right?
like +6.
What? I only got 16?
We
4
It
kills,
must not have been. We must not have
only
been top
16
10.
points?
I don't think we got the bonus.
How many points do you get for a kill?
10, I think.
Yeah, it seems like.
So I
Yeah,
got
that
40
does seem
points and that's it, I
strange.
guess. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I guess like maybe you didn't have. Did you have any assists?
No, 0 assists.
That's the reason then, because 24 points minus 40 points is 16. So.
Yeah, guess the math is right.
I got pee. I'll be right back.
That was fun. It was hectic, and the Revenant thing was actually working pretty good. Well, technically I only took like 3 damage while I used it and never went back to the thing, but I like the idea of it. It's like giving yourself a free 50 health, you know?
Well, if you have full health, it gives you 100 health. I think, because it doesn't do damage to your shields. Yeah.
Does it really?
Shields aren't active, so you take damage directly to your health. So if you have full health, I mean, it's a free 100.
Well, yeah, if you have full health, then when you die, it respawns you with 50 health.
Oh, really? I thought it'd give you full
But
health when you came
then
back.
you lost 100. It used to be you had, when you respawn, you had 1 health. But then they changed it because like you just leave a caustic trap and then just kill everybody. So they changed it to 50 when they buffed it. But still, you lose 100 health and then you're instantly up 50 health plus your shields.
But yeah, I figured I'd try it only because like other teams used it and fucked us up pretty good with it.
Yeah, plus on the bones somewhere, like, I didn't think of on the bones, but like, if you put it like, fly in on a cliff where there's people fighting, then you can put it up there where they can't destroy it. And then we just, you know, run in, you have 100 health to act all crazy, and then just go back up and heal the last 50 health and you have full health again.
If you fit it up your asshole when
ready?
they kill you, you'll shit yourself out.
No, you're not ready to.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
but
that, too.
my asshole's not big enough for
Oh,
it.
shit,
So.
my bad.
Not going to work.
1 inch
I like
too
the idea
small.
of Revenant. There's crawling as fast as you walk, because I actually do that quite often, walk so people can't hear me. And he can climb higher. And they gave a buff to his 2 orb things he throws. Instead of 1, there's now 2. And they last for 5 or 10 seconds instead of 5.
Yeah, that
It's
is
probably decent.
that makes him a pretty powerful character. Yeah. Yeah, that
I
would
know,
have helped me
usually
that
if I
time.
run in
that
the orb, I
totem,
die.
I just ran out of time on it. Because we were kicking so much ass for so long.
There's a distance thing too. If you go too far,
Everything's gonna be great.
it kicks you out,
That's what I keep telling myself.
and then that
Oh, it may have been distance, yeah.
fucked with your low health and stuck out there.
Excellent. Time to destroy more opponents.
This is your champion.
Master, I can already smell the blood.
Where we going, Captain?
I guess Slum Lakes. Oh shit, that's blue? No, the other one's blue.
Just slum it up.
I'm itching to draw first blood. Time to kill.
Where you want
I'm
to
at
land?
the bridge. The bridge. The bridge.
I'll go in this shitty shit.
Alright, and then I'll just go straight down.
Went in a room and there were 3 Barney sticks and nothing else.
Yeah, I got like a sniper
Well, I can't say it's a bad
scope. I
room.
got a couple heals.
Yeah, not too bad.
No bag, no shirt, no gun. 1 burning stick. P2020, I changed that. I'm fucking doing great.
Just shirt here and a 3X.
I'm throwing down a 45.
Havoc.
And here's 80 ammo for it, Joe, if you want that.
Alright, yeah. Definitely use a bag. Oh, what's his name?
No
Oh.
shirt. Yeah, me too.
Oh, here's a shirt here. Alright, I got a shirt. And I got a Peacekeeper, so I could definitely use a cool bolt.
Alright.
Once I find a good heavy gun, I'm dropping my Eva with a blue bolt.
Heavy gun like that.
I also need a bag. Yeah, sure. That works. Yeah, I'll just leave it right here for you. And there's a bunch more ammo in here too.
I want that. Give it to me. Heavy ammo here.
Oh. You find a bag yet? There's one
No, I
here.
have not. Thank you.
Oh shit, and I have a select fire? I didn't even realize. Forgot all about it.
Yeah, if you see
Pleasant
another bag, I need
surprise.
one too, please.
Damn.
Damn, you don't even have the black bag yet?
No, I went in a lot of places too.
Took me a long ass time just to find one. Let me check over here. I think I see a med kit.
Optics here. Close range.
Holy shit, there's a lot of shotgun ammo over here. So 2... Yeah,
A lot of shotgun
there's-
ammo, you said?
Shotgun.
Oh, yeah.
Shotgun ammo here. Shotgun. Let's. Shotgun ammo. Shotgun ammo here. Shotgun ammo here. Shotgun ammo.
Is there shotgun ammo there?
Yeah, could you ping some shotgun ammo if you
There's
find
like
some?
15 boxes in these 2 rooms. It's insane.
Damn. found a
Shield
shitty
cells.
bag.
Shield cell here.
Up it out. Is this one of you guys up here? I didn't notice you.
I wasn't.
I'm not.
Care package.
No, so nobody
I
was up
was
here.
not.
Oh shit.
Oh
Maybe
yeah,
there's people
yeah.
close.
I thought you meant somebody was. I thought you meant somebody
Ah.
was now up there, and you're asking if it was one of us.
Oh no, I just didn't see anybody go up.
Yeah, I
there.
went
Just
up
wanna
there.
Make sure it wasn't people. You shady motherfuckers.
Heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo here.
Ammo here.
Optics here. Close range.
I'm all you'd up.
Is your brother trying to get your dog to howl?
Optics here. Close range.
Maybe. I can't really hear anything.
Sounds like there's a ghost at your house.
Yeah, you can't hear that in the
Maybe
background.
there is.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Ooh, there's ghosts everywhere.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
I'm supposed to be able to climb shit. Let's put this shit to the test shit.
Let's do the shit with the shit, man.
Look at me, I'm shitting on the shit with them.
Found a hop up here.
Shitting on them with the shit.
Cell here.
Well, no.
You didn't want that double tap, did you?
No, I pinged it for y'all.
Here's a stack of light if anybody wants it.
I'm not flying. You'll fall away.
Heavy ammo. Knockdown shield here. Thermite grenade. Hemlock here.
Could use that heavy.
Medkit here. Flatline here. Heavy ammo here.
Optics here. Close range.
You want to go underneath and go to containment? I think we'll go this way and go straight to containment.
Sure.
Kills. What's over here?
Wait a minute. Where are you at? Oh, okay.
We can do containment or
Oh, wait,
up
no.
to
Okay. Containment where the dragons scream
Yeah.
all the time.
or we can go to diving board. Or we can go here and this does not look good.
Oh, 7.
301 here.
I could use a choke also.
Backpack here.
Yay!
Up here.
Now I got a little little sniper guy.
There's open bins at the containment thing. I'm gonna go see who the fuck's open
Yeah,
all
let's
these
go tell them
bins.
that they gotta pay us rent with their faces.
Shake them down. That might be them
Oh shit.
fighting them people over there. Oh shit, I have 0 knockdown. Yeah, let me grab that.
It's off in the distance a little bit, but
If I had to guess, it's that top of the hill before bunker.
I can throw us a zip. Wait, it's not letting me. I can throw it part way there if you guys want to go.
Knockdown shield here.
Or if you want to just run. Oh, I see somebody. He's on the edge.
okay, yeah, I see them.
You wanna go
Yeah.
there?
He can throw us a zip.
Sure. I think he
Okay,
probably
we
sees
can run.
us.
We can run.
Well, yeah, I don't. In case he doesn't see us, I don't want to. I'm sure he does. I mean, he's looking right in our direction.
Yeah.
I can set my ultimate
Like,
up though. We can go in
all
with
that
extra life
shit.
if we want.
Okay.
Yeah, this dude's
Okay,
looting
so-
a box.
Joe's going to hit his totem.
Go ahead, do the thing. I just smoked this dude.
Okay.
Opening fire.
I did like 160 to him.
Oh, there's more
There's a
dudes.
gold chest there.
Broke the robot shield.
Got one
Yeah,
down.
dude left. Alright. Got him. Alright.
I'm burning
Oh, there's
dudes.
somebody else. Another squad with a red shield.
I'm burning more dudes. Broke somebody's shield.
They went down.
You got bamboozled.
I'm hearing somebody right here.
Okay.
They're up
Somebody's
here.
sniping at me.
That's where that Bangalore went. Oh, you can't hide, bitch.
Yo, somebody's sniping at us from down
Okay,
below
hold
us
on. I
somewhere.
gotta grab some.
Alright, let me pop a little health. Might as well
Yeah,
refresh
yeah,
while we
is there
can.
not
There's
an
like two
armor
boxes
noise?
up here.
Yeah, let's. There's two down. There's three down here too. Oh shit! Somebody's coming. God damn. Somebody's coming down
Okay.
this way, guys.
Alright,
Phew.
trying to find like a cool clip or something.
Look,
Yeah, watch out, Joe.
No.
I heard their steps around there.
Close range.
clip for what?
Somebody's coming this.
With enemy.
They're
Get
good
ready to
heavy
fight,
mag
get ready to
anywhere?
fight.
No.
They're here. I'm coming.
Taken down.
There's more in the squad.
Already in the next ring. No bamboozle.
Behind us?
I hear him. I hear
Heavy
him around
mag.
here.
Heavy mag.
Robots down. Oh, Gibraltar just threw his ultimate, I think.
More behind us.
Alright.
Oh, they're behind us. Shit. Shit.
Fuck
Shit.
your gay ass ultimate, bro. They're right behind this rock here.
Got another one down. Shit. Over here.
Oh no! Someone's behind us.
Yeah, I'm caught.
Okay,
Somebody
yeah.
right here.
Got a Gibraltar
In
shooting
that
at me.
little building, that little side building. If you can get away, we're already doing good.
There's another one
Yeah,
down here.
I got them all over me.
Good job though. You were doing good.
Yeah.
Dude, we made pretty good points
Yeah, I
that
had
game.
like 7 people shooting at me.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun. That was a pretty fun battle. I mean, we were slapping kids
Yeah, that
left
was
and
fun
right.
there. Yeah, we were
And we got down more than we killed
left, right,
too.
left, right, left. Yeah, we were.
We killed 5, but we down. I know we down more than that.
There was 2 people crawling on the side of the bunker.
Yeah,
That
yeah. And there
never
was
got
one
killed.
person I knocked a crawler that I couldn't kill because they just kept coming.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh man, you're getting close, Joe, to the gold.
Oh, man.
complicated. Wait, what did I just say?
Got my Scully on.
Made me a killing machine.
This is your champion.
Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend.
That's the sweet aroma of fear.
How long were you on my tear? 솔직하게
This little joint.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know?
I'm gonna land right where I pinged at that door.
Follow the leader. Oh yeah.
Yeehaw!
Might be something good.
I'm gonna land across the street, I guess. Mozambique on fleek. Mozambique on fleek.
Fuck yeah.
Level 1.
The fleekest.
Backpack here.
In the bag.
Thank you. And I got a L star, so L star on par.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Actually,
There's
I'll
a
pick
double
up some.
tap.
I'll be getting rid of this shit ASAP.
Not lucky us. We're already inside this next.
Played.
Extended light
Super
mag.
played.
Level 1.
I don't know what my gun's gonna be.
I'm gonna go up the
It's
bridge.
all- yeah, let's go up top. I think everything down here is looted.
Using grapple.
What? Oh, never mind.
Here.
I thought this whole place was looted. I was gonna say, shit, we're in trouble. Me in trouble.
Extended sniper mag here. Shotgun ammo here. Peacekeeper here.
There's a level 3 bolt and a peacekeeper if that makes you happy.
I just found a hemlock. That makes me equally as
Peacekeeper never
unhappy.
makes me happy.
Alright.
Very rarely, I should say. Sometimes.
Yeah, if it's like the first of the game and you're up close.
All right, now where to? Where you guys want to go?
Found ammo here. Double tap trigger.
Yeah, I don't know.
Want to move towards that? See if anybody's over there.
Sure.
I hear shit popping over there, I think.
Think that's at the bouncy place or whatever.
Yeah, it's hard to say if it's
You wanna run
airfield.
there?
Sure.
Blue sniper stock and a sniper 4 to 8 looks like.
People apparently came out of the top of
Yeah,
airfield.
this stuff's
yeah.
looted. There's a shotgun, but no ammo.
Alright. You want to push
Yeah,
on the
let's go
fight
to
or
the
what do you want to do?
bouncy house.
Sure.
Let's go to the moon bounce.
Sending out my decoy.
Drag over to purple box.
Last bird over there.
That's ugly.
Yep.
Oh, right there. You see them?
Oh,
They're pushing towards the
Oh, I thought
flight.
they were pushing towards us. I just like throw a grenade.
No, they're running away from us.
Frag out.
There's somebody hiding behind that bin right there.
okay. Shit. Some fool up here in the desert on the left side. Broke the Gibraltar shield. There's 2 more guys. 2 more coming.
Got another one.
Airstrike coming in. Oh god.
One
airstrike
left. One
killed
left.
me.
Damn, bitch. Alright. Oh, fuck. Yeah, another squad here. They got me.
Ooh, I got sniped.
Shit,
Yep.
I hear him.
Oh, the full squad. They set up a fucking Revenant thing, right?
Yeah, they were right. They were within 5 feet of each other too.
Good damage, Mr. Joe.
Good job, good job. I didn't see it, but I believe it.
He had 1100 damage. Sweet.
Whoa, 1100?
I know, there's no way I
Yeah.
I shot like
It was the highest. I think it was like 360 something.
We were only in one battle. That's amazing.
Oh, so you know what? I'm not sure, but I think sometimes you might get damage for shooting downed people. Like, say you knock somebody and then you shoot them to death. I think you might get damage for that. There's been a couple of games where, you know, it's a hot drop. I shoot somebody without a shield, shoot their body till they're dead, and then I get 200 damage. But it might be a glitch, because I don't know if it always happens.
Yeah, I think it always happens. I don't know, I feel like we...
I mean, 100%, I've seen it a few times. But I usually never shoot people that are down either. I usually just kill the squad.
So I like to have a little fun, so what?
I don't know.
So you'd shoot somebody all the way to death, and then you'd die and you'd have 200 damage?
Yeah, like I'd only encounter one person that I actually shot at. I shot him till they're down, shot him until they turned into a box. And then somebody would like shoot me in the back or something and I have 200 damage. So I don't know if it's a glitch, because I know it never used to be like that. But I also rarely do that. I only do it in like certain situations. And I'll notice if it's like one guy. You know, if I shot a whole bunch of people, I don't realize whether it added or not.
It's too late for that. We'll go over here.
If you know what's good for you. Stay out of my way.
Going down to Poop City.
Oh shit.
Turd City.
We going.
Take me down to the Turd City where the poop is green and the grass smells shitty.
And the tanks are shitty.
Take me down.
Found a body shield here.
Oh, you got that? Oh yeah, there's a shirt there. I'm hearing somebody else out here.
Yeah, right behind you, Grim.
They're up top.
Oh yeah,
and
oh,
somebody's
back
on
here,
the
back
ground.
here too.
Alright, I'm coming to help you out. We just
Pretty
fight.
slippery.
Alright, I got this guy up here.
I got this one.
I don't have a lot of ammo, so I need to punch this guy to death. Give me your stuff.
Run better than this triple take. I guess I'll take a Mozane Beak over triple take.
Here, have a 45.
Oh yeah, that was sweet. I just realized my primary gun was also a shotgun. I wouldn't have enough. That works out swell.
No.
You kill that other
Oh,
dude,
here's
John?
a 2XU.
Oh, I love a 2XU.
Did he turn into a
No,
boss,
I
Joe?
punched that dude to death.
Okay. So I wonder if there's one left.
He murdered him with his mitts.
Yeah, I only had like
There's
9
probably
extra
one left
bullets
somewhere.
besides what was in my gun, so I couldn't afford to shoot him. So I had to punch him to death. I didn't even try to like crawl away. If he would have, he probably... I had a hard time punching him as is. So he probably could have done pretty well crawling away.
I'm dropping even a blue bolt. I think that was it.
Yeah. Heavy in energy. I hear footsteps.
I hear somebody.
They just went in the bottom of the where I pinged. Oh, I'm
with you.
picking up the wrong gun.
I'm
No!
with you.
Give me the gun back!
Broke that fool's shield.
Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm coming.
Over
I
here?
dropped my flatline for like...
I don't know if he's out. I don't know where he went.
Probably he's hiding in the shit. Shit. That's probably the third main. We don't have a bird man,
No.
right?
There's a bird man.
Ship's landing here though.
Attention.
Oh shit! You want to check it
Sure.
out?
Yeah. Hopefully
People
we'll
might drop off.
poop
I
on this
mean, I only
dude.
have like 14 light bullets and 30 heavy, so not much help.
Well, I think that there is light in the center in the circle room. Oh, I have 20 light also. I could drop.
Oh, circle thing. Yeah. I don't see anybody, so I'm just going to assume it's super duper safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly into the ship.
Going to go out on a limb. Oh, it doesn't even look lived yet. Motherfucker. Sweet.
That was me.
Someone's
That
flying
was
in.
me.
You hear him?
That was me.
Shit.
Oh, shit.
I
I'm
told you
scaring
I was
everybody
flying
like
in
that,
before I did it.
Evo shield.
Hey friends, I got sniper
There's
ammo.
9 heavy bullets. Here's light down here.
Here, Grim. You can have a box of this heavy.
Yeah, I could use that.
How much heavy do you have?
Oh shit, is that the wall?
Yes, it
coming in?
is.
Yeah,
I got
it is.
60.
Fuck.
You have 60 heavy?
Unthrow us a zip.
I'll just
Yeah.
follow Grim. I have. I'll drop some. I have way more than that. Once we get somewhere.
I have 89, so I'm not doing too bad.
I'm not double heavy anyway, so I'm okay. I got 60 heavy and 80 light with a scout. So
Stop trying to burn me, Storm. It's only the first storm, and I actually have a decent amount of heals.
there's another scout.
So it should be
Yeah, I only
alright.
got 4 med kits, so I don't know.
99 or 301. Well, oh, fuck, yo, get in there, dude. You're probably gonna instantly die.
Oh, there's more heavy.
Is that a Phoenix kit? Yeah, I'll grab that.
I'm gonna grab all the heavy I can for us and stuff.
Ooh, flatline. Ooh.
Oh shit! The storm is about upon us.
Yeah, I think we'll be alright. Oh god, where was that flatline at again? Or did you
No,
pick it
I
up?
picked up the heavy ammo that was right there.
Alright, fuck it.
Right here.
It's in that. It's in that building. Yeah.
Oh, sweet, thank you. Fuck yes, Will.
If we'll get to the top of this shit, I can throw us a zip. We've got a long way to run.
Oh, holy
when I say
shit,
top-
I just looked at the map. We should probably just take the balloon. We have to go super far, dude.
Oh, okay.
You gonna get it off, Job? Yeah. Alright, where's the hole? I guess through there? That'd be the fastest way. I don't have to run through the tunnel.
Close enough. Close enough.
So yeah, I found a med kit, so it was well worth it.
I am repairing myself.
I don't know. Left feels safer? I don't know. It's a gamble. but-
That's probably what I
Oh,
guess. Yeah.
motherfucker. There's somebody
Oh.
running right in front of us. He's by himself, though.
Okay. Maybe. He
Oh,
won't
no,
hear
he's
us.
not.
Oh shit.
Taking him out with a decoy. I am taking fire, friends.
Oh god. Getting raped. From over in that.
Contact with enemy.
I was chasing this guy.
Recharging shields.
Yeah, I'd keep going.
Here's
Yeah, that
somebody
guy's
this way.
chasing us with a sniper.
He's up top.
Yeah, probably come to us
Yeah,
if
I'm
you
right
can,
behind
Joe,
you.
because that fucking charge rifle guy's a bitch.
Alright, so we're in safety here. I can give you...
There's a
Okay.
there was a Mirage that ran in here. It did its ultimate. I don't know where the fuck he went, but
Alright, here, you guys
fucked
want some
up.
heavy bullets?
You hear any healing?
Heavy bullets?
I'm sorry, do we need one? I'll take one box. Go ahead and take
yes.
the rest.
I could use some for sure. Wait, I'm hearing somebody.
Medkit here.
Oh, there's a guy right there.
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
Well, I thought I was
I'm
hearing
gonna
somebody on the
pick
roof.
this stuff back up.
Also.
Enemy over there.
Alright, see that bitch down there?
Contact here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I am taking fire, friends. New kill leader. It's going to be me.
That dude's so fucking
Yeah.
glitchy.
Opening fire.
Yeah, that's like multiple squads. Alright. You got this ammo somewhere?
Yeah, I
to
picked
go?
it back up. Yeah, it's over.
Alright, cool. What the fuck am I full of? Goddamn.
Here, I can hear-
I'll get rid of those syringes. Anybody with those syringes?
I can drop more if y'all need it, really.
Somebody shooting from behind us?
Yeah, I don't
Can
know
only
where
really
all.
carry
It's,
about 20 more. Oh, somebody's over
Yeah,
here.
it's here. There's heavy in there if you need it.
Behind this rock. I'm hearing him.
okay,
Alright,
well, I'll take
hold
it
on.
for now, yeah. Thank you.
I'm trying to creep on these. Yeah.
Where these bitches at?
Where's the other one?
Burning in the storm.
There was a fast guy too.
Yeah,
Did
two
we
are
get
down,
both
but
of them?
they didn't turn straight to boxes.
Alright, there we go.
I think they're
Where did
shooting
that shit fly
from
by our
bunker.
heads from? There still should be somebody in that area too, one guy, unless he got his buddies up. Oh, here he is.
Alright, hold on. I'm trying to loot this shit real quick.
I'm not chasing him, I'm just fucking taking pot shots at him, but
Okay, cool. I got some shit out of one box. Oh, let me syringes.
I got you.
Are they still in here, those
Here,
syringes?
here.
Syringe here. Medkit here.
I have, Okay, yeah, I can go next. Thank you.
you want
Oh
smoke,
shit, we only have 4
motherfucker?
seconds.
Oh, shit.
4 seconds.
Okay, okay. I'll throw us a zippity zip zip. They're on our right flank. They're on our right flank. Over here.
Oh, they're right behind me.
So, yeah, get ready to fight when we get done with the zip zip.
They went underneath. That was good zip.
Yeah, they're going over there.
I'm sorry.
One of them's coming up the hill. They'll probably all be coming up the hill.
Damn,
in
I
a
have
second.
0 optics? Oh shit, we're not even out of the storm. Shit.
Yeah. We gotta be ready to fight these guys on our right. They're right below us.
I can drop you a U site.
Somebody just fly over. Dude's right down
Yeah,
here.
that'd be
Where's
awesome.
it?
Oh,
Sliding
there's
into
people
that.
ahead of us. Kind of sandwiched here.
Yeah, there's dudes right here.
Opening fire on the enemy.
Got him.
Alright.
I need
Fuck
help.
you, kid.
Arc star out.
Alright, there's people up top there. Oh shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's people up top in front of us. Like,
I knew you were an asset. One
Yeah.
sec, healing up.
got
I
no
got you.
heals.
Catching
I
myself
got
up.
heals.
Oh god, oh god.
We don't have to go that way if we don't want. We can go the other way.
Oh, thanks, dude. Here, keep the Phoenix. Keep the Phoenix. Thank you,
I
though.
could use one.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Thanks a lot.
Ooh. And a sight from my other gun.
Will you mark the way you wanna? You're saying to
Ooh.
go, Grim. I didn't really know what. I didn't know what you meant. Or just yeah, I'll follow you. Whatever. Okay.
You know, the other way on the map. That way. I mean, well, now they're engaged. I mean, if you want to push it, maybe we can start partying.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
Could be
whatever.
fun.
We got
Yeah,
it.
let's do it then.
Fun.
Oh.
I mean, now we got this shit. But
Oh, we only got a minute. We got less than a minute. We'll die. We'll die in that third
Yeah, we
round.
should probably go around this way. Yeah, because we'll have
We go
to
around?
fight
Alright,
through
we got
them.
that.
I mean, we'll absolutely get caught. Yeah. But maybe we can mop them up if they go this way on the other side.
Yeah, we can go through pit, come out at the other one, or we can go all the way around. All the way around is probably safer.
30 seconds remain. The ring is nearby.
Whichever way you guys want.
Because pit kind of puts us in like a little alleyway.
23.
But we can do it if you want.
So you're saying go to the
this
other
way's
side of it?
safer, I think.
We gotta hurry up if we go this way though, because we got 12 seconds on the ring.
10 seconds. The ring is fairly close.
Yeah.
We just gotta get around
Yeah.
this corner,
Check it over there.
and then we should be pretty good for the storm.
Oh, I didn't realize we weren't.
Ring's moving.
I'm throwing a grapple.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Dude, it's rare
I
to
think I
end up
might
over
have
here
hurt
at the end of the
people. Oh
game.
no.
Okay.
Oh shit, I can't climb up there. Fuck. Do you have a zipline 0? Throw it up here if you got one. Do you have one? Do you have one?
Yep.
Nice. Clutch ass zip.
Yeah, we got fucked up. We ran in the other way.
Yeah, they're still fighting, I think. Yeah, they're popping off.
There's still 4 other squads, so we didn't kill a squad yet.
Somebody just got brought back.
Somebody just, You see anything?
No.
Oops.
I do see a zip line
Oh yeah. It's,
going up there. Everybody always wants to fucking go on
Oh,
that.
yeah.
too. I don't see people moving around up there though.
Oh, and that's... It's kind of...
Oh, yeah, they're
somebody's
going up
going
right
the
now.
zip line now. Yeah. You wanna, like,
Yeah, you want...
go on the other side?
I don't think they
push
can make it up to there.
And worst
I
case
don't.
scenario, we can balloon
Yeah,
or
we
zip
can
up.
do that, but I don't think they can make it. That guy fell down.
Wait,
Yeah, right there.
I'm hearing somebody. Right here.
Let's get that skin bag.
Fuck that skin mask bag.
I'm gonna silence him as soon as we see him.
Bag?
Ring's close. 1 more minute.
Skin. Oh, they're going all the way there.
Yeah, they're taking a zip.
Oh, they're going up the zip.
Oh, they're getting lit up. Oh, they're down people up top. Somebody's down here shooting
Oh
everybody.
wow, they were not good.
Yeah.
Throwable. Oh shit.
Oh shit, up here, guys, up here. He's fucked, he's fucked. Yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah.
not
Fuck.
burning them.
Burn
Bitch.
him to death.
Somebody's over there, too.
Shooting a Havoc sniper.
I can't shoot that far with this fucking gun. Alright, so we're in the circle.
Shit. I have 0
There's
heals.
somebody up top.
No, I got 1 syringe.
Oh, yeah, my gun's not fucking hitting anyone.
Where was that fool at?
Joke. There's somebody up here that can snipe you.
Yeah, I'm behind a rock. I'm
Okay.
executing him just to get him out of the way.
There's a dude coming behind that rock.
I wasted so many bullets shooting his shield.
They're popping shots off at you.
Purple
Grim, you have
Evo
any
up
spare
here.
heals? I got nothing. Oh
Yeah, air. Or take a Phoenix kit. Take a Phoenix kit.
Oh shit.
shit. Okay,
I'm there.
okay. Okay, thanks.
Joe, yeah, get
Oh
on
shit,
the
circle.
train, man.
We're, yeah.
Fuck.
Crawl to...
Sending out my decoy.
Yep.
Keep crawling. Just keep crawling.
Where are those fools at? Yeah, yeah, crawl
Yep,
just
yep.
a little further, just a little further.
I got you, friend.
I'm just like trying to distract him with some shit. Somebody's coming here.
Okay.
Oh, you got bamboozled, didn't you,
Phoenixing?
bitch?
Okay.
You got a sweet bamboozling. Oh shit, I know.
Ring's close.
Oh, I thought that was like another motherfucker.
Yeah, I was trying to scramboozle that bitch.
Only 2 more squads?
Yeah. Hey, I can throw us a. Oh wait. One of them is up
There's a lot of
there.
bullets,
One of them is
purple
where we
shirt.
need to go.
Purple shirt and shit.
Oh,
Zero.
okay,
can use
okay.
it, yeah.
Yeah, here, Zero, actually.
We might have to go
that's
through
right.
the.
Circle that way.
Zero,
Here, I'm
take
getting
this.
shields out. I mean, I'm
Or
getting
Grim,
heals
somebody
out of
take
here.
that, because you guys
God.
will get more use out of it than me.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah. Okay, we got to move, but there's somebody up in the cave. There's in
yeah,
the,
we got 20
there's
seconds.
the dudes.
Oh, there's still somebody in the cave?
Oh, we're getting
you
the
mean
circle though.
that
Come to
cave.
me. Come toward me.
Yeah.
I think we'll have the circle.
Yeah,
we can get in
somebody's
this
there and
fucking
somebody's
building.
still on that
Yeah, let's get in this
mountain
building
let's
where Joe's
fucking
at.
hide on.
They'll have to come get some.
So we're gonna be fighting both of them. So let me try to.
Heavy mag here. Level 1.
All right.
Somebody's
I'm
zipping.
gonna chill out here as like a secret. Once they try to, are they going up top?
Okay.
Yeah, they dropped off halfway. They're coming back.
Which way? I don't know which way.
They're gonna be coming back
Towards
here.
There or?
Oh, somebody's here. Ray set up a portal. Holy shit, yep.
Somebody here?
I've heard them both. Yeah, kid. No.
Oh no! Somebody else is here with a gun. Yeah.
Alright, just relax. I got everything under control.
Behind you.
Oh no! Going up top. Oh no, that's where they are! Fuck. Alright, let me in. I'll block them.
Okay.
They're at the door.
Just aim at the door in case they kick, here comes the arch.
Yeah, they're about to bust it in.
I'm stuck on the box. Fuck.
Oh no! Great try though. Hell, we were kicking some ass.
Yeah. Taking some names and all that. Damn, that sucks.
I bet you're gold.
How'd they all even get in there? They set a portal inside.
Yeah, somebody I saw somebody outside. They jumped off. I saw them. Okay, so they start to zip the zip line up to the rock. Then I guess that was gonna be out of the circle, so they hopped off halfway, and then somebody springboarded back like it was an octane jump pad. So then they were gonna be coming. They like landed like in line with the window. So I see them like running up towards that side. Then I hear the portal pop behind me, and I turn around. There's a wraith and a caustic, and I'm fucking raped.
Yeah,
You know
that
what?
shit was ugly.
That end, remember I was getting myself up in front of the door. I didn't realize till now, but if you had a Bernie stick, while I was getting myself up after I threw the arc star, if you threw a Bernie stick sideways, so it would burn through the door like I usually do, I could still get up and it would have burned them. They probably would have ran away, but I didn't think of it.
Yeah, I don't know if I did.
Yeah, that'd be a
But
quick
then
decision
also,
to make.
it would have destroyed
also
the door.
a cool tactic is throwing grenades in when your
Yeah.
teammates are in there. Well, they
Yeah,
already
once they had the arc star,
in there.
then
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it is a
but-
good tactic. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, before that I would do it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Me too.
Well, me three then. Fuck you guys.
They still think this is a game. It's not.
Listen, I've been training all day, so it's about time that, we do some fighting.
I was created for this, I think.
This is your champion.
Switch your wings and then fight.
You. Alright, let's do an official ass super hot ship drop.
Hallelujah, that's me. Or not, whatever. I mean, as long as we win.
You guys ready?
I'm here.
If you're gonna die, just hop off if you can.
Oh, I bounced off
White
the
shirt up
fucking
top.
back.
There's A&B going fleet.
I bounced off the back and landed in Skull Town.
Oh, you're not in here yet? Well, I guess
No, I
it's too
bounced
hot
off
for
the back.
everybody else. You the only
Yeah, they
motherfuckers
saw
here?
us coming in and they're like, oh shit, I don't want none of that shit.
Ooh, I don't want none of that smoke. They just came in second or third.
Alright, I'm actually gonna
last
run this
game.
sniper and drop this heavy.
I don't want none of that. Yeah, I'd rather have that than
Countdown.
the Eva. Oh, so yeah, let's hop
Yep.
off for Zero. I forgot.
He's
Where
in
are
the
you,
skull
Zero?
town.
I'm in Skull Town.
Skull Town? Oh, fuck.
And I'm being chased.
Nice and safe. Well, run towards us, do some zips, whatever.
Yeah,
comes.
I'm
We're running
attempting
towards
to.
you also.
Level 1. Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
My main gun's a scout.
I don't know if they stopped
Terrible.
chasing me or not.
Well, they're gonna wish they did.
Heavy mag here. Level 1.
Yeah, I gave you a hemlock. Or I dropped the hemlock on the ship.
Yeah,
Main a scout over that.
I don't know. Not always that good with hemlock. Is the thing. I feel like a lot of times I'm probably better with the scout. I don't know. But yeah, I got a good clip. I'm gonna main this hemlock. The reason I was maining also the scouts because I had a clip for it, which definitely helps. Alright, I'm gonna creep in the skull town. What you
Sure.
gonna do?
That's fine.
Let's go get some revenge on these bitches that were fucking with our buddy.
Yeah.
That was just unacceptable. Oh, here we go. Here's a fucking 99.
I hear him. I hear him.
Alright.
Oh, right down the other side of the street. Another right
On the
there.
roof.
Top one, they fucked me up. Oh, in here. Alright, got him.
Good shit.
Yeah, I had to drop my shit for.
I'm down when you're done healing.
Someone else is coming.
I hear somebody.
But
Oh, they're right outside your building. They're right outside.
alright, do the ultimate in. What the fuck, man? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh shit. Gotta hurry up and get Zero.
I guess I'll eat dinner now, huh?
got it. Oh god, this guy's fucking me up. Alright, there's a blue shield in here. It's empty, but
Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to mark that.
Alright, lucky us. We're already inside this next ring.
Just
You might got
One
here.
more
6 syringes now. I have a Phoenix kit. If you need
Yeah,
Oh,
it.
you
here's
could
some
definitely
cells
use
in
it.
this.
well, Phoenix will heal you all the way, Zero.
Yeah, just
take
use
the
Phoenix
take
kit.
the Phoenix.
Yeah, okay.
Just make it easier to pop them.
There's all kinds of shit in this
Oh, I
box.
forgot
I'm
about
gonna
this
take the
box.
scout in here though instead of this fucking triple tape.
Oh, and there's that other box. Yeah.
Where's the Phoenix kit? I'll drop some what I picked up in
Ooh,
heals
look
here.
at all that energy. Yay, energy is what I need. If you don't want that circle side, I'll take that shit.
Close range.
Go ahead.
I put a digital threat in one of the boxes.
Tell you
You
that
guys
Phoenix
want
kit.
it? I gave you that Phoenix kit, bro.
He dropped it.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you threw it
Did you
down
not pick it
somewhere,
up?
but-
No, he.
And then I pinged it. I thought you picked it right up. Oh, yeah, it's okay. Here's where the digital throw is.
Heavy ammo here.
You weren't wanting that scout out of that
Nah.
other box where you jumped. There's a 301 and a 99 in here.
Optics here.
Blue heavy Mac.
Yeah, I watching like. Oh shit! I'm coming.
Well, I'm getting sniped from up on the fucking bones. I'm not
shit.
sure if I can heal my shit.
Okay.
I have no shield cells.
Oh,
and a
shit.
grenade that fucked me up. I got
Yeah, come
fucking run,
come
dude.
towards
I'm
me.
almost
Come
fucking
towards me.
dead. You guys can fight them if you want. They're fucking following me, and I'm almost dead.
I'm waiting on him. I'm stuck. I'm waiting. I hear him. Oh shit!
Firing. Recharging shields.
I have just enough syringes
Behind
to heal
this truck.
myself.
No, he's moving. He's moving. God damn it! He's. Oh, he's on the fucking thing. He's on the fucking.
So am I. Oh, but so is his teammate. Fuck.
You got two of them down. There's only one left, Grim.
Hostile right here. Contact. Contact.
He's coming. He's approaching. He
Contact with hostile.
he's running.
Where'd he go?
Through this building somewhere. I mean, toward the end of this building.
Oh no! Trying to get you up. They're probably pinging the hell out of me.
Oh, I hear. Yeah. I'm killing this fool.
I have heals and stuff in my box.
Alright.
I have at least some syringes. They didn't take it.
Heavy ammo here. Light ammo here.
Prowler in this bitch. Alright. Coming to you, Grim.
Oh, you have
Oh, it's
power?
Joe's.
Or what, who said that
It's
about
in a
power?
box.
I just found a select fire.
It's in a box in here. In this next to your right.
There's,
to your
I
right.
think there should be heals in my box.
There
Zero.
you go. I've got some, thank you. I just wasn't sure. I don't know what I wasn't sure of.
Wow. Not sure who's around, but are you healing up?
Yes. But that dude is still at large somewhere.
Yeah. How large is he at?
Alright, I'm going straight back to my box and get all my stuffs.
Yeah, I'm running back here to see if this fucker comes back to try to get his teammates' boxes. I hear somebody.
Who's coming in on you?
Good shit.
Oh, I didn't even have my shit on full burst. It just worked out. I said, bitch.
Alright, I picked up a
And some more
wingman.
heals.
And
All I have for regular heals is just one med kit.
40.
That's all I got.
Okay, here's some syringes.
There you go.
Welcome.
Oh, heavy.
yeah, I
There's
have.
some
Here, I'm putting 40 heavy in here.
I think that same.
Heavy ammo here.
No,
You don't need
I
it?
don't have heavy. I just picked up
think
something
this-
quick.
Oh, it's gone. Never mind. There's not any in there.
Okay. There's another box behind you too, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fresh blue. Oh, you got gold. Never mind.
Nah, take that blue one. It would be cool.
I'm gonna drop a Bernie stick in here because there's so much energy.
Yeah, everybody will think you're cool.
Thermite grenade here.
Shit, so all moving?
I'm gonna drop two thermite
Yeah,
grenades
no.
actually because there's so much energy.
Oh, in that case.
Thermite
I'll take
I'm
one.
okay, but I could also use
put some
heavy
light
ammo
in
when
there.
we see something.
Anybody wants light?
Light ammo here.
Put 60 in
I got
there.
shit tons a lot.
I'm sniper and
As soon as we loot, we need to moot. We need to scoot.
oh, and a select fire from my
Got
from
a-
my
Get inside that rig.
electric gun. In case I want to get frisky.
2 stock. There you guys, yeah. There's heavy bullets right there. This shit wasn't even
Oh, thank
fucking looted. The 9, no, it was a 301. This side was looted.
The ring's close.
You're neither of you
Oh, so
carrying
yeah,
a shotgun, are you?
we should move in. Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck, how do we get out of here? Over here?
Yeah, let's,
So I guess we have to go into the caves? Fuck. That's a narrow funnel. Do
I
I
can
go
throw us a
alongside a
zip.
market? We can go on the back
Okay.
side there. If we have
Sure,
time.
that's fine.
We can do that.
I think we do.
Just gotta
I
be-
mean, Mark,
Unless
Nah,
you
it
want to
don't
go in
matter.
caves. I don't see anybody
Don't
yet.
matter.
It's up to you
Don't
guys.
matter.
What are you feeling?
Coming care package.
whatever. Mark
Might
is
get
fine.
burned going the other way.
Right. If we go this way and then pop in
Yeah, I
through
think we're
caves,
gonna make it.
we might also put ourselves between people.
Yes. Oh, true.
Oh, yep,
yeah,
that's
well,
where the
I
fight
do hear
is.
him over there.
We
If
made
you
the right
want to,
choice.
we can wait at the mouth here and see if anybody comes through right on our backside.
Oh, I see them. They're right there. They're right
Going
there.
down.
Oh shit, okay.
There's a phoenix there.
I would wait till them to get serious and fight like men, and then we'll just rush
Yeah,
in.
you see that lifeline right there?
Yeah. I got a Bernie stick.
I'm
I
not
can throw
even
at the
looking.
bitch. Yeah, I'm.
All right, I came back into cover.
Oh shit, I think
here
she
she
sees
comes.
us. Yeah.
Alright, enemy down.
Say good night, motherfucker. Oh shit, that's who they were fighting.
Recharging shields.
Hey, just smoking.
Recharging shields. No bamboozle.
Oh, the grenade's gonna hurt.
Shit, nade,
Yeah,
right beside you.
that took all of my shields.
Oh man, stop trying to shoot me, homos.
Oh fuck! Get stuck on the scenery. God damn. Here they're coming. They're coming.
Gold prowler in there.
Prowler SMG here.
Yeah.
Gold one?
Hey,
Mine's almost gold. That kind of like
dudes.
The revenant down. Oh,
Fuck you, Gibraltar, you bitch.
Bam! There goes the squad.
Yeah.
Suck on them titties.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
squad? Oh, sweet.
Giving my shields a recharge.
We're just some gangsters then, huh, bro?
Straight up, G as can be.
30.
Oh shit! 30 seconds left. Get
Yeah, heal up.
ready.
There's a
Oh shit, heavy.
there's a
I
purple
need
Evo
heavy
here,
bag.
and this Oh no, okay, Zero took it. I guess heavy. There's
Is there
46
any
right
heavy?
there.
Where'd the other people die?
46 heavy where I just pinged.
Here's 60. I had to get some too.
Oh shit. Alright, cool.
Plenty of heals in this. Oh yeah, we gotta move. We
Yeah,
gotta move.
let's go.
Toward where we were getting attacked from. Yeah, where I'm running.
No heavy over here.
Alright. Cool.
Hey, here's a zippity zip.
Yeah,
Oh shit, we gotta go this way, don't we? We gotta go this way. Fuck.
That goes in the general.
No,
yeah,
it's not,
Actually,
it's not.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, the way you're going is kind of
I
you
can
can
throw
throw
a
a
zip as
zip
soon as I get to
like-
this.
across the river, I guess. Would be cool. I'll take a real good one. Let's take us right in the sweet, whatever is sweet. that we
Bosom
go
of the
to.
circle.
Take us to the promised land.
Into the sweet bosom. Anybody have a syringe?
Probably.
Yeah,
Top myself off.
I'm gonna go up into this building here.
Oh shit, I didn't get the rest of those fucking.
Can you drop me just one syringe for right now?
Yep.
So I can top off. Thanks.
Syringe here.
I got Zero. Just gave me one. I get. Alright, so 3
Anybody want a
squads left.
Phoenix kit?
Let's hunt. Phoenix kit here.
I
I
don't
could
have
really
they're
use
coming
it.
down.
I
go
don't
ahead,
have
take it.
shit.
Take it.
I'm only okay.
You need more heal, Zero?
Shit, give me the. That'll do for now. I just didn't have.
Oh, they're
No,
far.
they
Okay.
were just right at the mount. They're right there.
Where? Okay.
They're on that side behind that thing.
Is it over here? Recharging shields.
Recharging shields.
Yeah, we're in a bad spot. We probably ought to run to our left and try to flank up around them to the next circle.
You got bamboozled.
I think we're running into death,
I
boys.
agree. I
Oh,
agree.
they're all shooting these guys.
Yeah, I think we should go around.
You want
Yeah,
to go around the other
Yeah.
way? Is that what you're
I
saying?
think we
Yeah,
should go
back
this
it
way.
up. Back it up. Yeah,
This way.
thank you.
We're doing well, and we're pretty
I mean,
close.
there might be people here too, but
We could win this.
Gang, not far from the ring. We got 30 seconds left.
Yeah, because they got to go all the way up and around to get to the circle, and we're safe now. Oh, somebody's throwing grenades from in front of us.
oh shit, there are people
Oh,
here too.
that came
Yep,
from
I
probably
just saw
over
somebody
there.
drop
Yep,
off the
yep.
balloon.
See a target.
Oh, okay.
Distance.
Okay, hey, we can climb up
They
to
ran that way.
something.
I'm just going to balloon up top.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. Okay, I'm behind you.
Yeah, somebody's right on the roof here.
All right.
Birdman just jumped off.
He jumped off.
Yeah, he just jumped off.
Opening fire.
You bitch. It is our spot now. Oh, great. Now my controller battery's going low. That is fucking so well.
I guess that guy's by himself.
Oh, shit. This is a tight-ass circle for 3 other squads, man. I'll tell you that much.
Standard stock here.
Yeah.
Level 2.
Throwables. You see any? There's the grenade.
Thermite grenade here.
Thermite grenade and heavy bullets.
Oh, yeah?
Level 5. Beginning ring
You can have the
countdown.
heavies, yeah. Okay, mount. If you need them.
Oh, thank
Did
you.
somebody ping these
Yep,
yet?
I've used them.
Barrel stable. Standard stock here. Level 2.
I've got one myself.
Extended heavy mag here.
Oh shit!
These other
It's
people-
taking the circle. It's taking the circle from us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's giving it to those
Somebody might be
assholes in
down
the
here.
cave.
Whoever
Where
escaped,
at?
Yeah, that Birdman.
I think this is
What
where
is
they
it, River
went.
Grim?
I think
where
he's
you
by
at? Okay.
himself though,
Sending out my decoy.
because he just ran.
Yeah. We
Yeah, I
gotta
don't see
go up
anybody.
toward.
5 seconds.
We gotta go up toward where we were originally headed before we saw these guys.
Yeah.
Like over in that.
Alright.
I'm running toward the blue.
Oh, they're running up.
Yeah,
I just saw
probably
somebody.
Run up.
At
Oh,
least
well.
2 people.
Oh shit!
You want to fly in?
Seconds to get inside that ring.
Oh, I see
yeah,
what you're
they're-
saying.
Yeah.
And
You
yet
can
we still
fly
have
in
to.
if you want, but that draws attention to it.
Somebody throw. They're right there.
Yeah,
They're
Right
right
there.
there.
Climb the hill. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Just avoid
I
them.
lost
Go,
like over
go toward the
100
next.
fucking health.
Let's explore.
Take some high ground.
My shield to recharge.
I didn't get as high as I would have liked to.
Right here.
Oh shit!
Ah. Yeah, I'm just getting
Oh, God, I
raped.
got
I
him
just gotta
behind
leave.
Behind too.
Skin bag over there.
Target's right in front of you. The enemies are shooting at me. Arc star out. Frag out.
Yeah, that's why I try to avoid the balloon when it gets small, especially then we're the last, other squads are looking right at us. Alright, only 2 squads left. Let me see if I can actually heal myself.
You should get in cover. Somebody's right there.
Somebody's down here.
Broke their shield. Nice. Yeah,
Hit
he
him
was
for
the
a little.
he was
Yeah,
the
they're
last
down.
of his squad, so he's dead. So it's just us and them.
I'm
Oh
healed.
shit!
There's
One
only
more
one other
squad. One more
squad then.
squad.
They're coming
I
up.
believe they're right below us in the river.
Here's them in the water over here.
One down.
1 minute. The ring it. Opening fire.
Down here.
Oh, I hope you guys both like to burn. And a grenade.
Oh, there's somebody right here in the corner.
Got him.
Right in front of our... Okay, they're down.
One
Yes,
more.
good shit.
Yeah, bitch. Fuck you. I won't do what you told me.
You
Oh, that
are
was
the
sweet.
Apex champions.
It's too sweet.
And that's how we do it.
Hell to the yeah.
Yeah,
Man, we were
what's
all
your
kicking
shit,
ass.
Phil?
Kills,
Yes.
1100 damage. Zero's got 6 kills, 1173.
I'm balling.
We were kicking ass. That was fun as hell right there. Yeah, it was all pretty close.
I'm gonna take a smoke break, and I also got to change my batteries. So if you guys want to play a quick game in the interim,
Alrighty.
BR to the B.
You want to, Grim? You want to back out? Joe, you
Yeah.
want to back out?
And then I will send you... Okay.
I'll join you. Oh yeah, well yeah, go ahead please. Because it thinks your party's still full. Yeah, that was pretty sweet. Whoa, dude! I went up. I was just a little over gold 3 after the last one, and I'm almost. I think I'm over halfway through it now. That's fucking.
Yeah, I'm
dope.
halfway to gold 3. I got 201 points there.
Might have got. Wow, yeah, I got like 163 or something. No, I got 201. Cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was a badass game. We really got position. I mean, they were in a bad spot, but we still had good position on them. Like, you guys hit them from we hit them from 3 different directions.
Mm-hmm. We were rolling on fools.
Rolling on fools.
Grapple, locked and loaded.
Trust me. I know what I'm doing. I'm the jump master. This time.
Wherever you want to go.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
Little of this shit.
Sure.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
Oh, that's an unnamed location.
It's
Okay.
like no man's land.
Yeah.
I'm gonna land on the other side of this big building, and
Let's explore this
we'll
one.
meet in the middle.
All right, I'll land in this one over here.
It's crazy. I was Revenant for the last couple games. Now that I'm Wraith, like I seem so small.
It's not us. Wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, I've noticed that before when I pick a short character. It's
I
really
feel like
weird.
I'm like in a lowrider, like a Honda Civic with some cut springs or
Yeah.
something.
Next ring's far.
T-shirt right there.
Level 1.
Thank you. Oh, I just found a little purple shit.
Goes MB. I have an extended sniper mag here. Level 1. Frag grenade here.
Wingman here.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
Spitfire shoots too slow, I think, for me. Peacekeeper, let me get my... Oh, this is so rough. Alright, I'm gonna drop the Peacekeeper for this shit. That'll open up a thingamabob.
Peacekeeper here.
You know what else would help? Oh, just got posed. Ah, come save me, Zero.
Oh shit, I'm coming, I'm
Save
coming.
me. No,
You hear him?
I'm running away. Yeah, they just opened the door in this hallway in here, I think.
Okay, I'm with you.
Or maybe in the intersection, I don't really know.
Oh, here he is over here.
Contact.
Went
At
out
least
here.
one of them.
Contact.
Oh, he ran out.
Oh. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. I just want to be friends. I just want to be friends.
Yeah, slippery bitch.
Oh my god, I just missed all those freaking shots. Are you kidding me?
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
That's all you. I'm fucking embarrassed.
Whole squad. Exciting.
No,
I'll
no,
take his
go ahead.
Evo shield.
Take what you need. I got a couple of decent.
The ring is in close proximity.
Here, there's some heavy left for you. A Spitfire if you want that shit. I'm just taking part of the heals.
Yeah, there's 2 syringes left. I took those things. Damn, bro, look at all the meals you got.
Yeah, I got. Go ahead and pick them up. I got some from the buildings.
All right.
Thanks.
Yo.
Yo.
This guy put in some fresh ass batteries.
Good news. I'm shooting my garbage.
You doing what to it?
Shotgun bolt here.
Oh shit.
Level 3.
Were you shooting at him with a
You had
shotgun
more
though, or
damage than
something?
I did.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, I was shooting at him with a hemlock and I missed every burst.
Ring's
Oh.
coming in.
Every single burst.
Yeah, I'm sure I've probably been there myself. I know
He
I'm
like
missing many
ran.
bursts.
He like came towards us, Grim. Now you might be gone. All this shit's looted up here.
Shooting like
Yeah,
garbage.
so he came like towards us. He pulsed, and I'm like, oh, I got pulsed. We got people over there, Zero. We should push them so we can end this early. Make it home in time for dinner.
Yeah. Make it home in time for Grimmer.
Yeah. Oh, so something crazy happened today. You know Stalling in Frankfurt, Joe?
Yeah.
You know, it's like homeless people hang out there. Alright, so I was down there today. I was going for a walk. And she was like super cute girl. And you know, I think she was homeless. Pretty sure she's homeless. You know, all the signs were. So I stopped, I'm talking to her. And
They're
then
above
she's
me.
real nice, so I asked her if I could take her
And she
home.
said, I am home. Come to my box.
Well, no. So I asked her if I could take her home. and then that just made her smile.
Yeah,
even
she's like, I
bigger.
even had a home in
But
forever.
then the smile quickly faded when I walked over the
Yeah.
cardboard box.
She's like, I remember you. You're the guy that destroyed my home 15 years ago. Yeah, so this one time, Grim stomped on this homeless man.
This way it's coming. I'm almost.
Why are you making
Go,
up?
Zero, you
what
gotta
the
heal.
fuck?
Zero, you have to heal.
Who would do that? That's
Yeah, I'm being chased. There's a dude up here chasing me out.
It was like the meanest thing, and I'm like, yo, bro, don't do that. He's like, but fuck them. They're homeless. It's their fault.
You paid me $5 to do it. I only did it for you. I did it for the money.
Someone's got a shot on me. Pretty sure.
There's a picture of him hanging up inside and everything.
Oh, and there's somebody over
Up
there.
here.
So- God damn it. Yeah, there was like a blanket he lit on
I'll
fire.
murder this fool.
It was crazy.
While the guy was wrapped in it.
Yeah, I was trying to warm him up.
There's a lifeline coming in the bottom.
Damn, these fuckers are slippery as all fuck.
Lifeline coming up. There.
Fire, friends.
She's shielding up.
Throwing arc star.
Making contact with enemy.
She stopped shielding up. And...
Bro, she got on top of the goddamn building. Damn, that's crazy.
So yeah, so good. This dude comes running towards us. He pulses. So I'm like, oh my god, like I don't have much. So I'm like, Zero, save me. So I'm running to Zero. Zero comes like, yeah, I don't know where they are. I'm like, I hear him opening the door. So we go back down. Dude comes. We see him run out of like the one room. He doesn't have a gun out. Runs like into the other room. Comes out the other end. Still no gun out. He runs down a little bit. Turns around, activates his ultimate, pulls a gun out, and while he turned around, I'm shooting out with the hemlock. Miss. He's just like walking back and forth, jumping and ducking and jumping and walking back and forth. I'm just like shooting in circles all around him. Then he pulls out a shotgun, and I'm just like, I'm done. I'm running away. Like, if I can't hit you and you don't have a gun, like I'm gonna definitely lose this battle.
There's a tiny bit of food left in the pantry. Try to feed him again.
Oh, well, you know what? When they use their ultimate, they can...
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I like using the Birdman ultimate. Even while I'm aiming down sights, you can cut left and right fast as shit.
Yeah. Zero, you're not ready to...
That's called all in the hair.
hair.
Oh, did you want to do
hold on.
ranked?
Yeah, if you guys want to, I do.
Oh, I'm not that dude that can do that shit.
I'll get us to gold 3 status, so we can be what? Bronze.
I just looked
3 or 4.
I just hit gold 3, and you're gold 3 as well as me.
We'll be in the
Are
high
you gold now,
bronzes
Joe?
when that new shit
After that
be
last
popping.
game? You should be, right? Yeah, sweet. Damn. So not only did you hit gold, you're halfway to gold 3, too.
3 words. Win and win again. Yeah.
I know what you're looking for.
Introducing your champion.
Yeah, alright. Grim to the crypt is the jump to the master.
I would go for a ship again, but I'll try to not be as reckless as usual, I guess. Last time it worked out good. Nobody even went there. Well, not even all of our
Yeah.
team. Everybody was scared. Even Zero was like, fuck that. Joe and Mechanic are there, or Mechanic and Grim.
I don't
I
even
ain't
know
going
who I
there.
am.
All I know is I ain't going there.
Dude
Follow
landed
me,
the
bro.
y'all.
I don't have
Gun
anything.
for you. You're probably still gonna kill me.
I'm coming. I got no gun. I just.
Oh, he got me. Who the fuck was shooting at him? Oh, that was not even you guys. That guy's there.
You're in their sights.
Got
Alright,
that
I'm gonna
bitch.
try to crawl up here. I have 2 good guns. I get to pick up a
Oh
9.9
shit!
for your
Another
one.
bitch.
Oh, there's somebody shooting from across the way too. Oh shit.
Already inside.
Like up there.
Let's go this way.
I'm going for Grim.
Oh,
Shit.
I'm down.
Punching that dude's dead. Oh,
No.
Yeah. Get...
oh
Oh
man.
fuck! It didn't put us on rank.
Yeah, maybe
Well,
that's a good
whatever.
thing.
Is there a
Yeah, I know.
shirt around here?
Body shield here. Level 1.
Alright.
He's actually right here.
Well, here's the box. You wanna wait
Nope.
for me to heal up?
He's executed me. I was trying to get there before he killed Zero.
You bitch. It was only
Yeah.
only that one dude.
Yeah.
Alright, let me just try to get some bullets. Shit.
Yeah,
This
you can
wasn't
take
you,
whatever
right?
out of my box. I think I
Okay.
had maybe 40 light bullets.
Ooh, I got a prowler. Do you have
No.
anything heavy? No. Yeah, you got 20 actually. Yeah, I could use that. I'll just take a shield back. Oh, and your hat. I'll leave everything else. I'll just bring it right back. I'm just gonna be able to defend myself. Yeah, there's other boxes to be looted and shit.
Yeah, I went sliding down the steps to try to stop him from killing Zero, and did not work.
And then they killed you. And then I went down the steps to stop him from killing you. I thought I got it though. He was right at the end of the finisher when I started shooting him, but you were already a box. But I still was able to just smoke him real quick. I'll pop all the shit open real quick. The 99 there. I did take a box of heavy because it's my main gun. I got nothing. We got 50 now.
Optics here. Close range.
So that is Joe's.
Oh, Grim,
Someone's
did
up for
you
grabs.
help yourself to my guns?
No, what'd you have?
Flatline.
Where's your box even?
Apparently it was on the Grim buffet.
Where's
No,
your
it
box?
was right here. I just picked up the shit that was left in it.
Yeah, they probably emptied it. I don't know.
Here's a
Sure, what'd
flatline
you
over
have?
here. A flatline.
I-
They might
no, you
have
know what?
emptied it.
I only went in 2 boxes. Yours 100% wasn't one of them. Because all I got was
Okay,
a purple
yeah.
shirt.
They probably did take it. They probably did take it. Sorry.
Was that in
Nah,
there the whole
just
time?
put-
That heavy?
I just put it in there. I
Put it
brought it
in
with me.
Gotta hop up here.
Okay.
Gotta send him
I
over.
could use bullets. I have 70 heavy, which ain't bad, but I only have 40 light. Well, we can just go somewhere else. There's probably not much loot in here yet.
Energy in here.
This whole place turned.
Yeah, I'm dropping this
Yeah, I
301
think
for
we're
this
pretty
habit.
much looted it.
R301 here.
If anybody wants it.
Got a
I
301.
got 99.
There's always plenty of energy, so.
Use a grenade. I could use a bag. There wasn't one in those boxes. I didn't notice, right?
No.
I didn't notice. I don't have one. Probably not. Oh,
Nah. Liar, you.
I didn't check them all. Yeah, I just snatched that.
I'm looking at it. Yeah, I saw it appear while I was watching.
Oh,
As I was watching to see if you had one.
Bag right here.
Pop right
Ooh,
out.
purple bag right there.
Where's that, on the roof?
Yeah, care
What the
package just
fuck?
came in with a purple and a
Oh.
gold bag.
Dibs.
oh, shit.
Damn.
I should give y'all one of y'all a gold bag because that's how I would get the benefit of it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Doesn't benefit you, it only benefits your teammates when they go back. I'll trade with you if you want.
That's pretty
Trade me the
crafty.
purple bag for it.
Yeah. You wanna?
Sure.
Oh, I would have dropped mine first. Mine was empty. Well, I couldn't fit anything, but you know, I wouldn't have dropped anything back. So, let's say.
Words be tough.
Spitfire here.
You know we're good, bro. You know
Spitfire.
that.
Medkit
I'll
here.
take- Oh, I already got a 1 to 2 on my thingamabob. Oh, a 2x? I didn't even see the 2x. I'll definitely take that shit.
I dropped it for another. Oh no, I didn't. That's a
No, you know what?
different 2X.
Actually,
Optics here.
you can
Mid-range.
benefit yourself with the gold. Only if you have,
Self-revive, yeah.
yeah. I mean, that is pretty sweet. When you get yourself up and then you have, like, good-ass shields and
Yeah.
health because of your... But, I mean, it's so... Not
Right,
often
it
they
only
can
it only
flow.
works one time in lucky enough circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have pretty good luck with like getting away, but just because I'm Mirage, when I go down, I can crawl for like, I don't know, 4 seconds and like open doors, throw people off, or just, a lot of times I crawl away. Like very often I'm able to crawl away.
Heavy ammo here.
Whether I can get revive off or not is another story.
Sniper stock here. Level 2.
Wait, was that first building looted?
Energy ammo here.
Thermite grenade
What
here.
Was
What's
any
the
of this
first
looted?
one?
Light ammo here. R301 here.
I don't know. I just feel
I've
like
been in here.
This way.
I guess I was just thinking, not paying attention. The one by the balloon.
I don't know.
Light ammo here.
I ran through there. I don't know if I went on both floors or not. Here's some energy.
I'm full to the gills with the stuff in the fields. Yeah, there's like nothing.
Arc star here.
Could use a heavy mac. Oh, somebody's getting
Somebody's
brought
getting
back
brought back to Skulltown.
on the outside of Skulltown.
Oh, it's yeah. There's not really a hostile there, is there?
No, I'm just pointing in that direction. I mean, there has to be a hostile somewhere.
Somebody else is shooting at them. Oh, no, that was Zero.
Oh, that was you. You scared the shit out of me. Fuck my shields up, man.
Charging my shield.
I did not like it. 0 stars would not recommend.
Oh, there's a ship coming in.
Where'd they come from? Where'd
No
they go?
idea.
Are they caught
I couldn't tell if they went down here or if they went toward Thunderdome there.
Doors are open here. One
Okay.
door was open.
I'm just got a 5th burning stick. I'm gonna have half as many as I need.
Oh yeah, they flew. I see trails from that balloon towards Thunderdome.
There's a jump tower over there.
Oh, you
Okay.
can see trails like in
Yeah.
the sky?
I didn't know you could do that either.
I barely play, Oh, never mind.
No.
You're Birdman. I mean, you're not Birdman. I thought you were saying you're seeing Birdman trails.
Oh no.
I was
Oh.
like, what? But yeah, I know what you're talking about. This
Yeah.
is smoke trails. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought you're Birdman seeing some shit. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, me too.
That's crazy that Wraith sees Birdman trails in the sky.
You've been getting too much of Birdman.
She wishes she was getting the Birdman.
Ran off on her. Blue shirt, Mr.
Here's a
Zero.
box here with.
Oh, thank you.
Extended heavy mag here. Alternator here.
Oh, heavy mag.
Dude, I might have heard him somewhere.
It's near
but-
the alternator. I can't see.
It's in the box over there.
Prowler S. Heavy ammo here.
Damn, these people must be fucking loaded. There's an empty bin with a purple fucking light mag chilling in there. So whoever did this shit already, maybe it was like a one person run by. So obviously
There's
didn't
dudes in
beat
here.
them up.
Zero found them.
It may just. I'm dropping down.
Yeah,
Where
they're
are they,
in
up
their
top?
Teams up
crate,
there. Yep.
the cage.
I heard the caustic pretty bad, but
Shit. I have a lot to burn. Let me see if I can climb this thing and just
Yeah, I'll just lay down
throw
some
some
cover
cool
fire
ass
every
burn
once in a while.
shit on them.
Damn! Yo, they just put me out with like 3 fucking bullets. It's just you, Grim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking us up.
Fuck that.
Here they come. Yo, they're like fucking ninjas.
How did they see
You
me?
ran
What
right
the
into
fuck
him.
is
You
going
started
on?
blinking.
Well,
Yeah.
I blinked. What?
When you
What was
bump
that?
into them, they can see you. Yeah.
Oh, is that what happened? Since I hit them,
Yeah.
and they can see me. Fuck. You know what happened? Remember I told you sometimes that aim assist thing fucking hooks you in? Let me record what happened just to show you. That's what, 45 seconds. As I was running, it made me like do a hard turn to the left towards the dude, even though I was trying to pass him.
I was gonna say.
Even not
Which
aiming
is
down
weird.
sight,
It only
it does
fucking
that?
does that. Not when I need it. Not even aiming down.
Because I don't.
Sights, dude. Whenever it only happens whenever I don't want it to happen. I never notice it besides when it fucks me up.
Oh, dude, you can turn your aim down sight into a toggle, man. That would fuck me up bad.
I don't even understand. It never does anything when I'm like. Ready, Joe?
Yeah, see, and we were in ranked mode, and it didn't put us in ranked mode. That's fucked up.
Oh, again?
Yeah, last game we weren't in.
Shit. Or was that
I mean,
the one
when we
where
came back
landed
to the
Mark?
lobby,
That
we
was the
were
same
already
game.
in ranked.
Okay. Oh, right. Weird. Rank. So, it only makes that click noise every so often if there's a mirage in the group, you're saying, Joe?
I don't know.
blink?
Yeah, you definitely are the one blinking. I don't know if it's only when there's a mirage.
Yeah, it's already cold as shit out.
So I googled this and I found something on Reddit. It's ADS aim assist. Someone says like they posted a video. It says, "Can someone please explain this?" It's like, is this for PC? Is it considered legal? I'm new to the genre. I mean FPS, and it seems like it would be a huge advantage. But you need third-party apps running while you're playing. Or does it already happen default in the game? And then someone posted, I guess I watched the video and said, this is straight up hacking. Aim assist is only on console. PC has zero aim assist whatsoever. The next person's like, there is no aim assist on console. If there was, I would have 2,000 kills by now. It's like, well, you suck worse than you think you do, because there 100% is aim assist on console.
Yeah.
Maybe, so does aim assist work when you're aiming
That's
down
what I was
sights, or if
Googling.
you're
I've only
hip-firing?
noticed it aiming down sights.
Yeah, I think that's the only time I've noticed it. Played so much of it, I don't know.
Because I never, whenever I'm aiming down sights, I feel like it just pulls up the crosshairs wherever my dot on my screen is, and that's it.
Well, yeah, but
it works in the background. You don't,
it's
you
subtle.
don't notice it. I noticed it because one time we were sitting in swamps.
The only time
and
I see it is when it's like it breaks my neck when I'm running.
Yeah, I don't
past
think
somebody,
that's
and
the
it'll,
aim
like,
assist.
Look me down to the floor.
Because I don't.
It must be the shit I'm running in the
Yeah, because I
background
don't
and
even
everything.
know if it works when you're not looking down sight. I don't know. That's what I'm googling now. But like we were sitting in
Somebody's up here. Oh no, they're down here.
Joe, that was me from your left.
1 second, you guys.
Oh shit.
0.
Yeah, there's another
Shit.
squad zipping in
Number 3 is
over
about to
from
fuck me
the
up.
other side.
Oh, damn.
No, let me guess. That was probably ranked. It's never ranked, but then when we do bad, then it's like, yep. By the way, it was ranked.
It really is up.
Oh, so Joe, what was your damage there?
I don't know. I just jumped out of it. Hold on.
Because You can still tell if you hit
Yeah,
select
I'm
right
in
now.
a loading
So I did
screen.
91 to them, and you shot them to death to a box or no?
No, yeah.
Because I think you had higher damage than me,
Yeah.
which would prove my point with the shooting people gives you damage. Is what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
trying
that
to say,
was
right?
ranked. Yeah, I'll tell you right now. Hold on, what the fuck?
So I did 91 to the Bangalore, and I don't think she had a shield. So do you have like 109 or something damage?
159.
159. But all you did was finish off the 9 points and then shoot her when she was down, right? Or did you shoot anybody else?
No, just her. Did she have a shield?
Not
Because
that
if
I
she had a
noticed,
shield,
no.
then that
I
would
didn't
make
hear a shield break, and I did 91 damage to her.
91.
Even if she had a shield.
Oh yeah, no,
how would
151
and
doesn't make
150
sense.
something add up to... Yeah. And she went down relatively easy, right?
Yeah, she went down with one. I hit her with every shot
I'm
from
pretty
the
sure she didn't.
shotgun, every pellet, but yeah, she went down with one blast.
So yeah, it has to be damage for shooting people that are down, right?
Yeah, yeah, she was the only one.
I think maybe sometime. I mean, it's possible. I don't know, but it's possible that if you hit somebody for say your bullet does 30 damage, and they only had 15 health left, maybe it records the whole 30 or whatever. I don't know.
Maybe, but I only hit her. Well, she was standing
this chick
up.
did
I hit her with one shotgun blast. She went down. I shot her till she was a box, and I have 159 damage. I definitely didn't do 159 damage.
And I already did 91
standing
for her.
up.
So there's no way she didn't
Oh,
heal
yeah,
up, and there's no way that her shield had her at what?
Yeah,
like
that's
260, or what would that
250.
be?
No, 260.
89, 250, 260. Yeah. So yeah.
Or no, 240.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
No, 250.
You had
Yeah, and you had
159.
91. Yeah, 250.
Yeah, 250. Yeah.
we got to
So
get
she
out
must have had a
the
shield.
transparent whiteboard and the
So
draw
maybe she
erase
did have a
boards
shield.
and work on this.
And then you put the rest out and got 100 for, yeah, that would add
Yeah.
up exactly, yeah. 59 damage to kill her, and then 100. So yeah, I think you do get
Yeah, you
damage
must.
for it. It's stuff like that I never really noticed because I usually don't shoot down people.
I mean, that
but-
was even
but
a
I swear, it
conversation.
didn't
Like,
used to be
people
like that.
talked about it. I've seen it in plenty of videos that you don't get. It doesn't count for anything except so they won't ping you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe they change it so if your team downs them, you get damage. I don't know.
I'll have to clip that and post it.
So I know when we first started playing, people thought if they finished people on the ground, they'd
Yeah.
get the kill, which was way off. But then but yeah, 100%. You didn't used to get damage. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure 100%.
No.
96
Yeah.
sometimes
I used to
doesn't.
shoot people trying to get anything, and yeah, it didn't work. I go for this gun. What do you want? You want some smoke, bro? I didn't hear anybody else. I think we're cool.
I'm down with that.
First blood on the enemy.
This white shirt here, Joseph.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1. Something good there.
Eva.
Some kind of. Oh,
Triple take here.
Yeah, it's my second gun I need to get rid of.
Some kind of weird ass gun. You know what? I'm gonna
They must not be very
see if I can be a cool guy with doing that in this game.
level 2.
Who got? I dropped the hemlock.
Hemlock here.
Oh yeah, I'll take a 301. The show. Oh, that sounds close. That fight,
Yeah.
you hear it? I heard him say something like, "Please come kill this guy."
That's what I heard too.
I don't want to let
Joe,
him
come
down.
you-
'Cause,
come
you
get
know,
this
I'm
blue
a
hat.
Yeah.
nice guy.
And here's a white armor.
Yeah, I didn't. Was coming for that white armor. I didn't make it there yet. Alright, yeah, we should.
Somebody sees
That
any
sounded
other cat?
like skull
we'll
type
take
now.
it.
Another hat. I didn't pick up
Oh,
that
it's
blue
like a
hat. You
deal
can have the blue
somewhere.
hat. I didn't see where the blue hat was.
No, I got a blue armor. I was like, that kind of even it out. You got a blue hat. And a
Okay,
white
I
armor.
didn't
got a
see the blue
armor,
hat.
I'll
Where
get a
was it?
hat. It's in that second, the room I'm in on the other side.
Okie dokie. There, Zeroki.
And I got a white hat.
Alright, I'm getting rid of the Spitfire. I don't have enough bullets for that.
Okie dokie, Zerioki.
But I got plenty for a Hemlock on single fire, my bitches.
Ooh wee. Purple shirt and bag. Ooh, my lucky day. Lucky day, Zero. Here's a regular bag.
Oh, thanks.
Since I barely have ammo, I'm just gonna pick up all the throwables I can.
What do you need? What kind of ammo?
Make it hell for them. Light mostly. Actually, I just realized
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
good
I
heavy.
can spare some light.
I can share
Shit
some
is
of that.
popping off.
Only have
Yeah, I
56
got
light.
120 light.
You need heavy?
I got 50. Wait, I didn't mean to drop all that.
Oh, here, take a stack. My second gun right now is the wingman, so
Okay.
take a stack.
Okie dokie, grassy
You guys
smoky.
want to check?
Grassy smoky, that don't make no sense.
Right, yeah, do you want to loot here first?
That was a half.
If you smoke grass, you're a grassy
Well, it was supposed to be
smoky.
half of
Feel
like
right?
gracious and
Right, right.
smoky rhymes with oaky, so. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, I'll take that. That is my
Oh, yeah, keep
favorite.
that shit. Put that shit right here.
Oh, and a blue Clippo Mago.
Oh, it's going down like right in there. Oh, you know what? Fuck the wingman. I'm going to the fucking flatline. Can't help myself. I have like 4 arc stars and shit. Alright, so here's 2 arc
Shield
stars out here.
battery.
if anybody
What
wants them.
kind of shit are you not taking?
Sniper stock here. Level 2. Shield cell here.
I got one.
I could use it for this purple
All
shirt.
about sharing your stuff.
Let me get.
I don't need 120 energy rounds. I don't have an energy gun.
Delivering care package.
Alright, you wanna go
Yeah,
involved
let's go.
All right.
in the Type Guy
Yep.
contest over
The
here?
dick swinging contest.
Who got the biggest muscles? Who's swinging the furthest?
Shit, it sounds so. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see them there. Oh yeah, I'd say we creep up in there.
Creep up in that shit just like a nice pick. Might stick my.
Ooh, I have so many throwables. I kind of just wanna put that. I put my burning sticks out and shit.
They're getting somebody up.
I'm hearing motherfuckers. You're getting somebody up. But somebody else is fucking them up.
Blue Evo shield here.
They're in here.
Yeah,
Where
Wraith
you
is
at,
running
Jeff?
outside.
Oh, she's up top. I'm gonna climb up from the other side.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So we can. Are you going up too? I'm gonna say
She's
surprise,
setting the portal.
motherfucker.
Oh, she
She's
ran.
setting
She
the
ran.
portal.
I'm gonna go through
Oh,
a
shit.
portal.
Dudes,
Fuck that.
circles
I'm
coming
going
in.
through a portal.
Oh,
Should
there's
we not go
boxes
through
here.
the
Shit.
portal, then?
Shit, I'm.
She's coming back.
Oh goddamn. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know where the other end of it is.
Yeah, maybe it disappeared. Already? What the fuck?
I hear her over here somewhere.
I'm like dying now, so I'm just gonna like. look
Yeah,
for
there's
help
boxes
and
in here
then
with
run
health.
in.
Oh, right here, right here.
She's around here.
Did 120 to her?
Shit, come here, you bitch. Come here, you fucking
No,
slippery
she went
bitch.
back up to the
You wanna
roof.
shoot me? No?
She's up on the roof of the same shit.
Now she's running kind of towards you. Fuck.
I don't know where she went. Oh, she's down there. She's
I'm
down
just
there.
gonna grab all the
Fuck, she's
heals
down.
I can.
She's
I
down.
broke her shield. Okay. Hey,
Yeah,
Joe, can you
yeah.
get me up? I'm right behind you.
I picked up a shitload of syringes. Oh my god, we have to go so far, dude. I just looked at the map. Alright, I'm gonna pick
Yeah.
up all the heals I can
Yeah.
out of these boxes. We're gonna have to fucking. It's gonna be tough to. Alright, I just picked up more syringes.
Yeah, please carry
Yeah.
anything you can there.
I will share with you when I get there. Right now, I'll get them out.
Yeah, I grabbed the heals out of there, I think.
Alright.
Oh, shit.
Alright, we should go to that balloon and then fly straight in. You know where that balloon is?
Okay.
Can we see it here?
Yeah, it's
yeah,
right
where
where
we
you're
were.
going, Joe, right?
Yep.
How many heals do you guys have? I have like,
Got a med kit and a
as of now,
syringe.
14. Oh,
Yeah, I got med
Okay,
kit
well, you
Phoenix,
can-
2 med kits Phoenixes.
you'll be alright until we get in. Probably.
Yeah, until we get there.
I'm going over.
I'll share with you when
I'm
I get in
going over
there.
market. I think is the best, like through that way.
Okay.
That way would be straight in though.
I'm
You don't have to
following the.
turn.
I'm just
From
following him
market, we have
because
to run all the
Oh
way to
shit!
the left.
Yeah, I was just following the line straight.
Alright, I'll just meet you outside there. That was the last one.
Oh, hurry up! Oh, it's close.
Uh-oh. Spaghettios.
Yeah,
There's
I'm taking
zip
the zip.
lines
The
over
zip will
here.
take me in.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
There's people
Yeah.
fighting down there. So and there's boxes, so they're gonna be all looted and zooted.
oh, that zip was too sweet.
Somebody's throwing a zip line up to right there.
Okay.
Oh, I scared the shit out of him. The bullets were flying all around his body. And he was just like, what? This guy doesn't know how to shoot. And I was like,
I
bitch,
don't
you
have a
better
lot of
run.
light ammos.
It was pretty cool.
There we go.
Here's some light.
All
Here's some light.
Okay.
I got 8 syringes now, so I can share some.
Yeah, I could use a few that you can.
Ooh, we're getting pulse.
Shield battery for somebody.
Thank you. Can I get a
I'm
couple
good
of
on
syringes?
Syringes, yeah.
Them bitches. Yeah. Come up here.
Oh,
And
Joe's
then you
got
have,
it.
Joe.
I had
I have 8
6 little ones. I
so
dropped them
can-
2. So he could use more.
Shield cell here.
Yeah, I'll drop you a couple.
Right there. Oh,
Where you at?
they're sliding in on us.
That's like a
Sure,
whole
they shoot.
squad. What the fuck?
Okay. Hey, I can zip this. Okay. Okay. Want me to zip this away?
Probably.
Oh, they're like running
Yeah,
up this.
zip
shit
us over
too.
there, Zero.
I'm throwing this
yeah,
a zip.
I'm
if
just
you
gonna
can.
drop. I'm gonna drop. Yeah. Zip away. Zip away. I'll catch up, you guys.
Recharging shields.
Oh shit!
Oh, that ain't cool.
I'm just
Oh,
healing my
they're
shields
like-
real quick.
Yeah, the other squad's fucking running shooting. Can we get out of here? I thought people were shooting.
No,
Kill
they,
'em?
Oh,
they're
no,
up
I'm
there
picking up
shooting.
a.
They were.
Where are they at? Shit, I was trying to. Yeah, hey, they'll have to come to us. Like, oh no, we gotta go up there. Motherfucker.
You have one
we can go
shield, little
downstairs.
shield cell?
There. Guys,
You wanna go down
Yeah.
to
we
here?
gotta do
Oh, we
something.
gotta go
Yeah,
like
let's-
now.
Yeah, I guess
down,
let's try it.
I
Let's see
guess,
what
I don't
happens.
know, we'll try.
Yeah,
Probably
we'll
our
make
best
that.
chance. Yep, good shit,
Open.
good shit.
Helmet here. Level 2.
Alright, I'm good on ammo. I got like 190 of light and 130 heavy.
Got a helmet here, amigos. Mira.
Could one of you spare like a box of heavy?
Yeah, I just
like
pinged
Yeah.
it to.
heavy.
Yeah, I can give you some.
There's a
heavy.
box
Oh,
of heavy, box
goddamn.
of light right in there.
You picked up. Remember, I
Here's a
found more
gold sight
syringes.
for a small gun.
Close range.
There's one there.
Joe,
I can't
I'm
pick
sorry,
up.
where's the box of heavy? Oh,
Compadres,
okay.
Heavy ammo here.
Oh, here you go. Here's more. If you want to make it over here, I really gotta pee.
Yeah, we're coming.
There's 2
Just
shield cells.
go pay.
I I dropped some heavy.
We'll
Plus
find
some
it.
more here. There's another thing. Yeah, just come to this room. It's a good room. I'll be right back.
Drop the hemlock and that.
Oh shit. I could use
I
that.
picked up a flatline, so.
Good shit, good shit. Yeah, let's go to that shield battery room if you want
Yeah.
to. Oh shit, it's popping off right
Yeah,
below us too.
Swampers. Oh, a squad just got eliminated.
Good shit. One more squad and we'll be top Thrizzy.
Rings close. 1 more minute. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1. Shield battery here. Heavy ammo here. Compadres, heavy ammo here.
Rings close. 45 seconds.
Oh shit. What am I carrying? Oh, here's a select fire if anybody needs it.
I don't.
Grim, are you muted?
Hey, I just dropped a stack
yeah.
of heavy if y'all need heavy still.
The ring's close.
I'll just take this box. Go ahead.
I'm pretty good. I just have 0 throwables. It's the only thing I really need. Somebody grab that.
Yeah, I don't have any throwables.
Well, I'm gonna give you each a throwable.
But I don't have any room for it. I'm good.
Over there.
Well, here's 2 for.
Yeah.
Nobody needs that heavy. I feel like I probably have too many heals.
Oh, we gotta fucking
Good.
move. We gotta fucking move.
Alright.
All right, 1 second. Yeah.
I'm throwing us a zip.
That's right where the motherfuckers were.
Yeah, it's right
I
past
see
that.
somebody under there.
Yep.
Yeah, we just had the circle was so close. I didn't know. What else
Don't
to
do any
Okay.
troubles. They got that gay gun thing.
Yeah,
You
let's
wanna
go.
rush them?
I've hit that kid for about 50. There's 2 of them. There's 2 of them there.
Setting up my decoy.
Oh, I'm trying to do my thing through the... It's pretty far away.
One down. Oh shit, I'm about to be dead.
Fuck. Two down.
Oh, there's someone.
On the hill.
Nice.
I'm going after.
Nice, it's just 2 squads left.
Yeah, bitch.
Purple
Hell
shield
yeah.
swap.
One squad besides us.
Throwables in here.
Yeah, I got throwables too.
Select Prowler and
Those
Select
boxes
Fire.
over there don't have jack titty shit in them.
Oh,
Yeah,
is there
Prowler,
Prowler
Select
in
Fire.
there? Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm not. I didn't mean to dibs it. That was an accident.
Oh, you better not be doing that. I'm so mad, man. Heavy. That's what I need. I only have like 100
There's
something.
16.
There we go.
That's it.
You answer all my prayers. I put us, what the fuck's that shit called? Phoenix kit in here.
Shield cell here.
And there's more, big shield batteries in here too. That shit, I
Right,
retarded amount.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
23
I'm
heavy.
pretty fucking.
Purple heavy
Here.
mag. Ooh, there we go.
Here's 18 heavy.
Yeah, I have like 284 now. Cool. Damn, only one other squad?
Yeah, we probably ought to get to the circle and get ready
Yeah, I'm
to
dropping
fight.
small heals for some throwables.
I got millions of heals at this
Oh,
point.
med kits. That's what I
Oh, here,
could
here,
use.
I can spare 2.
Probably just one bitch ass dude hiding.
Kids here.
Hopefully, but at the same time,
Yeah, that should do it.
we could win another. Let's be smart.
I'd rather just run in and die, bro. Alright. Let's get this dub. Alright. I'm good at getting out of situations if I have to. Oh! I heard something. Maybe it was you above. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
I'm up here.
I'm gonna test the waters. See if I can tell where anybody is. If I had to guess, they would go for high grounds, or they're hiding in the
I got my
building,
jump pad.
like on the top
I
floor
used my
somewhere.
jump pad for that fight and it's back already. Oh,
Shield shield battery here.
Oh, I hear him. I hear him.
Yeah, they're zipping over to you.
Oh,
They're on
they
the
came
roof of
down.
Grimm's. Oh, they're on the
They're
roof.
down in the water.
All right, I'm down in the water.
Oh shit, I'm almost dead. I gotta heal up.
One down.
Two
Nice.
down.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about, motherfucker. Oh, take that teabag, bitch, robot. Ooh.
Whoop, whoop, mother being. Whoop, whoop,
Ex-champions.
whoop, whoop.
Man, we're just some straight up G's, man.
Hell yeah, double ranked wins.
Look
at that.
Like, no damage.
You know, we're just
We
playing
killed
it
2
smart.
squads, though. Yeah. Yeah, we still got the win.
Joe, have you been streaming tonight,
Yep.
by the way? Okay, good shit. I was like, man, that'd be some wasted sweetness.
Here we go. This will put me in gold 3. No, it won't. I lied.
Hell yeah.
How many points did you get?
151. So I actually still need
Nice.
116 to get the gold 3. I thought I.
Oh, okay.
I got 176. I'm like 85 from gold 2.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
I'm like,
Let's get these gold medals, boys.
Is this the.
I probably just got like 1 or 2 left in me. It's getting pretty late, but I got another one at least.
Okay. Is this the season we go platinum? We're going platinum with like 3 days left.
Shit.
We're going.
Well, we got
platinum.
2 or 3 more days. We might can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, what was the highest we ever got?
Yeah,
Gold?
gold 4.
Never really played ranked.
I think, or gold 3. I think. No, gold 4 for me.
I think I might have been gold 1 at some point. I don't know. I feel like you were higher than gold 4 the first season, probably. We used to play ranked more often. With the whole different point system.
Yeah, no, gold 4. Never broke gold 3. I've come close. So I guess the Octane was a good pick.
All aboard the OCTANE.
Why'd your fast guy thing help you out?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't really fast guy a whole lot, but I did use the bounce pad. I used trampoline in that first fight. Got up to like the second floor of that building, ran through, jumped out the other side, and got involved. And then it was ready for the second fight also. So like, because it comes back so quick.
Was our first fight in the
Yeah.
mud? I don't really remember. Yeah.
Yeah, we faced like the last.
I'm back.
Right.
Or no, you know what? We were getting shot
Oh
at the
yeah,
cage.
but that.
We were just getting raped
Yeah.
and we ran away, remember?
Well, that wasn't really a
Forgot
fight.
about
That
that.
was a sexual assault.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you feel the speed?
More accurate description.
Can you feel the speed? I got the speed for need.
I bet those guys that were shooting at us from the cage last time, or whatever that shit's, yeah, the cage. I bet they died in the storm. I don't know.
Got our first worm.
You got anybody else
No.
rocket in or no? I didn't.
I haven't yet.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
That
I'm
would have
gonna
so
leave
much
the heavy for
fire.
y'all. And go energy. Should not have pushed that jerk off. Oh, there's a third gold.
Is one of you by the bird? Or
Yeah.
Somebody else.
Yeah, it's one of us. I'm about to silence this bitch.
Shut up, bird.
Sniper stock here. Level 2.
Oh, 2x, 2x, 2x.
Ooh, 301. What the hell?
Peacekeeper here.
I did have a blue bolt. It fell off the side here.
I'm good. Ship is above us. Ship is above us. We got a ship.
Oh shit.
That makes me feel safe.
Here's the bolt. Oh, bolt. I thought you meant a barrel stabilizer.
Oh, so you meant to look for it because you thought it was stabilizer. Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
was gonna
nah,
mark
that's
it for
fine.
you.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck yes.
Well, yeah. I
thought
it went over there and I dropped my gun and fell apart.
Right.
There's 2x.
Yeah, I'm going for that 2x after I loot this dildo.
Extended light mag here. Level 2. Yeah, I could use that.
I'm hearing somebody for sure.
Okay.
Jump pad out. Opening fire.
The one's on the roof, there's a caustic on the back. I'm going after the caustic. They're probably all going after me.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
underneath.
yeah. One in this building.
Yeah, they got me.
Yep.
Did you get the caustic?
I got
Nah,
this one.
Yeah, somebody got me.
Yeah, caustic is deado. Where's the third?
I killed
I only
one.
saw them too.
Oh, they're flying in.
Crawl behind this rock.
Oh, I hear. Oh, goddamn.
I'm standing still.
I'm just gonna Phoenix up. I'm gonna get in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back 0.
I've hurt this thing real bad.
Oh my god, it's in my face! What the fuck? I had like
you're-
1 second left on my
Alright, you got him.
Phoenix kit. And she just ran right into me in the smoke by chance.
Flatline here. One sec, healing up. Repairing.
0, there's a blue shield somewhere I pinged.
Got a helmet here, amigos. Level 3.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I think it was up in the... Oh, there's a blue bag there.
Level 2. Don't worry, it won't slow you down.
There's some throwables in there. Oh, a purple heavy clip. It was over, let me see.
Blue heavy mag. Oh, and a prowler? Oh, yeah.
How many heavy
oh
rounds
shit,
do you
there's
have?
people right here. I just jumped right on them. Fuck, they probably got the...
Fuck.
68. I only have 68.
Oh, here, I'm dropping, well, shit, I didn't mean drop that mean. Goddamn, here. I'm dropping 2 boxes.
Hey, where are they?
Yeah, they're up. I think they're in that building. Over here. I think they got the...
Alright, isn't there a light mag in here? I think I can use that still. Yeah, I for sure can.
They... Oh,
Disappeared.
Revenant's throwing shit at us.
A blue light mag?
I have a
Joe? Do
blue
you
light
remember?
mag. But I think I got it out of the box.
I thought there was one ping here that I pinged a while ago.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up. I don't
No,
have
a squad just ran through
I
here,
don't even have a
so...
lot. Oh, but I got a lot of ammo, though.
They're coming.
Yep.
They're coming.
Okay. Hey, that I sent the Wraith thing back to his totem.
Oh no! What the fuck? They're on me. Fuck yeah! They're alive.
I'm trying to-
in fucking totem.
Down, Birdman. I got a shield up there, down bottom of the steps.
Oh, got him.
I'm gonna do some health shit. I got the last guy. Nice.
Oh yeah, I can use that gold sight. Ooh.
There's 2 stacks, a lot of ammo right there.
There's a blue light mag.
Level 2.
Where's that at? Are
Yeah.
you in a box under there? Or
Yeah, there's a
something,
box.
or-
Put a
Man, we're
2x in
smoking
there.
suckers.
I know. It's my favorite, not your guys, but...
Attention. There is a new
Is there a
New kill leader. Show off.
circle or a U site or something somewhere?
I don't know.
You got 1x?
I don't.
There's
I
a
haven't
digital
seen one
threat.
yet.
I guess I'll use it if I have to.
Oh shit, was there a digital threat in that bottom box?
Never mind. That's gone
Oh
now. It was
yeah,
up
yeah,
here.
I dibs
Fuck
it.
it. I'll just find a different site.
Somebody pinged it. I Oh shit, there's people right there.
I got some bad guys here.
Fuck, where they at? Oh my god. Yeah, they're all three, or two of them are up.
Yeah, I'm burning the fuck out of
Yeah.
everybody.
You down one of them.
There's somebody who's off to your left too, Graham. Be careful. Robot coming up behind you.
He's coming in. He's coming in
Behind you,
Grim.
Graham.
Contact with target.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
I'm the last one left?
Yeah, he's coming in behind you.
I'm dropping off under the building.
Just gotta patch myself up. Faking him out with a decoy.
Come on, Phoenix. Yeah, bitch.
Yeah,
That must have been the last one, cause
Where you
Zero's
guys
right
at?
there.
he's below. I'm here now.
we took out the champion. It went so tough.
Oh, do you want to get him since you got that backpack?
Oh yeah, shit. You got a gold backpack.
I mean, bring him up with.
I can't even find you.
I was trying to
Hiding,
hide,
yeah.
so if you could get to
hiding,
me
bro.
during the
I
fight.
know, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yep.
Alright, let's find these boxes. I've written bullets.
Oh shit.
There's one right in
okay,
here.
we're safe.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good, thankfully. Yeah, them first motherfuckers, I
hear.
threw so many fucking,
That's not gonna do
Throwables,
me
dude.
really any good.
Level 4.
like, Bernie sticks, fucking everything, man. There's... Get raped.
I am repairing myself.
Yes. Drop the purple for
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I have a
And the other
purple.
box is
Joe, you need to heal your
on the
shield.
roof. There's med
Gracias.
kits and...
There's 12 cells.
Shield cell here.
Select fire
Select fire.
Ooh, I have 0 throwables. I didn't...
and a
Oh,
prowler.
shit, here.
I guess you already got that.
Shield battery here.
Okay, I'm gonna drop a couple of.
um,
I'm not getting that battery marked.
Damn, how does nobody have fucking 1x optics on fucking anything, man?
Yeah, that's
All three of
crazy.
these boxes, I couldn't find one.
Did you check all these boxes down here? Well, there's one box down here.
That was from the first battle, I think.
There's a white box over here. Yeah.
Yeehaw! Oh, there's one right here the whole fucking time.
And over here.
Sweet.
Maybe one on the ship too.
Hey, this is an old one. Right here.
Back here. Level 2.
Oh shit! We
Yeah,
never
that's
went
where I
on the
was
ship.
headed when
Grenade here.
they got mad at me.
Yeah, I'd say we should check it out before it gets out of the storm. Oh,
Yeah.
they got mad at you. How dare you? Yeah, it's all looted. I don't even want to get burned to go to the top. Probably not worth it. So how many squads you at? At least 2, right?
Yeah, 2 or 3.
Fuck, I can't jump up there.
No bamboozle.
Yeah, I got 3 kills.
I got 2.
Oh shit, I have 4. From, what's that?
Wow.
9.
Killed 3
So 3
squads.
squads. Damn, homie.
In high school, you was the man.
Texas, you
homie.
was the man, homie. It was in Texas. It was
Fuck
in
happened to
Texas.
you?
Care package. Sweet.
Boodum.
Optics here. Close range.
How did all those fuckers? None of them had better than the
Hoorah.
1 gold shield. Like, I mean, none of them had better than blue,
Close range.
except for the
Yeah.
one guy.
You think all those 9 people, they would have had better shit for us to take from them.
Fucking losers.
Bitch ass loser face.
Anybody running in?
motherfucking
Anybody
piece
seeing
of
me?
shit.
fuck? I guess there's still 6 other squads.
Yeah, damn. You guys want to run toward the next circle?
Sure.
There's a care packet. Oh, that is on the
Dragon's
map.
Wraith 2.
We
is
can run
the
this way. People will be
champion.
going there. For that box.
It's
How
on
do
the
you see
banners.
that?
On a banner.
Oh, the ones laying around? Oh, so when you're the champion, that's
Yeah.
when you're up there?
Yeah,
Or
it
the
starts
kill
with the
leader?
champion, then it's the kill leader.
Oh, there's somebody with 5 kills. Ah, and they have a bounty, and that's the points.
Oh, yeah, I never noticed the
Oh,
bounty.
that's different. So that
Ooh, a
just
Bernie?
changed from
Yeah,
when I
I'll take a
looked at
Bernie.
the giant banners over there. It was a Wraith that was
Oh,
kill
okay.
leader.
Mhm.
Yeah, somebody's flying in somewhere fairly close
Oh,
by,
I see
heard
somebody right there, right there.
Oh, they're right here.
I think they're fighting somebody.
They're shooting at somebody right around this corner.
On this bitch is flying in.
Yeah,
Yeah, the other people are shooting.
yeah.
Maybe
Let
we
them
should let them.
soften each other up.
If anything, maybe we could creep up behind them.
There's somebody
motherfuckers.
right
I
here
think they just
behind
ran
this-
in.
On the other side of this rock here.
Okay. You mean they
people that
ran
were
out
on
to
the
where
different
the
squad.
Ran into where all the
Okay.
explosions are. They're right there. You see them?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, they're looting a box. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, here they're running back behind that rock.
Oh look, someone wandered into a
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah,
burn
me
them.
too.
That blind throw.
Broke their shield. Yeah. Get that guy.
down.
Get this Wraith. Nice, behind you, Grim.
Down.
Ah! Yeah, you let them
Nice.
fly.
Good shit.
Get their ass.
Oh fuck! It's another goddamn squad.
They got a
Or does
gold.
somebody have a gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, bitch.
All right.
Don't worry, I'm here. We killed the last member. Good work, team.
We're on the edge of the circle. We're good. We're good. Will you get him up since you got?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have the.
Yeah,
you don't
I'm
have it. Never
counting
mind.
down real quick. I'm counting down real quick.
I thought I got Grim up and he had the gold backpack. That's all I was talking
Gold
about.
shield in this thing.
1 sec, taking him out with a decoy.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Take that. Med kit here.
Just refill my guns. They're both fucking empty after
Right here,
that.
coming from bunker. Coming from bunker.
Hey, mira, got some enemies right here.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no! Fuck!
Look out, grenade! Taking him out with a decoy.
Fuck! This guy's hurt real bad. Birdman's almost
Oh,
dead.
I
He's
like
jumping
that
behind you.
grenade,
He's jumping behind you.
I got him
Give me the smoke.
randomly with the grenade.
Yeah.
Mira, that was the last of that squad.
Woo!
Yeah, we're getting
Oh, we're getting
sniped.
sniped from far away.
Get bamboozling.
Heal,
Your
heal.
help is very helpful. Using my shield to recharge.
Oh shit, they're over there. Fuck! I did not mean, I didn't know that fucking bounce pad was there. Goddamn, they're coming, man. I gotta heal up. I'm fucked up.
Shit. Oh, goddamn airstrike. I broke the robot shield. He's hit for about 100. Yep, you got him behind us.
Yeah, there's somebody
Right
right
there,
there.
that's the last one.
Nah, there's two of them.
Hostile close.
Fuck.
They actually got heat.
I got a gold shield.
Dude, we were doing
Sorry.
awesome, though. So, I mean,
Lights out.
I'm trying to distract.
I
Oh,
was-
they're fighting the last squad. Yeah. You might can get. You
I was
might get
walking-
revived.
Yeah, I'm
too.
trying
They're
to.
fighting-
Yeah, I'm
they're fighting
Yeah,
somebody
trying to
else.
get out of the way.
Oh, perfect. That's good. That's
Oh shit,
good.
I see them.
Yeah, I was like
Yes.
walking around healing and hit your bounce pad and it flew right out into where I was getting fucking raped.
Nap time's over. Using meds. Come on, come on, come on. 30 seconds till we
Oh no. Oh no. You got nades?
No.
Yeah, fast legs.
Oh, there's still 2 squads.
10 seconds, gotta move.
Shit, I don't have a lot of light ammo left. Fuck me.
Oh shit, you got 6 seconds. Storm's moving in.
Oh my god.
Maybe just get to the left side of the rocks. So they'll all be
Yeah, you're
forced to
doing
fight
just
each
right.
other. And then maybe you can just like.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh shit! You got to go all the way into the pit. Oh, fuck.
He's got fast legs though.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make it in the pit. I gotta go this way.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Shit. Shit. You're probably ahead of him. Maybe you can just run in there.
Oh, they're right
Oh
beside you.
no! I see watching fences.
Oh, that should have.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that was an awesome try.
Yeah, that was rough.
I shouldn't have started shooting. I should have came up with a plan first, probably.
Oh, I mean, you were kind of against the wall. It's
Yeah,
kinda
I was
hard to come
thinking,
up
like,
with a plan when there's dudes on
I
both
thought if I
sides of you
shoot
in
at
the middle of
them,
the
maybe
cave.
like I'll be like joining this other team.
They'll think you're on
Yeah.
his team. I'm like, oh, he's
Yeah.
good,
Well,
he's
not
cool.
that it would like trick them, but
Yeah, that
like
occurred to
it
me
would be
once you
like
started doing it.
if there's 2 of them, there's now 3
You're like,
guns.
I'll take the
yeah.
help.
Or if there's 3 of them, there's
Yeah.
now 4 guns. And then we could figure out the rest later.
And they happened to throw the grenade
Yeah.
at you. I mean, you were closest, but
We were
still.
doing good there. We were. How many
Yeah, we were
kills did
doing
y'all
great.
get total? Like a lot.
4
probably, right?
kills, 2 assists.
5 kills, 2 assists.
So 5, and
Yeah.
4. So
Yeah.
14 kills. So that's like 5 squads.
4 and 2/3.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, when you count the assists, I mean.
Well, the assists are one of our kills.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But yeah, that's like 5 squads we ran through. That was good.
Hell yeah. If they hadn't all
You read
decided to converge on our ass, we might have won that too. Like, they just kept coming at us.
Well, they realized who the most deadly in the lobby was, and they're like, we gotta lay out the gauntlet before them.
Listen, I've been training all day, so it's about time we do some fighting.
They
We
gotta
gotta
lay
do
out the
what?
gauntlet before us. So they just kept coming wave after wave after
Oh,
wave.
yeah,
It
that's
was
true,
like
yeah.
horde mode. And I don't know, Gears of War or some shit. It's like, kill this squad. Loot up, kill that squad. Reload, kill this squad. Eat a sandwich, kill that squad. Damn, I'm the only sucker ass Majucker without a fucking damage badge.
No such thing as autoing, ladies.
Without a what?
Damage badge.
Oh yeah, you're pretty close though. I mean, you've had some high damage. It took me forever to get that thing.
I think my highest game was 1600 or something.
That's pretty damn close.
Actually, no, I don't know what I was thinking. That's like kind of in the middle of.
Yeah, I'm here.
Let's do relay because they're gonna be getting rid of relay. So
All right.
yeah,
Getting rid of
relay and
relay.
Skulltown are both gone.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's lame.
Yeah, well, yeah, relay's getting transformed. Skulltown's just like disappearing, and there's gonna be like a giant. Yeah, relay's gonna be like redesigned. There's gonna be a bunch of buildings. It might be like the new Skulltown. Looks like a lot of shit's happening.
Yeah.
How am I going to get my satellite TV now?
Cool.
You're gonna have to hang out with the cable guy, I guess.
Yeah.
Check it out. Open to hemlock here.
You want
No,
him
I'm
on?
the one that pinged it. Blue shirt up there for somebody? I'm going this way.
What do you think is over here?
I'll take it then.
I'm good on the blue shirt.
Oh, I'll even take this Prowler with select fire too. I was kidding. There was a Prowler, but there really was a select fire on the roof. I was kidding about it at first. But there was just a Prowler, and then I found, and then I found a select fire on the roof.
Well, you get what
Yeah.
you asked for.
I'm gonna find $1 million in the game, and it's gonna be real currency.
Or just shoot out
Yeah.
of your Xbox.
And a fucking heavy clip. And a blue shirt over here.
Here, body shield here. Level 2.
And jingle jangle.
Good old Jingle Jangles.
7 scout here.
It's a white light clip. Somebody can use it.
A white
I don't
light
need it.
clip. I'm good though. Energy and
Heavy ammo here. Shake a leg. We've only got a minute.
You hearing
Yes,
gunshots
sir.
or what?
There's a blue light clip.
Level 1. Level 2.
I think shots are coming from wetlands. I'm not 100% sure.
45 seconds. Wingman here. Keep eyes on the new kill.
Okay.
Nobody needs this blue light
No,
clip.
I'm not running light.
I don't. I need some heavy ammo.
There's
Yeah, I was
40 heavy.
I'm like two buildings back.
Oh, I honestly did not hear
You need a
that
select fire?
come up.
There's a blue shirt for you here too. Yeah.
I don't.
Let me go back and get my prowler then.
Yeah, I dibs that. I pinged that blue shirt for 0. And I said, oh, there's a blue shirt right here, 0.
Body shield here. Level 2.
Oh,
And-
well,
Optics here.
thank you. I'm
And
zipping
there's a
already.
U side here, Grim, and a circle side here. Whoever.
Close range.
I only need the one U. I have another U.
Barrel stabilizer here. Light ammo.
There's a zip to that select fire building, Grim, if you're close to it. I don't know where you're at.
Yeah, I was like underneath you.
Grenade here. Could have some fun with that.
No bueno.
God,
Yeah,
Pissing me
heavy
off,
mag
man.
around somewhere.
nah, I only saw one.
You see a heavy mag? Any variety?
No, I only saw the one.
Level 2.
Oh
No,
shit,
I've only
where's
seen
my
one that I picked up.
select fire? Where the fuck did that go?
Close range. Incoming care package.
I
No,
picked it
I
up.
had one on my prowler, and when I accidentally picked up this charge
took it off
rifle,
your gun.
no, it seriously disappeared though.
I didn't see it.
Did you
I
have a
think that was
Havoc
all.
too?
It
Maybe
did,
it
yes,
went on
it
your
did.
Havoc and not
Okay.
your Prowler.
So when I dropped the Havoc, it switched guns. Oh man, I was about to freak out, man.
Oh, it's switched, so it is on
yeah,
your
I put it
Prowler.
back on the prowler.
Here, Joe, I'm
Shield
Oh,
battery here.
yeah.
Ah, okay.
I'll drop a grenade for that shit.
Frag grenade here.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm full. Okay.
I think people
Oh, I
are
got plenty of
healing
grenades.
me.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, I'm 100 feet behind you guys. I'm coming.
Better catch up.
Before we mustard all over them.
You want some kills? You want us to save you some kills? Better hurry your ass up, man.
I hear footsteps. Somebody sliding. They're right around me.
Yeah.
Where the fuck are they?
Oh, right there.
Oh shit! I thought that was you. What the fuck? They're right here. Sorry. Somehow they were in the fucking building. Yep. There's some guy up top. I'm gonna lock him in.
I'm trying to heal.
Alright. Oh well then. I don't know who's behind me, but I locked it.
All right,
I'm
all right,
healing.
heal.
Get him
Oh
up.
god, she's fucking me up. I'm fucked. I'm completely fucked. Their whole squad is right back here. Or they moved. They're spread out now.
No,
Are
I'm
they on the
coming up to
roof?
the roof with you.
Let me know if they're up here.
One's inside.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they're up here.
One's on my box. Back to the building.
Oh, they are up here.
Shit. They're all inside right there.
And they're probably healing, Grim. Behind you.
That fucked me
I
up.
don't know.
Yeah, they're on the roof. You got.
Oh, god damn. Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, another motherfucking
Yep.
squad.
No,
God.
he
That's a
changed.
different squad.
No, you
Oh, I
didn't
guess
fight
not.
that.
I
That's
guess
another
not.
fucking
Yeah.
squad. They came from the other way. God damn.
Yeah, it was a
That
bitch.
was rough. Damn, I just got lit up instantly. I didn't think anybody was actually in the building. Because we were like everywhere. And then I see somebody running up next to me. I'm like, oh, that's one of you guys running up to look for him. As I'm like pinging somebody far away. Oh.
Yeah, I thought I was like, I heard so many people around you. I thought they were chasing you that whole time.
Yeah, I heard like people sliding outside and stuff when we were looking for them.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. But then
Yeah, they were confusing as shit.
I thought they just definitely weren't in that building. They came. Maybe they're up top and they just dropped down, or I don't know.
These legs weren't made for walking. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty good at this. Okay, I do lie, but not this time. Time to win and stay alive.
Introducing your champion.
I don't relish the title. I relish the kill.
I'm the jump master.
Give that up for y'all.
Lights out.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
Let's take it to the Poopville.
Poopville,
respiratory
where you
system.
gonna shit?
Poopville.
Where you gonna shit? Poopville. It really aggravates me that I cannot draw people.
Something good there.
You
Draw
can't do
people?
what?
Really?
Oh, I thought you said I can't draw
Yeah.
Poopville. I was like, wait, really been putting a lot of work into that.
I've been trying to draw Poopville for so long. I got a guy on me.
Shit, no gun.
Went towards me, I'll throw a grenade down
Alright,
the
I
hallway.
just gotta have it.
I'll throw it anyway.
It's okay.
Okay.
Gotta.
Mozambique in
Joe,
there.
I'm trying to get to you.
Yeah, there's a guy like
Where's this fool
was
at?
right down there. Alright, I just gotta scout. Okay.
There's a shirt. Oh, you guys got
Yeah.
shirts.
Yeah, he threw a gas trap behind this door. He's in there. Here, I'm gonna throw a burning. It's gonna set off that gas.
And now I won't be able to hear us.
I'm burning him. I'm burning him. I'm burning him.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just got pulls from behind.
Oh, we just got sonar'd from the hallway. Yep, from here.
That's it. Well, I'm like behind
Get it for 80.
now.
He's down.
Shit.
Oh!
I hit Kyle for about 90. I blocked him out. He's running back to his gas. I'm down, but Caustic is in the hallway. I'm backing up.
Alright.
Two buddies.
I'm going around for flank.
Oh, the other guy's almost dead. He had the fucking P2020 or something. Oh. God,
Joe's
he's
coming to him
almost
through the
dead.
hallway.
He's getting somebody up right now.
Good fucking night,
yeah.
son.
Hell yeah, that was badass. I'm down low down
Got you.
here.
Got
in
you.
the
Got
water.
you.
The poop water washing
Getting
over
all
me.
rusted with the poop water. I need energy bullets like yesterday.
Thank you.
I'm repairing myself.
I don't have
There's
any.
a blue box up here you can loot 0. Oh, I just got some out of this. Guys, shit.
Heavy ammo.
There's some here. Oh, you need energy. If I find another gun, I'll give you my 35. Oh, another cool gun. Is that like fuck.
Mozambique, peacekeeper. Shotgun ammo here.
Is that Eva? Who's a peacekeeper?
Haven't seen one yet.
Prowler SMG here.
Yeah, I have a Spitfire, but I only have 38 heavy bullets.
Heavy ammo here. Forget I said. Compadres.
Yeah, I got a Wang Mang
Light
with 18.
gun.
There you go. There's you some heavy.
Oh, ship's here. That might not be looted.
45 seconds till ring close, amigos. Don't let me carry you.
Oh, here you go. I'll take this RE45. There you go.
Energy ammo here.
Did you take that Prowler and heavy bullets?
Gotta take out the new kill leader. They're too cocky.
Oh, I still have
Oh,
a
well, yeah, we
Spitfire.
took the heavy bullets though.
So I grabbed the heavy bullets. Yeah. Yeah, it's been looted. There's bullets missing, but there's still stuff. Everything got looted, but not a lot of people
Yeah, everything is
were on
gone.
it.
Okay, 10 seconds till ring close. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Shotgun
Two-
bolt here. Sniper.
You got
Two
99
purples in the
out of
back.
it.
Oh, well, lucky you.
I'm happy.
Lucky finding you.
Spitfire here.
Do I move to that town?
Sure.
Rings closing.
Yeah, I like this fast pace. We should just keep the pace up. Just always run. Run, 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 run. Oh, shit. Never mind. I'm not going to tell you because you'll be all upset. I didn't
What?
realize I had a select fire on my Havoc.
I'll go back for that.
Okay, there's another select fire also.
Gotta
So
hop up here. Select fire.
if you want to do that stuff,
Care package being delivered.
Show.
I bet that care package has some sweet gear for us.
shooting a bird.
No, it was in a little cubby in the bottom of the round room, right? Anything cool in there?
Here, I was picking this up for you.
Yeah.
Heavy ammo here.
And a blue helmet.
I'll get it when I come back. I have a purple helmet, but I don't have really room for this.
Blue helmet zero?
right now.
Yo, I got enemies.
Okay,
Enemies back
run,
in the
run
village.
to,
Enemies
run
back
to
in
me,
the
run to
village.
me,
I'm
run to
far
me.
as fuck, Zero.
They're chasing. They're up here somewhere.
Oh, somebody's where I am. Oh shit.
I'll throw us a zip over to him.
Yeah.
Well, if I can.
I'm gonna fly
Oh
over.
shit, we're already here.
Feel confident I'll make it.
One down.
Is that your
No.
explosives or no?
One down.
Oh
I
shit, they're
landed
here.
on the roof.
Two down. Good shit, Zero. Good shit.
Fuck you, bitches.
I got you, friend.
Damn, I thought Grim on the roof was another fucking squad coming.
I'm getting scared.
Hell
Need some
yeah.
energy for me.
Extended.
There's a box outside as well.
Oh, more energy.
Well, this is an uncharged blue shield.
Yeah, Grim, you should take it.
Charging on my shield.
It's uncharged?
Triple take here.
Oh, because you just swapped. Okay.
Yeah, I
Zero
swapped it
swapped
for
it.
When
my
I was
shield.
looking at it, I thought Zero had white.
But there's a shield battery in there.
Ooh,
Oh,
2x.
yeah,
Fuck
definitely,
yeah.
yeah.
Fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah.
Shit, storm's coming.
Oh, mother bitch.
Oh, here, I grabbed those heavy bullets.
Oh, cool.
I've got enough heavy now. Yeah.
I'm right here.
go
And
ahead.
there's a blue helmet over here in this box, Zero, if you want to go get, if you want to get it or not.
Oh, mother bitch.
Over here.
Which box?
On me.
Okay. oh.
Helmet here, amigos. Level 2.
And that's what I'm fucking talking about. Look at that. We're just laying waste to... Why can't we play like this all the time?
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, it seems like, you know, on the ranked it's like every other time or every third time we play, we do pretty good. I don't know. I'm sure there's probably not a set pattern.
I got one sight, but I need it on my scout.
Shield cell here.
But it's a...
Yeah, enemies
Sure, we'll
in the
find
desert.
some.
Enemies in the fucking desert.
Oh shit, here, actually, here, you can have it,
Oh.
Take it.
Yeah, over here. Oh, what the fuck is happening?
Close range. Firing.
Oh, they were quitting the game. They were spewing. Look at all this shit they were throwing.
Not all of them.
I've hurt both. Oh, there's 3 of these fuckers.
Oh, so that person was just running and quitting because they were getting picked on.
Yeah, he was running.
What the fuck?
That fucking...
Wait. Wait, no.
That guy was running. That guy was running
He's just
from him.
throwing his stuff
and
out.
He saw me and he just started throwing his shit out.
Oh, because there had to be 2 teams, because I downed some Wraith that was shooting you. And then she was a real person. Then I downed the fucking other ghost person. And then there was 3 more people that were still on the back side of that.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about... I
So
didn't
the
know
Wraith
about that,
was probably on the team of the guy who was dropping all his shit.
Dude, look how fucking... I'm 3 points from gold 2. What the
I just ranked
fuck?
up to gold 3.
I guess I got 1 more after that fucking shit.
He's got the
Oh,
gold
Grima
one.
made gold 2.
3.
Nice.
I can't quit on 3 points to go. Shit.
But when we lose this one, you can quit on 15 points to go.
Yeah.
Or 27.
Shut your
27,
whore
I
mouth.
guess.
Are you at 2 yet, Zero, or are you trying to get to 1?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to play until I get to 1 tonight. To 2.
Oh, okay.
That'd be
I just
pretty
wasn't
late.
sure
If it
where
even
you were
happened.
at.
Yeah.
Ready, Grim?
Yeah.
I thought you had
I
more
was
than me.
3 points to 2.
On by failures. I will let you down. I will make you lose points in ranked.
I'm hoping that this is like a reverse jinx with all that, with all this losing talk.
No, it's just the song's on. I just changed the last part.
Oh, you were probably talking about the enemies losing points
Yeah.
anyway.
That's what
He's
I
gonna
wrote.
let them down by making them lose points.
Right.
This song, Hurt by 9 Inch Nails, that's the song.
Yeah.
Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, today's a good day to see death.
Who's ready for some speed? Put it right into your veins.
Yeah, you should have enough clips from tonight, Joe, to like do for more than 1 night of clipping.
Yeah, I just made clips
Yeah.
from last Thursday is what I'm up to. But it was the end of the video, so I'm gonna start last Friday is my next video I'm gonna run through and look at. I don't think we landed.
Oh, so
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I try to go in order so this way I don't accidentally post the same clip. So when I watch a video,
Chronological order.
it'll stay at like where I left off. So if I just go in order, I mean, I'm not making the same clips. Because I didn't do that in the beginning.
I thought you just usually did it from the last time you
Now,
played
if
it.
there's like really good stuff that I remember, like, oh, I remember that I had like 6 kills this game, like I'm definitely gonna be doing that. Then I will. But in the beginning, I used to not pay attention to that, and then like sometimes I'd have to go through like my previous clips and be like, shit, I don't know if I posted this or not. Like I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Sniper ammo here.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Joe, if you ever want to do some more advanced editing, I might mention this the other night, but there's this open source video editor that I've downloaded and installed but haven't used called
Oh, you
Shot
did mention
Cut.
that. Yeah, I definitely
Oh,
wanna
yeah.
try. Yes.
There's a shirt somewhere.
Yeah, over here.
I haven't seen a spare.
Second floor of this building.
Oh no way.
But apparently it has a few special effects and audio effects and shit.
Yeah, I need to actually sit down and learn to edit. I heard that DaVinci Resolve is a pretty
Yeah,
good
I want to too.
editor. They have a free version.
DaVinci Resolve. Oh, Resolve. Okay.
So I don't know. Actually, was just watching a video where guy who like does YouTube videos on streaming.
There's energy in here.
Yeah, I'm light and heavy at the moment, but I probably will have to switch. So I will ping that because I only have 30 extra heavy. And you know how that shit goes.
I know how it goes.
Let's check out over there.
That was a standard stock. I missed it. Ooh, don't mind it, but dude.
But yeah, there was so somebody asked about.
Did you say you were energy, Jeff?
No, I'm light and heavy. I'm gonna take the energy just because I'm probably not gonna find enough heavy. Because that's what always happens.
Was
I
that
did
two
Yeah,
blue?
two
No,
blues.
no.
Yeah, I did them both though. Sorry. I
Oh,
caught
no
both
problem.
of them.
Thanks.
Two blue right next to each other.
Sorry, Joe. So DaVinci Resolve, somebody said
Yeah, so so
it would automatically
yeah.
suck your peen.
So he's like, which video editing will automatically suck your peen? And he's like, DaVinci Resolve's pretty good at it. It's got dentures that it can pop out, and you know how gum is super good.
Best gum jobs ever with the
And then this
Oh,
prostitute pulls out a lighter and wants to check me for herpes. You believe the balls on this bitch?
Oh shit!
Oh man, what a bitch. How dare you?
Yeah. For real.
How dare you? You're the one giving a blowjob for a 2-block
Yeah.
ride.
Well, at the time, yeah.
I mean, technically, it was supposed to be like a 100-mile drive, but she didn't know that.
She thought it was all the way to Atlantic City. And I knew I wasn't lasting that long.
Little did she know. So he made a deal any smart guy would make.
Yeah.
I'll drive as long as you're blowing. Oh, I love it.
I wish I remembered like how it. I haven't told it in so long, so like, I don't remember exactly how it went, but it was a very good. It is a very good story. It's been years since I told it.
Joe,
When you would wake her up by
Yeah.
choking her.
Joe's
I love it.
Joe was like, we can go further. Just keep saying, I think I can.
Yeah,
I think
just-
I
yeah.
can.
I mean, keep on. As long as you keep trying, I'll keep driving.
As long as your head's bobbing,
Yeah.
I'm a driving.
This is all hypothetical, people. This is not a real story. This is all just fun and games.
Hypothetically speaking, if he ever was to pick up some hooker girl outside of Wawa that wanted to get to AC,
Yeah,
that's you know, probably
yeah.
most likely what would have happened, you know, guessing.
And she wouldn't even have to be a hooker. She's a person that trades sex for gain.
Yeah.
Oh wait, never mind.
Well, yeah, and then like hypothetically, she like tried to like get me to do drugs and stuff, and I was like, no. Hypothetically.
He unbuttoned his shirt and showed her his Dare t-shirt
Yeah.
underneath.
I was like, I dare you to say that shit again, bitch.
Oh shit! Getting
Yes.
Somebody
there.
shooting at us? Oh yeah, they are. I need a heavy
my
mag.
gun fell
I need a
apart.
second here. That would make me feel a lot specialer.
I was trying to pick up this heavy ammo.
I broke
Yep.
that fool's shield.
I'm just a dummy.
Thermite grenade here.
I've hit him for 57 more.
Yeah,
for
I'm
100
just-
now.
This
Or
is pissing
90.
me off. Do you want to just like?
Yeah, let me heal up real quick, and then we can go ham and potatoes. All right, I'm ready to go ham and potatoes. You want to take that zip across?
There's 2 of them at
Alright.
least over there.
Fuck you.
All right.
They're going to be firing out
I
those
got
windows.
a double ready.
I broke one of their shields.
I got one of them. The other one got me.
Roll up
One's on
now.
this side. One's in. One left. One left.
He's up
He's
top.
here. On top. On top. On top. On top. Yeah. Here.
Oh no!
No, yeah.
Yeah!
I was all standing behind her with my shield up, like now you can't
For
leave.
poking the bear.
What up, monkey? Yeah, I'm getting ready for season 5. As you see,
Good shit.
as you can see,
I
Ooh-wee.
I did burn the fuck out of myself, but it all worked out in the end. It's like running through all my own fire and shit. Like, yeah, yeah, I still downed a bitch as I was like burning
Yeah.
to death.
Making a rock star scream.
Pretty much worked out.
Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Oh, heavy mag. Is there a heavy mag around?
not that I see.
I don't know.
I think I might be hearing somebody. Not sure.
Shit wall is. I don't know. Okay,
Not.
we're safe. Heavy mag? No, I don't see a heavy mag.
Holy shit. Damn, that's crazy. All these boxes no heavy mag.
Yeah, I don't have a heavy mag. I've got a heavy
Anybody
gun.
have one big battery that you give me?
Yep.
Here's a bunch of
Battery back there for you,
cells.
big fella.
There's a
Yeah, I
circle.
have 8 little ones, but I'd rather have. They're 60 heavy.
I probably don't need that much light. All right, so we are definitely looting too long. We need to just get right back into the.
Alright, so it's going down that way, so.
I don't have any shield batteries
Let's get it.
anyway. I was just checking.
All right, let's get involved.
I hear a fight. That's the fun part
That's
of
the
the game.
fun part of the game, Zero.
Yeah, I'd like a heavy mag as well.
Alright, so
Oh, wait,
somebody's
what? I don't
shooting
remember
from
the
all the way
ground
up
being
there.
able to get up here.
Doing some gay sniper shit.
That's crazy.
You want to go for that sniper guy?
Yeah,
first? I
this,
don't know.
dude, this is our canyon. We are the kings of this
Who
canyon.
the fuck do you think it is? Fuck it.
Somebody. Oh, that's our
Somebody what?
first Joe. Okay.
Take
No,
this.
never mind.
Some guy who's on my team following me.
Oh, just got sonared.
Yeah.
Somebody just pulsed us.
Yeah, probably somebody in the cave. Yeah, they're over there in the cave. But these bitches
Yeah.
were like sniping at us. I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Or are they in the
Yeah,
cage?
they're up top, I think.
Oh no. Okay, up here.
No, they were where I pinged. They were
Oh.
on that thing. I'm just going to
Okay.
different angles. They were right here. They might have ran away. 'Cause it's all
They're like,
coming.
these maniacs are running.
Somebody's
Yeah,
fighting
right
up
at
this
us.
hill.
They'll take some easy shots across a river, but when we like charge them head on, they're like, whoa, 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 I don't want no smoke, bro.
They're engaging somebody up here. This has to be them.
Yeah.
Alright, don't forget, we gotta kill these people quick because the other motherfuckers might come
Yeah.
from behind us.
Yeah.
They're still over there hiding underneath of this shit.
Oh, good shit.
Don't
Okay.
worry about them.
I see somebody zipping.
Yeah. Creep. They
Zipped
just.
from there to over there.
Oh yeah, somebody's down in that little town. I saw the bullets flying out. And we got 3 burnies that are just begging to burn some.
Run, you robot bitch.
Looks like somebody's going back for the zippy zip.
Oh shit, that's me.
Yeah, I'm
behind you,
burning
Greg.
them.
Yep.
Alright, guys ready?
Yep.
One's on the roof too.
Oh shit, somebody's back here.
Broke the shield on the one inside.
Okay, this roof is down. Oh man, I'm almost dead.
God damn it.
Oh shit, back here. Bangalore just downed me. They're getting him up. They're getting him up.
Fuck.
In the smoke. In the smoke. They got him up. There goes my kill.
Shit. Trying to heal.
Can you get me up when you're done healing?
Sending out my decoy.
Oh shit. They're up on top of the hill.
Another squad from far.
Oh, goddamn. Nade.
Gotta get myself up.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! I'm a crawling guy. Why you gotta pick on a crawling guy? No! I'm...
Ah, as soon as I got up, they
Motherfucker.
downed me. God damn it.
50 people around. God damn.
Yeah, they're behind that wall. And there's somebody on the roof. Oh, shit. You got him. Roll out and heal if you can. Everybody's coming for you.
I didn't think I had a chance. I figured I'd better take my last kill there.
Heard that.
I didn't even get kills for people out down there.
Yeah, I downed that robot, but
Yeah,
they
that's
got
a
him back
bitch.
up.
That was a fucking crazy melee.
I downed another robot, so there must have been two on both of those things. And then a third team came.
Actually, it was probably the same robot because I saw him when I needed to heal. I saw him like, oh shit, and I ran the corner and I realized that he was healing and that's why he wasn't shooting, and he popped the Phoenix. So he was probably somebody probably got him up and he needed to.
No. Well, you went down before I did, right? The dude, when I shot a robot, it was right when you're like, they're in the smoke.
Yeah.
And then I saw
Yes,
robot
that's the
zip
robot.
out,
He just
and
got
then
up
shot him.
from being downed when I downed him. The Bangalore just got him up. And,
Oh, because I had to go all the way through his shields. Oh, maybe they had a gold
Yeah, I don't know.
backpack.
yeah, I
Nothing
downed
else
him,
to
and
do.
then the Bangalore came and I only had like 10 health and downed me while I was trying to heal. And then smoked and was getting him up.
Nah.
Yeah, I should have. I threw my grenades in the wrong spot when they were getting them up. Well, I think they just got them up when I started to throw.
But yeah,
both my fucking grenades hit the wall and did this
making
shit.
jiggly bits.
You're doing good though. We're
Definitely getting ready for
Yeah,
season
yeah.
5. I was actually
See, I
having a
find it fun when we get
shitty
in
time
those
earlier,
like that, where it's
but
like,
things have turned around and I'm having a blast now.
you know,
Oh yeah, me too.
Fight for
Because
life
of me.
and craziness. I think it's real fun.
It's only fun if like some stuff works out. If nothing works out, doesn't matter how crazy it is.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you run it and we all just like instantly die, that's not that fun. But if we like, you know, kill everybody or at least like
Yeah, it's a
down
good battle.
multiple people, and you know, you're like down somebody, running through, shooting somebody else down, and
Yeah.
like that's fun.
I'd rather have a good fight and
Yeah, yeah.
lose. I mean, than like run around the whole thing and like.
Me too. Then
Yeah.
spend 20 minutes running around doing exactly. That's exactly how I feel.
And watching like good people play,
It's
they,
way more fun.
Oh, they don't like. I was watching a video today. Dude's going through and just like knows what he needs. So like he wants a clip. So like he doesn't even look at the guns or the ammo. Just immediately scrolls down to the clips. If he can grab a clip, goes back up, is tapping to loot some ammo, and then like is out of the box. Sometimes he didn't even pick up like the stabilizer he was trying to get. He passed it, but he didn't go back for it. He just continued to scroll up and in the same direction. And then just got out of the
Yeah,
box.
I mean that's what I do. If it's during a fight, I
No,
just
even
grab
after
what I need
fights.
for right then and there. And
That's
then
just
go
how
back
he
later.
looks,
Yeah,
and then like, yeah,
Oh,
and
wow.
then they just like run and look for the next fight.
I'll browse, but
You want to land
Yeah.
here or
Other
on
side.
the other side? Wherever. The other side? Alright. With that far left block.
I will scroll to the shit I need. But at the same time, if I don't have much loot, I'm not going to be passing up shit in a box after a fight for speed.
If I have time, I'll go through, but I always
Yeah, if
try
I
to
have
go through
time,
as quick
I mean.
as I can, you know.
Because I mean, oh shit, I got
shit.
enemies on me
Okay.
in this little building.
Oh, where'd you go?
Right
Is there a
outside.
shirt
where
around
you're
Shirt
at.
over here.
Yeah, here's the shirt.
Alright, let's go.
I'm coming to you guys if I can.
We're coming to you, bro.
They're coming up. They're
I'm gonna
coming
go
up.
out on the other side.
Oh,
Maybe pop some scout shots off.
pop
if I
you,
can.
bitch! I hit a kid
You
for
see 'em?
100 that ran in there.
Were they on the other
Yeah,
side?
popped him for. Well, that one is.
And where were they before? In this building here?
Yeah, there's
oh, they're
more
right
here.
in there.
Oh shit! I thought you guys came back in here. Fuck.
I am taking fire, friends. Reloading.
Oh, he's almost dead. Fuck.
Where am I?
He was like one hit.
I got you, bitch.
Alright, I'm gonna go in this house.
All right, I'm going.
Oh no!
Good kill.
Okay.
I get him.
New kill leader.
I hit that bitch with 3 hip fire shits from the longbow,
Oh,
but
they're zipping over.
that was out of like 7 shots or 8 shots. Okay,
Health heals. Anybody have health heals?
Yeah. I got a
I'll
med
give
kit.
you 1.
I am repairing myself.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Alright.
Take his med kit. Take his med kit.
Here. One sec, healing up. Yo, Bezumbo, was that damage Bambi? Fool him.
Oh, they zipped all the way up to the.
I saw someone, and I don't think they're selling cookies.
All right.
Unacceptable.
Actually, I'm gonna go with the sniper this round.
shit.
What is that? Hemlock? I think I'd rather have that than scout.
Oh shit! I only have 13 light
I
bullets.
need to get another gun besides this fucking.
Oh no.
Alright,
Yeah,
here's
light
light.
bulb.
Here's
You need
light.
some?
Yes.
Here's this.
Let's go this way.
It's 50 and shotgun.
Thank you. I just
bolt.
dropped the shotgun. I'm running sniper and light. Thank you.
Ooh.
Anybody see a shirt or got
Oh,
shield cells?
there's a 301.
What do you need, Zero?
45 seconds.
Do you want it? Do you want an L star?
A shirt or cells.
I'd
Somebody's
rather
here.
301 than that.
Yo, yo.
It ran
You
away.
better run, you bitch. I popped him for 50.
Oh,
one
knocked
ran.
him in the river.
Oh, you knocked him off.
Sucks to be you, bitch.
Where are
One
they?
person fell. I don't know where. Oh, right
Somewhere
here.
right around us.
He's down.
Go.
And that's
Yeah,
all.
bitch.
Good job, Cook.
The last one? Ha. Fuck 'em.
Get fudged in the fudge hole, fudger.
Oh, energy.
Nah, but I probably
want
wanted to switch in.
I'm going with this 301. I know I'm just a lot
Dropping
more
shotgun?
accurate with it. There's another box on this side or no?
There was that
Just
guy.
that one guy?
Other
Yeah,
side of the road.
upper Zero.
Other
Oh
side of
yeah,
the road.
and then
Rings moving in. We got
Did he come in the
a
box?
super
No.
far run.
Flatline here. Backpack here. Level
oh
2.
flatline.
Shield
Fuck.
cell
I could
Oh
definitely-
that. Oh,
Shield
you
cell.
downed them.
I shot him when he was zipping over. Yeah.
Well, me and Joe
Yeah,
did.
we were both
Yeah.
shooting that motherfucker in the face hole.
Dropping a hemlock. You want it? Just
Yeah, we
flatline.
gotta
Oh
go.
shit. Shit's right the fuck
We
here,
gotta
man.
go.
Yeah, it is.
Alright, I only have. Oh, actually, I thought I picked up some syringes. I have 0 health heals at all. So I'm just running straight the fuck in. I can't afford no nonsense.
Yeah, I have 2 syringes and 1 med kit.
Yeah, come up to the top of this shit, and I'll throw us a zip. Here's syringes. Oh, here's
You
a.
pick 'em
use
up for
side-
now?
Oh,
Alright.
yes.
I'll grab him. I'm here.
No,
Alright, just run in. Just
well,
run in. Just run in.
yeah.
We'll worry about it later.
He's
Here,
starting to
here,
zip.
Grim. I'll throw a zip.
Alright, well,
Zipline.
It's about the
way
same.
past you already.
It's not going to be much difference.
It's all the difference.
That would have had to run back up, and then would have taken even longer. Oh, see, we're still in the same place.
Do
The
I hear
zip line we
people?
can
Is
take
that
up
just
here.
us?
You know where it's at?
Check out over there.
Okay.
We have a little time. I'm gonna just
Yeah,
breeze
might as
through this
well.
Shit. And there's a
real quick.
balloon out there eventually.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Got a helmet here, amigos. Level 2.
Here's 2 syringes, Grim.
Syringe here.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, come on, bro.
Ammo here. Heavy Prowler
Alright.
SMG here.
Yeah, close. I'm gonna wait for the balloon.
Yeah, me too.
What?
How come we didn't
That's
get
bullshit.
more points when it just went to 10 squads?
Because it changes your multiplier. You get some points.
Oh, there we go.
But then where you get the big ones is it changes your kills from 10 points to like 12 or 13 points per kill.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that was really far. You see where I landed? That was pretty sweet.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Oh, shit, there's people right across the valley. Right over there.
Did you land right here? Right here? I landed right here too. What a coinky dink. Oh, you need those? I'm gonna swap my heavy. Yeah, I only have
Here's
60
some,
heavy, so I'm gonna drop that anyway.
I just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
There's dudes right across the valley from us where I pinged.
Alright, I just want to loot
They're
this
fighting.
shit. I need like optics and stuff. I'm become a lot more potent. Like optics.
Alright, I need.
Yeah, go loot those boxes,
I need
kid.
an
Let me
energy
get you my sniper.
gun, if we can. Fuck it.
Oh, hell, I'm
just
out of
gonna-
sniper ammo. You guys see any sniper ammo? Let me
Yeah,
know if you
there's
see
some up here. I'll grab it. Bring it down for you. Oh, you're here.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Alright, I'm just running double light, I guess.
There's... Oh, yeah, okay, people...
You need
Nah.
energy?
There's people in that building, and there's a dude right there.
Oh, up on that shit.
I've hit him for 116.
Ooh, somebody's got something that is making me cry.
Charging on my shield.
There's a box of heavy here.
I hit one
Somebody's
of
all
those
the way
sniper
up at
fools
the
for-
door.
Alright,
Somebody's going that way. You see them over there?
There's somebody below us to the east.
I'm healing up.
I can throw us a zip off this shit.
I mean, do you want to engage or do you want to like?
Oh, we could take this.
Oh, Grim's
over
down
there.
low. Grim's down low.
We got
Okay,
Grim, there's
nope,
somebody
I'm
up
still being
time.
sniped at.
Oh, they're up there. How many people are up there? Can you tell?
Just one right this second, but there was another dude sniping from another location.
Alright.
Oh, here's another dude
We
in
can do a coordinated thing. How many people are at the very top here?
two. Oh, they just moved. Grim. Oh god, I missed my goddamn zip. Fuck.
Yeah, I gotta shield
Grim,
up.
I'm running towards you, but
I gotta shield up.
I'm
I'm
trying
coming.
to shit out of them.
alright, I'm here
Nah,
with
yeah, there they go. They're running
Yeah,
towards
we're
me
here.
though.
you. God damn, I can't get up this fucking rock.
Oh, how's that
Give
not
you
burning
something,
them?
kid. Oh shit, I got down. I got down.
Alright, well, I'm moving in. I'm moving
Oh,
in.
I got a self revive. I
Finish
got a
them off
self
real
revive.
quick.
Just save yourself. Save yourself.
45 seconds. Ring's not too far. I'm okay with that.
Joe.
Got her, but she got me.
I can't believe I'm standing still.
Alright, we got 30 seconds. Is there still
No,
one
she
guy
turned
left?
right to the
What's
box.
going on?
I guess I'll eat dinner now, huh?
Oh, cool.
30 seconds.
Pop a shirt, and...
Optics here. Close range. Backpack here. Level 2. Don't worry.
Somebody else is coming from
Really?
downstairs.
Shit.
Just gotta pat it.
You have doubles?
Yep.
Oh, I
Yep.
picked up an empty shirt. Fuck. I'm gonna check in here for
I'm
another one.
delaying
10 seconds. Ring is basically knocking
I'll
on the
take
door.
that
Oh,
2x.
that one's
Here, Grim.
too. Shit.
We gotta hurry the fuck
Alright.
up, guys.
Yeah, let's just...
I'm picking up
Grab our
heals, just,
shit.
or whatever. I'm picking
yeah,
up what I
there's-
can. Oh shit! Here's the gold and the purple box. Motherfucker! Okay.
Alright,
Yeah.
do
I'm
another
pick-
thing.
Let's get the fuck out. Let's get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Okay. Good shit.
Yeah.
I don't have a zip line. I'm close to one. Just run in.
Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm out of it.
I guess.
Alright.
I guess this way.
I think
Oh,
we'll be
they're
alright.
up ahead of us. Up ahead of us.
Oh, sure you want to go that way? I don't know, doubles.
Well, I mean, I don't know. The storm will kill us just as quick.
Oh, yeah, the storm knocked me. They got eliminated, though.
Run, Grim, run! It's round 2. We're just run.
I
I'm gonna
I
pop
gotta
a med
self-revive
kit.
if I
So
can
I'm gonna
just
get
get
some shit out
here.
of this box.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Oh,
crawl
shit.
toward the circle. I'm just gonna crawl toward the circle.
All right.
Oh, I might make it.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Oh yeah, baby.
Come on, compadre, get up. Come on, come on, come on.
Woo
That's how we
wee!
do it in this neighborhood.
There's still more stuff in those boxes, but I was like fucking dying. I picked up
Yeah, no, you
as
can't.
much as I could in the time I
Something brought
had.
back at Poop
Maybe with the
Factory.
I have a bunch of light. Anybody
Nah, I
need
got
light ammo?
300.
No, I'm good. Wait, where's Poop Factory in
I have a bunch
relation
of
to
med
us?
kits.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, you've got a bunch of med kits. All I need is shield cells. I've got syringes to spare. You might need syringes.
All right,
Remember you in the storm?
Yeah, I went back to get some of that sweet shit.
Oh,
All right,
good
ready?
save, good
I
save.
dropped the shield stuff. 0.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I need some shield stuff. I
either
have
of you-
one big, 4 little.
Yeah, I got 1 big and 4
Well,
little now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I've got 4.
Maybe I'll pick
Take
one more
those.
now.
I've got 5 little, no big. I got. Anybody need a couple of syringes?
Nah, I got med kits. Good.
Yeah, I'm good.
I got 3 syringes to spare.
All right, 2 other squads. That's it. We gotta listen.
Yeah, Joe
Hey,
said somebody
is that
got
the
brought back
ship
at
on
Poop
here?
Factory.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Let me turn my music down. Oh shit. 10 seconds. Fuck.
I can.
I'm gonna start
Isn't there a
moving in.
zip? I can throw us a zip.
There is a zip, but I don't know. When it gets smaller, I try to avoid the zips because they're really loud. Everybody can hear you no matter where you are.
Alright, I'm dropping off the meet up with Grimbo.
Where are we going? Where are you guys? All right, all right.
Yeah, I got some more small shields though.
Shield cell here.
I'm good.
Son.
Anybody need light
Nice, they're
ammo?
at 300.
Not I.
Well, you should have like 600. I feel like you need to light ammo up, bro.
Those
I
are
have no
rookie
trouble.
numbers.
I
You gotta
already
pump
I
those
just picked up a
numbers up.
grenade you can have.
I don't either.
I'm gonna drop a stack
Yo,
of
where's
light.
that bitch ass bird at? Oh, he's on top of this shit.
Oh, this isn't looted. Let's check it out. Just because throwables, I feel I feel like I do very well with throwables. In the end fight,
Anvil.
for sure.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
More heavy.
Compadres, heavy ammo here.
I'm good on bullets, for sure. Where are these bitches at?
It's just too funny. It's just
Probably
too
hide.
funny, man. It's just too funny.
Probably at water plant.
We got 1 minute left.
Rings close. 1 more minute. Shield cell here.
I hear it. Food factory.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna grab that shield cell real quick. Well, Gad, I can catch up.
45 seconds. But we could just walk it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is that a bird up there? What the fuck is that? Yeah.
Here we
Bird
go.
is bird.
Win number 37.
There you go. Oh, on the roof.
Oh shit. Yep. When you guys move in, let me know.
I think they all went inside.
I can.
They went inside. The
No,
prison.
no.
I think they all.
I just broke the shield of the dude on the roof dome.
Oh, there's somebody over here.
Okay, I'm almost to you.
Alright, we need to go somewhere with cover.
Oh god, I'm down, but I broke the shield on this fucker, and here's another fucker. Oh shit. Oh shit. Is that a grenade?
Down
There's
one
somebody over
bit.
here. No. Nice.
Down
Heal.
two.
I so have to heal.
On the stairs.
Look, I
on
was
the
around
stairs.
that corner.
Run, run, run.
Fucker.
Two of them here. Two of them here. Grim, if you can heal. Oh, he's getting his goddamn buddy up here.
Alright.
There. Yeah, you can't do anything. Just. I mean, there's no. They're all around.
Nice.
You
Oh,
bitch.
let's ball up.
Forget him. Forget him.
Oh!
So we came in second.
Oh, there was still two more on that team. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the end of the game. That was second place we came in. So the
Yeah.
other squad got eliminated.
When I said you can't do anything, what I meant was there's three
What he meant was,
guys.
you suck.
I didn't mean you couldn't do anything. You can't do anything. Can't do anything right.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Damn, we've had game after game with those positive points.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me pop this Apex pack real quick.
Pop that shit like a pimple.
Oh, gold.
Two.
Purple. I got a purple.
He's got a purple. He's gonna do a purple. It's a pretty purple.
It's a Birdman skin. It's like the green, the black and green that I used to have on Mirage, but red.
Damn, I got a pink and black zebra stripe skin for the triple take. What the fuck? Oh, it's
that's
more than just pink.
come
What?
up.
It's actually pink, orange, blue, and white.
Check
zebra
me
stripes
out.
and black.
I got a new skin for my shit guy because I'm playing them all night. So I bought this.
Which
I
one?
got
Oh
the
shit!
dirt
Dirt
bike helmet,
bike.
Octane. So now I'm gonna lose from here on out. That's what happened with Birdman. I bought the skin I wanted. I spent like $40 on Apex packs. Bought the skin I wanted. Lost every game after that.
Yeah, let me change my skin up too. Hold up, where's that thing at? All right, this is going to be my last one for the night.
Did you
That sounds
I said
good.
that like an hour ago.
did you
but-
change it up to the antique cash register skin again?
Yeah, no, this is
Oh,
desert
okay.
camo. There was a better looking antique cash register skin though that I noticed when I was scrolling through.
What is it with so many antique cash register skins?
I know, yeah, one of them is like all bronzy looking and one's like gold
Ooh,
filigree,
bronzed
I'm gonna
out.
call it. Filigree that shit.
Cha-ching.
I gotta piss so bad, I'll be right back.
Oh, so I found. Oh, let me skip. Let me pick this guy. I found a Nintendo Switch on Macari that was $400, but it came with like 5 games and a $30 credit to
Yep.
the Nintendo store. So I paid a little bit more for the
Oh, yeah.
for the system, but I mean. And also, I couldn't find an actual, like, the console one. I got an email from Target that they had like handheld ones in, because they have the console can be handheld, but you can also like put it in a dock and play it on your TV. And then there's the
yeah, I thought it was just one thing that you can buy the TV hooked up. Or
yeah,
something.
well, there's a console that comes with
So
that.
it's two
Yeah,
different versions.
and the main console.
Oh, the one version comes with
Yeah,
the TV shit.
that's like the main console, and then they have one that's the Lite, which is just a handheld, basically like a Game Boy.
I'm back.
So it can't hook up to the TV. It's only handheld, but it's cheaper. Well, I got a email from Target that they had that in stock, but that's not what I wanted. So when I found this one, this is the actual console.
Uh-oh.
I paid a bit more for it, but it came with other stuff. I felt like it was okay.
Well, you got it for that price. They actually got it.
Yeah. Macari is like buy it outright. It's not like bidding like eBay. There's people in this building with me.
Shit.
I'm leaving.
Trying to get
I'm leaving.
Gun besides the Motan bitch. Okay, I'm coming.
Somebody zipping over to the wall.
Oh, yeah. There's people over here.
Oh, yeah, somebody shoot me from the other side.
Shit, yeah, I don't have a shirt. Oh my god, there's another squad. Oh, I'm dead. Nice, there's a lifeline right in there.
Oh, yeah, all three of them are like in here.
Yeah, it's multiple squads. On the steps right there.
Fuck.
And there's a caustic up there also. And there's somebody else right here.
Yeah, you're surrounded everywhere, Joe. Get out if you can.
Yeah,
All right,
there's a
one
whole
more. I
lot
wanna
of 3
shoot
people.
quick. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. What is this console you got?
Nintendo Switch. Yeah, I bought it used off Macari, but it came with 5 games, and like a $30 credit for the Nintendo store. So games, there's only one that I really want to play, and that's the Zelda Breath of the Wild. But the games, they're like $60 a piece. So whether
you gonna get Animal Crossing?
I will definitely at some point.
That's what. That was the whole reason you
well, that was
wanted
one of
it,
them.
Who else plays that?
Nobody that I know. Well, I think one person, Zero Logic, does. I think Bloody Sabbath does. But I really want to play Animal Crossing. Also, Zelda Breath of the Wild is like won the 1,000 awards. It's like one of the best games like of this generation.
Yeah, it looks great. I saw a kid playing it. You know, in person, it was.
Yeah,
cool.
like in the game, the style, now that I'm like into art, I actually enjoy that style more. Like before I wouldn't have enjoyed like the cartoony, even Animal Crossing style. I wouldn't have enjoyed that. But now that I'm into art and like drawing cartoon things, like it's more appealing to me. And I was never really into Zelda or like Link or none of that. Like I had Zelda for like NES, and that was like the only Zelda game I ever played.
Oh, you
just
bitch.
wasn't my thing. Yeah, man.
No,
but I watched a video from Rasputin. He's got a series of like what things are like for people who don't play video games. So he had his girlfriend who doesn't play video games play some video games, and he just sat there and watched and didn't like give her any tips. And the way she goes about things, because she hasn't played video games, like for us, you kill somebody, or even in a game where it's not like a PvP, it's PvE. You kill a person, immediately we would go to the body to loot to see if there's anything we can get off of it. She like, that's not something that's like wired into her head, so she like wouldn't do that stuff. So it's a really good video. You should definitely look into it. He explains it much better, but there was one point where like you get a weapon that's like a stick in like a forest. You pick up a stick and you beat something, and then when you beat that thing and win, it drops something. But it also teaches you about the endurance of weapons. Well, her weapon broke, so she ran away. Or maybe she killed it and then like the weapon broke at the same time. I don't know. But instead of like looting the body, she ran away. And when she figured she got a stick, So she went to like a forested area, figured she'd find another stick as a weapon. Couldn't, and then she like heard some noises of bad guys, got scared and took a different route that this guy didn't even know existed, and found like a cliff where there was like boulders. She was able to push the boulders off of the cliff and like kill the camp of monsters. So like,
Oh, that's neat.
This was
What
Breath
is
of
this
the
game?
Wild. Yeah, so
Oh,
then
Breath
he
of the
was
Wild.
like, that's one thing that he really liked about the game was there was so many ways to complete a single task.
Got you, bitch.
Alright, I'm coming, I'm looking for a shirt.
Somebody shoot me with some gay gun. All I have is
Yeah, I'm down. Fast leg right
Sentinel.
here.
I'm coming. Oh yeah, more people just joined the fight.
Avenge me! Yeah, Grim, 2 guys over here on Joe.
Oh, I missed the fucking bouncy thing. Oh, no way. I did a no-aim sentinel shot right into the dude, but it was a decoy. This was terrible.
Alright, I'm healing up. I don't have a shirt.
Good job, Joe.
Oh, he's getting his buddy up. Oh, somebody shoot at me.
Man, scared him over a triple
Somebody
take.
shoot at me in the back though. I thought I had the 99 out. Where's all the bullets? Do you have bullets in your box?
Sentinel
I'll
bullet.
take it. I'll take your heavy bullets as well, and I'll give them back
Way
to
to
you.
go.
So there's just a sentinel in your box if you really want it. But I figured you wouldn't.
Nah, was
No.
my shirt not in there? Yeah, I fucking hate the
Okay.
sentinel. That's why I ran away, because I know I'll die fighting somebody with a fucking sentinel.
Alright, so I got your heavy
I
bullets.
got shot by fucking everybody.
Way to go. Yeah, you know, the only Zelda game I've ever beaten is Link to the Past on SNES. That was an awesome game. I was too young when the original Zelda was out, Zelda 1, to understand it. Like, I was a little kid, you know?
There's heavy ammo for whatever.
I just
Okay,
took this
I just
Sentinel. Go ahead.
wanted to grab one box and run
Okay.
in case they followed us. I mean, if you don't need them and you pick them up, I could use them, but if you need them.
Yeah, I don't need them yet. Here you go.
There's energy in here.
Yeah, I'm actually running sniper at the moment.
Okay.
Why is that thing making so much fucking noise?
Oh, here, there's.
Not even that close to it.
Bitch ass.
And there's a helmet here, Zero.
Yeah.
And there was a shotgun out here.
Oh, yeah.
Peacekeeper, I don't know if you need that or not.
How about,
Oh, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
that little town there, and there's a couple bins there. Maybe start here.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Do that. Find somewhere that's not fully looted.
Okay.
So we can all get shirts and bullets and such.
Shirts and bullets and such.
Drop
Oh,
from the
there's a
alternator. There's a
robot
shirt.
somewhere on the roof.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
a loot tick.
I shouldn't have said anything.
The heavy mag. That's a heavy mag.
No,
Don't
but
even have a heavy gun,
I
right?
saw the shield
The other select
battery that
fire.
you picked up. I seen it.
Oh,
No.
well, you can have one.
No, I don't want it.
I have one.
I don't want it. I have one too. I'm just saying, I seen it.
Well,
Yeah.
oh, you already have one.
I seen it. You're like, it's just a heavy mag. You don't even have a heavy gun. I'm like, yeah, no, but I saw the other thing.
Well, I mean, that was the good thing. That was the purple thing.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Gotta hop up here. Double tap trigger.
Nobody needs light. Yeah, somebody should do. Oh, I need a knockdown.
Do you want to push to I
Where you
actually
guys
hear
wanna
fire
go?
in that airbase.
Oh, and we
Oh,
all
there's a
have
care
shirts.
package right over there. Do you want to push that?
I'll throw us a
That
zip.
would be swell.
Yeah, as far as you can.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me throw a very far one this time. I mean, this is kind
Oh,
of
that's not looted either.
better than running.
Taking him out with a decoy.
We gotta be
shit,
quick if we're gonna
okay.
do this box.
I'm gonna
set,
go to the
'cause
little... Oh, somebody's landing behind us, bros.
People are,
Fucking caustic.
I'll just grab this stuff. There's a battery
Yeah,
here.
just run.
I just
I'm
grabbed
attacking
it.
him
No,
like a
no,
goddamn
okay.
bulldog.
Alright, then that's fine.
Oh, okay.
We're coming back. We're coming back. You're good. We're here.
Airstrike, airstrike. This might be two squads attacking each other.
Do you want to move somewhere else? A lot of people might have ran towards the care package. Or we can fight them.
There's this flat line in here.
Whatever. Oh, I have one.
I don't know
you see
where
where
they're
they're
at.
at?
Switching to heavy.
He
They
must
just
have
shot my
retreated a
decoy.
little. They're throwing nades from this direction.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I'm getting raped. They're all fucking everywhere over here.
He just threw up his shield. Come here, bitch. I got the sentinel. I mean, I got the
Fucking
one dude
dead.
down.
Oh, landed in the tree.
They're getting them up.
They're getting their buddy up.
Fuck.
They're all gonna be shielded. Yeah,
Yeah,
just go.
just run, just run.
They're all ready.
Taking him out with a decoy. Someone's got to take out the new kill leader. Too cocky.
Oh, is that the body crawling there?
Yeah, that was
No,
me.
you.
No, they got him up. I guess I got one more if you guys are wanting to play one more. This is like about the latest we've ever played.
Yeah, I'll do one more.
Oh, not bad. I only lost 2 points. It's acceptable.
I lost 14 points. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Completely.
Yeah, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right.
All right.
Alright, so I did my hair for this. Nothing wrong with looking good in the ring. I look good. Harder, faster, stronger.
Grim, did you say you had like a talking bird?
No, it doesn't talk.
Oh, okay.
Not like a parrot. It's a cockatiel. It chirps and
Your cock is teal.
I just
mimic.
thought I heard it like saying
Yeah.
something.
Said your cock
You
is
up?
teal.
Was it making noises just a second ago?
I was on
What did you think you were gonna do?
Facebook. That was some video. I couldn't hear it, so I don't even know what it sounded
Oh,
like.
okay.
I looked at Carlos and changed it.
What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy?
Let's do market.
Opie, we're going to market. Are you ready? We're going to
Good.
market. You excited, bud? Come on. Show your stick. Opie, we're going to the back hole. Do you know why we go in the back hole? Because it's the fun hole. Mozambique on fleek.
Oh my
Shirt
god.
on,
No guns in this whole
working on the
fucking room.
shirt. And another Mozambique on fleek.
2 runes, no guns.
Dropping the Mozambique for the Sentinel, because I'm a madman. I got the ammo for it if you want to run with it, Grim. I know you like it. The
Which
Mozambique.
one? Oh yeah, I got one. Pretty sweet.
It's the coolest, man, right? Do you want to run dual Mozambique like a pimp?
I was thinking about it.
I mean, that would definitely be like the
Not do
most
that.
pimpest move ever.
Are you trying to tease people with that blue bolt zero? Like pinging it and then like picking it up?
I was kind of seeing if anybody had dibsed it, but yeah, that too. I was like, oh, you want this bolt? You want some of this bolt? Oh, actually, you can have that bolt. I just found a decent gun. There's a backpack in this room if it's not gone.
It's another havoc I'm trying to think.
Oh, I'll bring it to you. I'll bring it to you.
Oh shit, I was trying to stop that from happening. Fuck.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go crazy. I'm doing it. There's this.
Spitfire here. Extended heavy mag here. Compadres. Heavy ammo here.
Here's that bolt, Drew.
Oh, no, I was putting on my Mozambique. I didn't really need it. I was just...
Well, I mean, that's what I was
Kidding
doing.
with it.
I've got a decent gun now, so.
If anybody needs those heavies.
Yeah, any heavy?
Heavy ammo here. Extended heavy mag here.
I'm running
Yeah, I'll
with
take
the.
it. Thanks.
Somebody's flying on us.
Oh, yo, somebody's. Yo.
She has a gold shield. I just broke it.
I broke his shield and hurt him a little more.
There's a wraith in that room.
Fast legs is hurt.
She's shielded up, don't you? Broke her shield again.
Yeah, fucking burned to death.
I'm gonna throw some Bernies in on him. Oh, they're in the hallway. Oh, behind us on the stairs. Behind you, Joe. Behind you, or Grim, whoever.
Oh, I just shot into the ether.
More people, more people.
Yeah, no, I'm just
more
trying to
people
get this
coming.
off real quick.
Thanks, sir.
There's just the one. Yeah, just that Mirage. He just disappeared.
Yeah,
He's right here,
I saw the dust from his feet. Oh, you're kidding me!
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Foot dust.
He like got in the corner and was standing there, and I'm like, this motherfucker thinks he's slick. And he's like, it's like the biggest dump. He's like, how does he see me? How does he see me? I heard him.
I heard it too.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. If you guys don't play another, I'll play another.
Just we'll play one more until like
Alright, one more now.
Thursday.
Yeah, it's ridiculously
I
late.
just need one more.
Yeah.
Just one more to make me feel normal again.
One more hit of Apex.
Come on, just give me a little bump of Apex.
Joe, what you were saying earlier about the Atlantic City trip.
The hypothetical
like,
Atlantic City trip.
Like, if you started working for Uber, yeah,
Hypothetical.
completely.
You can't forget the alleged hypothetical.
Like, if you worked for Uber, like when your passengers got in, you'd hand them the unwritten book of the road, like on Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
I'd hypothetically go to jail for
I don't
sexual
know if you
assault.
guys saw. Or George Carlin's like, oh, it's part of the unwritten book of the road. And he gets the rod with the truck driver and like, you see his head going down in the cab.
That's why I don't accept rides from anybody.
Oh shit. I wonder if we can make it to the pit. I want to see how close we get.
If not, we can make it to the ship.
We can do it. I jumped now, though.
But yeah, we can make the pit.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Watch this, pick up some speed. Pick up some more speed. Going plus ultra style right here.
Do all the speed.
Speed. speed, momentum, and violence.
I'm terrible plus ultra.
I'm like negative mega. Pick the gun up, bro. Pick the gun up. Pick the gun up.
Really? Alright, coming. Where these bitches
Oh,
at?
the BB. They're by me. If you guys
I got
come-
you, bro. I
Yeah,
got you,
Ian
bro.
Bryan. There we go. Good look. I down one,
Good.
punched the other guy 2 times and ran out of
Shit.
bullets. It was getting kind of hectic. There's a full shirt in that box.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Anybody have shield?
shotgun shells.
Yeah.
Level 1. Shield cell here.
Here, I got a battery. Take your cells. Take your cells. I'll give
Okay,
them a
yeah.
battery.
Well, the cells are.
Okay. Well,
I'd rather use
Whatever.
them up and save a battery for later. You know what I mean?
sure. Yeah, I agree. Oh shit, it's popping down there. Fuck. Did either of you guys get a decent gun besides the
Yeah, I
ones
got
that
a.
I have an alternator with 4 bullets in it, but then I have a prowler at 60.
Yeah, I got a 45 and a
Okay, I
scout.
got a scout.
Here I got this.
Alright, do you want to hit this way for that little town so you can get a little more stuff?
Extended heavy mag here.
Sure.
Level
Oh, you don't need that stuff? Yeah, use that mag.
I'll
at
take the
least.
stock.
That was my plan.
Here's shotgun bullets.
I'm good on. I'm going to use the scout. Mozambique's a desperation weapon.
Attention.
Although it did help when we were in that first spot there. But... Damn, it sounded like it was popping off down this way.
scout here.
It was the other way. It's Peacekeeper.
Oh, okay.
Body shield here. Level 1. Optics here. Ammo.
3x.
Here's a
That'll
battery.
be good for somebody else,
Level 4.
not for me. My stuff comes up so
Yeah, I
quickly.
could use that. There's a wingman in here.
Somebody was just brought back.
You don't want that 3x, Joe?
No, you put it on your scout.
1 more minute, amigo.
Anybody find any extra light ammo?
Line here. Mira, light ammo. Helmet here. Compadres. Heavy ammo. Heavy
I found stuff.
Oh, sweet.
Joe,
a
you
little
can
bit.
have this
No,
side
you
if
put
you
it on
want
your
it.
scout, bro.
45 seconds. But we could just walk it.
Alright.
Is there still shield batteries somewhere? Or does anybody have any extra health in
somebody-
any form?
Yeah, I can give some syringes.
I'll
Just
offer-
go look
yeah,
for more
I don't
stuff.
have.
Syringe here. Rings
I've
I don't
got
have
my
anything at
earlier
all for
shield
healing.
battery, and I marked that
Yeah, I
shield
grabbed
battery.
that shield battery. I gave you the syringes I had, and I picked up that. Or actually, I do have one more.
Alright.
I had 4 of those,
What do you
so you
want?
know that.
Shield cell here.
I'll pick it up for now.
10 seconds till ring close. That's
Yeah.
Where we-
No.
Which
that
one?
way,
So
that way.
slum,
Go with him.
slum
Yeah,
legs.
I'll catch up.
we could check out
I'm
here.
just grabbing stuff over here, cause I got fast legs.
There we go. Yeah,
Enemies?
A little bit shieldage now.
I hear enemies.
Behind
Where?
us. Behind you, right here.
Where they at?
to
Oh, there's a mirage.
Oh, over
Okay.
there.
I hit him for about 68.
Grenade out.
Fuck.
76.
Fast guy down.
Fuck.
Oh shit! I gotta heal up.
She is hurt really bad.
I'll tell you that she is. It's like she's real
Nice.
hurt.
That Wraith played the shit out of me. I thought she was another one of,
Hey, compadres.
like the Mirage's shit.
Body shield here. Level 2.
I don't need that if somebody needs it.
Close range.
Joe, you take this level 2.
Level 2.
Give me your
No,
uncharged.
Look,
I mean, give me your charged
look at your
level 1.
health, bro. Actually,
There's no 3 boxes? There was a
yeah.
fast
Where'd the fast
too.
guy go? Fast guy.
Where did he go? He was the first to go down.
I don't know. He died
Maybe
like
hiding
right here.
somewhere. Oh,
First
there's
guy.
a box
Oh,
here. That's
okay.
the other one. I didn't see that one yet.
Okay, yeah.
There's like mad ammo.
Level 1.
I'm running double light.
Prowler SMG here. Compadres. Heavy ammo.
Oh, here, take some more light. There's a stat.
Charging on my shield.
Oh, you gave me an empty blue shield, Zero. I see why you wanted to swap.
No, that one I threw down.
Here,
Yeah,
take
so
this
unless
empty
Grim, did you
shield.
swap
Cool.
with the shield on the ground before I got to it?
No, not with the one on the ground. No. I did
Shit,
not.
I picked it up out of the box.
Yeah, it was empty.
Oh, maybe I might have put mine in a
No, it
box.
wasn't.
I
it.
just
Yeah,
filled
I mean,
it.
Unless, well, maybe it'll let you swap. Maybe
You
it'll let
probably
you
didn't
swap
notice.
an
You
empty
probably
blue
picked out
shield
mine,
for a.
didn't notice. Is it 301?
I mean, it's no big deal. I had that shield battery.
There's a wraith hole.
I really thought it was full. That was weird.
So I'm assuming with the positioning, maybe they ran up and to the right. Yeah, the other end is over there. I see it.
Oh, there are two people fighting.
Somebody's
two people
shooting from
fighting.
there.
Oh yeah, it's right there. I see. It's
Yeah,
Maybe
and
they're
they're
using
shooting
it as
the
an
race
escape.
dudes.
There's the other end.
But they're shooting up here. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So we're in between.
Do you want to go?
Should we
back,
go
yeah.
back and go
Possibly.
around?
The storm's coming.
Yeah, we won't make it. We won't make it.
But if we can go around
We
this
have to go
rock
to
here, though,
bunker.
we got a minute till it. I mean,
Do you want to go through bunker?
oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Whatever you
all
guys
the
want
way.
to do. Whatever you guys want to do.
I don't really. Well, I have. Maybe we can do. They're not shooting anymore at the people at the right. Maybe we can just like run straight and hop. Make it to that balloon. I'll send a decoy,
Okay.
and then
Oh yeah, they're here.
I'm just gonna shoot a little bit to distract them.
Oh, here they
Just
are.
keep
here they are.
running.
And
Just
then,
keep
yeah,
running.
but I'm just still running this way. It's just, yeah. It's all distraction technique.
Zero down here. Zero down here. Zero. We're going to the balloon.
down.
We're going to the balloon.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's there. All right, fine. I'll land. I guess we can land up there.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
They're chasing you up.
Oh, you got an enemy behind you on the balloon.
All right. Then just go over here, I guess.
Okay, okay. I downed one going down the hill to the bunker, but that's probably your team.
Another
Where are they
space
firing
zero.
from?
I
Oh,
don't
they
know.
just went in bunker and closed the door. Some of them just went in there and closed the door.
Oh,
That's
somebody's
okay,
right here.
though, it's- coming.
Did 53 to him.
Yeah, they ran. Oh shit! Hey,
Oh yeah,
snipers
they're
from up
still
there.
sniping
They're
from
tearing
up on
me
the
up.
hill. We should just fall back.
One of them just dropped down.
Shit.
Charging on my shield.
Yeah, yeah, Grim,
Alright,
you're
I'm
going to
running
get.
towards you guys. They
Yeah.
muted that shit. Yeah, fuck their gay ass charge rifle. They hit me twice and did like 5 damage. They're fighting somebody up there. You wanna just like. Yeah, while they're fighting somebody else, you wanna creep up
Alright.
top there?
Okay.
Just, like run up this hill.
I don't
Even
know
just
if we
like
can
shoot them
creep.
in the head. Oh god!
shit, see-
There's bunker. There's people
Yeah,
in
yeah.
bunker have no aim.
Yeah.
Oh, well that gun's a little scarier sounding. Alright, we're like in the
Yeah.
middle of fucking everything, yeah.
God damn. Yeah, those guys from bunker do have aim. One of them does.
Alright, we're crawling here, Zero.
They're coming at you on the other door, Grim. They're coming at you.
They're here. They're here. They're
Alright,
here.
oh shit!
Yes.
They're actually in the fucking building. Oh, yeah, I'm behind you.
You're surrounded. You're surrounded.
Contact here. Charging on my shields.
Yeah, there's so many people in here now. If you can crawl up the roof, maybe? And escape?
Yeah, if you can get out, get out.
Yeah, that was a good escape. This is because the other squads are fighting each other in here.
Oh man.
Oh, good try.
That was the guy with the charge rifle.
Well, another positive points match anyway.
All about the points.
It's all about the points. The points, the points. I'm all about the points. The points, the points.
Alright, I'm really getting off now. It's 3:50 a.m.
Just 5 more. Just 5 more. Don't go anywhere. Just 5 more.
Man,
All right, well, good.
I'm hyped up too. Shit.
Doing good tonight.
I was ready to quit
Yeah,
like,
no doubt, no doubt.
I don't know, midnight. I was having such a terrible time.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, hell, we had some really good games after that shit. Alright.
Adios,
Good night, guys.
Zeros.
See you soon.
All right, good game, guys.
Adios,
I'll talk to you later.
Grimos.
Later, Dan.
Alright.
I mean,
Kinda
later,
goes.
Dan.
Thanos.
Later,
Thanos.
Chew.
Snap them fingers. All right. Later.
See ya. Suck ass majuckas. Alright, let's. Alexa, stop. Alright, so I'm done streaming. People, fellows, friends, all the above. I want to say thank you for coming by. I do appreciate it. Let's see if I can find out who that was that followed me. I forget his name. Oh, there it is. Alright, so, sorry. My glasses are itching my face. So thank you for coming out. I really do appreciate it. Whether you came out on Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, whether you're here for a minute, 5, 10, or an hour, you spent some time with me. You showed me that what I was doing was cool enough to hang out. I appreciate you spent some of your day on your Friday night. I know everybody's super busy. Everybody's got things to do. But I really do appreciate it. Also, the likes and comments and subscriptions and the follows and the all of it means everything. The more of those I get, the more eyeballs the algorithm puts me in front of, and the more I will get. So thank you for all that. On all of the above, Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, also all of the social medias, especially Instagram. That's where I'm most active. It's Mechanic on all socials, except Twitter. It is Mechanic G. And then I also have another Instagram that's art.mechanic. That's drawings and illustrations, soon to be paintings. I think we're painting this weekend, so it's going to go up. I'm also going to put some of these paintings up for sale on Macari, plus what I do this weekend. Soon to be digital as well. All of it, the whole shebang. Yeah, so it's all happening. It's all happening. Be a part of it. Be the coolest kid in the room. Yeah, so thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Everybody that did come by. Crip Abex Cow 1976, thank you for the follow. You gave me the follow while I was offline, but I do appreciate it nonetheless. What up, Malton? I didn't even realize you were here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the views, the lurks. I do appreciate it. But yes, everybody who did come by, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. To those that didn't stop by, though,